A History of Chinese Civilization Volume 1, Jacques Gernet. Translated by J.R. Foster and Charles Hartman. Introduced by Jonathan D. Spank. Volume 1. Introduction. Preface to the second edition. Acknowledgements. Translator's Preface. Lands and Peoples. The Han Chinese. Non-Han minorities. Modes of life and cultures. Outline of the historical evolution of the Chinese world. The general characteristics of Chinese civilization. Part 1. From the archaic monarchy to the Central East state. 1. The Neolithic antecedents. 2. The decline of the archaic monarchy. From the principalities to the kingdoms. 3. 4. Traditions of the 10th to 6th centuries BC. The awakening of moral and political reflection of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Part 2. Rise, evolution, and decline of the First Central East state. 5. The conquering empire from the Qin to the Han. The great expansion of the Han in Asia. 6. Causes and consequences of the expansion. Economics and politics. Economy and society. 7. The rise of the gentry and the crisis in political institutions. 8. Part 3. The Middle Ages. 9. Barbarians and aristocrats. Generalities from the military dictatorship to anarchy. The reign of the aristocracies in the Yangtze Basin kingdoms and empires of the Sinicized barbarians in North China. Contacts, influences, and foreign relations. 10. The medieval civilization. Metaphysics, aesthetics, and poetry. The great enthusiasm for Buddhism. Part 4. From the Middle Ages to modern times. 11. The political history of the period 581 to 683. Political and economic foundations of the Tiang Empire. 253. Number 35. The Great Expansion of the 7th century. 247. The period 684 to 755. Political history. 251. 12. The transition to the Mandarin Empire. 256. The consequences of the rebellion. 256. The crumbling of the empire. 262. Conclusion. 267. 13. From the opening up to the world to the return to the sources of the classical tradition. 269. The zenith of medieval culture. 269. Foreign influences. 277. The radiation of Tiang civilization. 256. The nationalist reaction and the return to the sources of the Chinese tradition. 258. Part 5. The Chinese Renaissance. 297. 14. The New World. 298. History and political institutions. 298. The armies. 308. The New Society. Biz. The economic expansion. 319. 15. The civilization of the Chinese Renaissance. B32. The background to the renewal. 2. Rescience and philosophy. 339. Conclusion. 348. Part 6. From the Sinicized empires to the Mongol occupation. Nomads and mountain dwellers in the 10th to 14th centuries GE. 16. The Sinicized empires. 356. 17. The Mongol invasion and occupation. The Mongol regime. Relations between East Asia, Christendom, and the Islamic countries. Tables in Volume I. Volume 2. Part 7. The reign of the autocrats and eunuchs. 18. Reconstruction and expansion. Dissolution of the Mongol Empire and foundation of the Ming Dynasty. The pursuit of expansion. 19. Political, social, and economic changes. Political evolution. Social and economic evolution. External dangers. 20. The beginnings of modern China and the crisis at the end of the Ming Dynasty. The urban revival. The crisis period of the last 50 years. 21. Intellectual life in the Ming Age. Philosophy, science, and literature. The first influences from modern Europe. General conclusion to the history of the late Ming. Part 8. Authoritarian paternalism. 22. The conquest and the foundation of the Manchu regime. 482. The rise of the Manchus. Delays and difficulties. 23 The Enlightened Despots 492 The Reign of the Moral Order 492 The most extensive empire in the world 496 An era of prosperity 500 Frontier conflicts 506 Deterioration of the political and social climate 509 24 Intellectual life from the middle of the 17th century to the end of the 18th century 514 The philosophers of the 17th century 514 Politics, society, and intellectual life under the enlightened despots. 523. The upsurge of textual criticism and the philosophers of the 18th century 530 The work of the Jesuits and the influence of China on Europe 536. Part 9. From decline to takeover. 549. 25 The Great Recession 551 The internal causes of the decline 551 Smuggling and piracy 554 China and the West 561. 26 The social expansion and its consequences 564 The Kingdom of Heaven 565 Other insurrections 72 The consequences STF 27 The failure of modernization and the advance of foreign intrusion 584 The problems of modernization 585 The advance of foreign intrusion and its consequences 593 The encirclement 598 Conclusion 604 28 In the 19th century 607 The scientific influences of the West 617. Part 10. China crucified. The beginning of the terrible years demonstrations of disarray. 29 The disintegration of the traditional economy and society The ruin of the Chinese economy Movements of population and social changes. 30 Political developments in the first half of the 20th century The epoch of Yian Shikai The period of the warlords The Nanking Decennium from the Japanese invasion to the advent of the People's Republic. 31 Philosophical and literary developments. Part 11. A new chapter in Chinese history. The People's Republic of China. The novel features of the new regime. From the alliance to the rupture with the Soviet Union From the rupture with the USSR to the death of Mao Zedong From the death of Mao Zedong to the beginning of the 1990s Final note. Introduction. There is no greater challenge for the historian of China than that of constructing a coherent and accurate overview of the entire panorama of Chinese civilization. The difficulty of the task was seen as early as the middle of the 16th century when, for the first time in the West, a significant amount of material on China began to accumulate in the hands of European scholars, personal observations of the Chinese people and their characteristics made by traders and Catholic missionaries, the first tentative analyses of Chinese local and central administration and communications drawn from translated Chinese sources and from Westerners' personal experience, the first fairly accurate accounts of China's geography and borderlands, and the initial efforts to summarize the 4,000 years of Chinese history that had been laid out chronologically by Chinese historians themselves. The first major attempt to synthesize this disparate mass of material was undertaken by the Spanish Augustinian friar Juan González de Mendoza in 1583. Mendoza was acting on the instructions of Pope Gregory XIII, who had instructed him to compose a history of the things that are known about the Kingdom of China. When set in type and published in 1585 by a Roman press, Mendoza's Spanish manuscript, under the title A History of the Most Notable Things, the Rites and the Customs of the Great Kingdom of China, filled 440 pages. By 1600, it had run through 11 printings in Spanish, 20 in Italian, and had also been translated into Latin, German, Dutch, French and English. Mendoza's attempts to depict this great kingdom did not go unchallenged, and the nature of some of the critical comments nicely illuminate the difficulty of the enterprise he had undertaken. The Constable of Castile, for instance, in a sarcastic dismissal of Mendoza's attempts to broaden his account of Chinese society by depicting the lives of Chinese women, wrote, "Don't put yourself, friar, beneath the skirts of the ladies. Leave this job to those who live and die by it." The British translator pointed out the Spanish proclivity for the setting forth of many untruths and incredible things. Another Spanish Augustinian listed Mendoza's tendency to write as though he were some oracle, while a Portuguese Jesuit observed that Mendoza gave too much credulity to the vaunting relations which the Chinese made of the grandeur of their empire. Since the time of Mendoza, there have been countless further attempts by Western scholars to catch the full range of China's past as accurately and comprehensively as possible. All of those have faced some version of the criticisms we have just cited. How could one escape being dominated by Chinese historians' own accounts of their country's past glories? How create a true social history of China that was not voyeuristic? How distinguish the credible from the incredible? How avoid the grandiosity or overconfidence that readers might find oracular? But despite the ever-growing mass of sources and interpretive studies that have appeared since Mendoza's day, the drive to create a valid overview of China's past has remained as strong in our own time as it was in the 16th century. Few historians have risen to the challenge more grandly than Jacques Gernet, who, from his base in Paris at the Collège de France, was a dominant figure in Chinese studies for the last 40 years of the 20th century. Part of the reason for the enduring value of Gernet's evocation of Chinese civilization can be found in the range of his own intellectual interests. These included sinological studies in the textual traditions of China's classical past, explorations in material culture and the history of technology, sophisticated knowledge of the range of non-Chinese peoples who had clamped their hold on Chinese society at different times, intimate depictions of Chinese traditional urban and social life, and a deep and abiding passion for the study of Chinese Buddhism. This enormous range of scholarship gave Gernet multiple points of entry into the deeper currents of Chinese civilization, and imparted a justified sense of authority to his pronouncements. Since the time of Mendoza, all scholars attempting a broad overview of Chinese history have had to construct some kind of framework to give order to the maze of details confronting them. Gernet chose to emphasize that he perceived three great turning points in the history of the Chinese world. The first of these came at the beginning of the second millennium BC, as the Neolithic Age was replaced by the Bronze Age civilization of the Shang dynasty. The crucial markers here were the appearance of writing, the discovery of the alloys that made bronze casting possible, and the development of the cart with a shaft. The second formative leap came at the end of the 3rd century BC, when the unification of the previously fragmented units of China into a totally new kind of state brought undreamed of power to China's emperors, power which in turn mandated the development of a rigorously codified legal system and the growth of a professionalist bureaucracy. These processes, as Gernet noted, went hand in hand with the spread of iron casting and the formation of armies of peasant infantry. Gernet placed the third great transition period at the beginning of the 11th century AP, as amazing jumps in technical skills in areas as disparate as rice cultivation, ship construction, the mariner's compass, porcelain manufacture, use of gunpowder in weaponry, and the development of printing went along with the greater centralization of imperial rule and the separation of the profession of arms from that of agriculture. Although in the centuries after the 11th Gernet saw no shifts in either state or society quite comparable in scope and importance to those three, he observed that a further major shift occurred in the 16th century as silver became the most important factor in China's economic exchanges domestically, a fact that tied China inextricably into world bullion flows and global patterns of trade, and led to a revival of urban life and the growth of markets for luxury products. By thus focusing the reader's attention on major developmental points, Gernet avoided the common trap of presenting China's past as an apparently endless series of dynastic recurrences, given meaning only by their cyclical nature. He also sought to underscore that the use of the terms traditional and modern to depict China was not helpful to understanding, since it overemphasized the 20th century in China as constituting a clear break between past and present. Gernet felt that such a sharp break did not in fact occur. China had had its own internal evolutions just as the West had, and recognition of that was essential to the understanding of China's history. From such a vantage point, the communist phase of Chinese history could be viewed as transitory rather than permanent, and by taking the story down to the early 1990s, Gernet could at least hint at some of the changes in the shape of Communist Party rule instituted by Mao Zedong's successor Deng Xiaoping. Had he been able to take his story just a little further, down to the ending of British rule over Hong Kong in 1997, the open presidential elections in Taiwan at the end of that same decade, China's opening of Communist Party ranks to capitalists, and the shaping of a new triple alliance between Russia, China, and the United States in the face of terrorist threats and activities in the autumn of 2001, Gernet would have been able to make the same point with even greater force. The readers embarking on an exploration of China's past with Gernet as their guide will find their journey filled with riches. They will first be given an overview of Chinese language and dialect groups, of China's geography, of the ethnic makeup of China's expanding territories, and of the mix of writing styles of which Chinese characters were a part. This short opening section is a good example of Gernet's ability to wear his learning lightly. There is so much scholarship lying behind his brief exposition, but he neither flaunts his erudition nor overwhelms the reader. Instead, he artfully paves the way for showing how the Neolithic antecedents of what we now call China flowered naturally into the first of the great traditions in China's civilization, that of the archaic monarchy of China's Bronze Age. Gernet's ability to analyze the rituals of aristocratic and religious life alongside the history of technology makes this discussion especially valuable. As he puts it succinctly, the walled city, the chariot, and the bronze weapons and vessels are typical of an aristocratic class which can be defined by its participation in sacrifices and in war. And with the kind of precision which the reader will swiftly come to take for granted, forgetting quite how rare it is in current writing, Gernet adds, moreover, there is a close connection, or to be more accurate a positive lack of any distinction, between religious, military, political, administrative, and economic functions. By analyzing this archaic society with both brevity and care, Gernet has set the scene for both his depiction of the newly centralized empire of the 3rd century BC. His second stage in the basic analysis of Chinese civilization, and the appearance in his story of the teacher Keung, known to the West as Confucius. Once again, Gernet's learning enables him to create a condensed yet powerful picture of the sage in his time. Doubtless one can date from Confucius and his age the beginning of a process of moral reflection which seems to have been provoked by the crisis of aristocratic society and the decline of ritual. It seems natural that an effort should have been made in these circles to define the good man, independently of the prevailing situation. Such at any rate is the general orientation which is just perceptible. And Gernet adds, a few lines later, that Confucius's ethical system, which is the fruit of continual reflection about men, is devoid of any abstract imperative. It is practical and pragmatic, the master taking account of each particular circumstance as well as of the individual character of each of his disciples. The master is not aiming at an abstract science of man but at an art of life embracing psychology, ethics, and politics. The alert reader will find that these same crucial themes of intellectual endeavor and moral reflection resonate throughout all the following sections of Gernet's book, whether their overt focus is on political or intellectual history, in the great moral debates of the 3rd to the 5th centuries, in the reformulation of Confucian rituals in the 12th century, as well as in the swirling circles of intellectual exploration and synthesis that formed such a part of the 16th to 18th century worlds of writing and scholarship. The themes continued to resonate, moreover, in the early 20th century intellectual upheaval known as the May 4th movement, which Gernet explores in chapter 31 on philosophical and literary developments. It is from such a past vantage point that we can make sense of Gernet's terse formulation that Marxism thus seems to be in harmony with certain tendencies of Chinese thought, and to note how he links the developments of the Chinese Communist Party to other but even deeper and more enduring elements in the minds of Chinese intellectuals and scientists, which Gernet calls the surprising resistance offered by disinterested learning in the midst of chaos and destitution. It is a central premise of Gernet's history of Chinese civilization that it was porous, constantly acted upon by forces from without, whether military, religious, economic, or intellectual. This constant ebb and flow also gives shape to his narrative, and provides another set of guidelines that readers can follow as they make their way with Gernet through the centuries. Without seeking to recapitulate all those intersections, it may be worth emphasizing the one that, above all the others, Gernet had spent much of his scholarly career exploring and elucidating Buddhism. The introduction of Buddhism into China takes up the whole second half of Gernet's chapter 10, and it is a truly remarkable scholarly synthesis, one that no readers should miss if they want to follow the deeper currents within Chinese life and thought. Gernet notes the double themes at work here. One was that China had to be receptive in the right way. Buddhism was able to become acclimatist in the Chinese world to the extent that certain of its components corresponded with preoccupations and traditions native to the different strata in Chinese society. The other was that Buddhism had to fit itself into China, to enrich itself with new elements, to stop being simply a means of holiness restricted to men who had broken with the world, and to become a religion of universal salvation open to everyone. It is Gernet's great knowledge of this subject that helps him rise in this section of his book to perhaps his finest stylistic and rhetorical heights. With the general triumph of Buddhism, the picture of the world itself was transformed into a vista of immeasurable, infinitely multiplied times and spaces, of a human destiny involved in a continuous cycle of rebirths intermingling the beings of the visible and invisible worlds. Though Gernet gives adequate space to other great cultural meetings, such as those of the Jesuit missionaries of the 16th and 17th centuries, the social Darwinists and scientifically oriented Protestant missionary teachers of the 19th century, or the Marxists of the 20th, one never feels that his heart is with them in quite the same way. The riches that Gernet has assembled in this volume are far too great to be even sketched in here. All one can say is that he is a worthy successor to Mendoza and all those other Western scholars who, across 400 years, have tried to describe, to understand, to tabulate, to analyze, and to grasp the multiple layerings of events and people that constitute this extraordinary civilization. If China is not greater than all the other civilizations that have blossomed and waned on this planet, it is certainly in no senses lesser. As one 16th century visitor, Gaspar de Cruz, observed in 1569, China is much more than it sounds. Or, as Gernet puts it here, Chinese civilization has been, like the other great civilizations of history, a perpetual creation. Jonathan D. Spence. Preface to the second edition. First published in French in 1982, Le Monde Chinois was twice corrected, rearranged, and enlarged for new French editions that appeared in 1980 and 1990. An English translation first published by the Cambridge University Press in 1982 made the work known to the English-speaking world. That translation was based upon the French text of 1980. But since the English translation is now out of print, the North American branch of Cambridge University Press has taken the initiative for this new edition. This second English edition is, to some extent, a new book. Although based on the French text of 1990, important improvements have been made, including overall additions, corrections, and changes. There are also several entirely new portions and an index with the Chinese characters so necessary for sinologists. Professor Charles Hartman of the State University of New York at Albany has made numerous translations from the French and undertaken a complete overhaul and updating of the bibliography that now gives priority of place to works in English. I hope that in its new form this book will better serve the needs of both non-specialist and specialist readers alike. The spirit that inspired the first publication of this book remains. As the first note in the introduction states, it aims to bring out the links between the different aspects of China's evolution, society, political system, economy, relations of the Chinese with the other civilizations of Eurasia, technology, intellectual life, and so on. But it aims also to stress the significant changes that China has undergone in its long history. I would like in particular to express my gratitude to Professor Charles Hartman for his valuable assistance and to the devoted staff of the North American branch of Cambridge University Press. Jacques Gernet. 1996. Translator's Preface. I should particularly like to thank the author for his ready cooperation and help in preparing this translation. My thanks are also due to Professor D.C. Twitchhead, who put me on the right lines in the matter of converting the pinyin romanization of Chinese into Wade Giles, to my secretary, Frau Leni Chuan, who retyped some rather tricky parts of the manuscript, and to the publisher's editor, Mrs. A. Turnbull, who made a number of useful suggestions. For the deficiencies that doubtless remain I am solely responsible. As I have already implied, in spite of the Chinese government's recently expressed preference for pinyin, Chinese names have on the whole been transliterated according to the Waite-Giles system. However, where a traditional, anglicized form of a Chinese name exists, I have used that. I doubt whether I have succeeded in being entirely consistent in following this dual system, and I therefore beg the reader's indulgence for any discrepancies in this thorny field of nomenclature. J.R. Foster IQSI. During the days when I did not see you, he said, I have read a great deal, in particular a Chinese novel with which I am still occupied and which seems to me very remarkable. A Chinese novel, I said, that must be rather curious. Not as curious as one might be tempted to think, replied Gernet. These people think and feel much as we do, and one soon realizes that one is like them. But, I said, perhaps this Chinese novel is a rather exceptional one. Not at all, said Gernet, the Chinese have thousands of the kind, and they even had a certain number of them already when our forebears were still living in the woods. Gernet's Conversations with Eckermann. Wednesday, January 31, 1827. The object of this book, or rather its ambition, is to serve as an introduction to the history of the Chinese world, to depict the various stages in the development of this world, its successive experiences, the contributions, from every part of the globe which have enriched it down the centuries, the influence which it has exerted, and its contribution to world history. The present state of China is the product and culminating point of a long history. And just as one could not claim to know the countries of Europe if one were totally ignorant of all the factors that have contributed to their formation since the Renaissance, the Middle Ages, and Antiquity, so one cannot form any real conception of what China is today if one strips it of its tremendous historical dimension. The importance of China is not confined to the number of its inhabitants and to the power, still largely untapped, of this nation of over 1 billion people. It is of a more general nature and proceeds quite as much from the past as from the present. Chinese civilization was the guiding spirit of a very large section of humanity, giving it its writing, its technology, its conceptions of man and of the world, its religions and its political institutions. The land of China itself, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam all form part of the same cultural community. But China's influence radiated far beyond that. It made itself felt among the Turkish, Mongol, and Tungus peoples of Mongolia and the Altai, in Central Asia, in Tibet, and in all Southeast Asia. It also impinged on more distant countries. The West, which has borrowed from China right down to our day without realizing it, is far from recognizing its sizable debt to her, but for which we ourselves would not be what we are. Note: account had to be taken of the paucity of standard textbooks and of the elementary level of such knowledge of China as exists, not to mention misconceptions and prejudices. Hence the need to proceed step by step, putting the facts in their historical context and trying to bring out the links between the different aspects of China's evolution, society, political systems, economy, relations of the Chinese world with the other cultures of East Asia and the other civilizations of Eurasia, technology, intellectual life, and so on. To achieve such a synthesis is an arduous task, and the present book can be only an attempt to do so, for although the sum total of the studies devoted by Chinese, Japanese, and Western scholars to the history of the Chinese world and of Chinese civilization cannot be compared with the immense labors accomplished in acquiring our present knowledge of classical antiquity and of the countries of Europe, the works that do exist are nevertheless already too numerous for any one person to know and draw upon. Gaps, imperfections, and errors are inevitable when it comes to embracing so rich and varied a range of events extending over 3.5 millennia. Besides this handicap, there are difficulties of a different sort. Anyone trying to familiarize himself with the countries of the Far East is bound to lack a whole fund of elementary knowledge which comes as much from the unconscious apprenticeship of daily life as from education in the technical sense of the term. Although a third of humanity lives in this part of the world, and although in the shrunken globe of today these people are now our neighbors, our culture remains resolutely Western. It requires a considerable effort of the imagination to adopt a point of view from which Europe appears simply as an appendage of the Eurasian continent and its history as a particular aspect of the history of Eurasia. Lands and peoples. The history of the Chinese world involves a vast and far from homogeneous geographical area extending from Siberia to the equator and from the shores of the Pacific to the heart of the Eurasian continent. These immense spaces display a wide range of differing geographical conditions, and some familiarity with them is essential to an understanding of Chinese history. However, we shall confine ourselves here to recalling the essential points: the massive character of the continent as a whole, emphasized to the southwest by the tremendous complex of very high mountains and high plateaus formed by the folds of the Himalayas, stretching in an arc from the Hindu Kush to the Indo-Chinese peninsula, the great zone of steppe, interrupted by deserts, which covers the area between the Siberian forests and the cultivated regions of North China, the existence of fertile plains formed by the alluvial 3. Deposits of the great rivers, the enormous length of coastline from the mouth of the Amur to the Malay Peninsula, and the existence of an uninterrupted chain of large and small islands from the Japanese archipelago to the more extensive range of big Indonesian islands. Climatic conditions add to this diversity. The eastern and southern regions are subject to the alternating influences of the monsoon, while the interior of Asia has a dry, continental climate. The effects of differing latitude are no less important. China is as much a country of Siberian cold and harsh winters as one of damp, heavy tropical heat. The peoples who inhabit these regions are extremely diverse, and they all have their own modes of life, their own individual cultures and languages. The linguistic differences are probably those that spring to mind first. The languages spoken in the Far East and the People's Republic of China belong to 5 different linguistic groups, the geographical distribution of which is relatively clear, except in South China and the Indo-Chinese peninsula, where the linguistic situation is an extremely tangled one. One from Siberia to those regions of North China where a population of Chinese language and culture is in the majority, we find peoples who have overflowed from Central Asia and beyond, and whose languages belong to the Turkish, Mongolian, and Tungus groups. 2. Korean and Japanese, radically different linguistically from Chinese and the languages related to it, constitute a separate group, although they both seem to have some affinities with the Turkish, Mongolian, and Tungus languages. 3. The peoples speaking Sino-Tibetan languages occupy all the high mountains and high plateaus of the Himalayas, the countries of the Indo-Chinese peninsula and China proper, the China of the 21 provinces extending from the valley of the Amur and 4. Mongolia to the frontiers of Burma, Laos, and Vietnam. Because of the number of individuals who speak them, the Chinese dialects naturally form the dominating linguistic group in this vast, diverse complex. 4. The Hmong Khmer languages, spoken by a few small minorities in southwest China, are much more in evidence in the Indo-Chinese peninsula. 5. Finally, further south, Malaya and the Big Islands of Southeast Asia are the domain of the languages known as Malayo-Polynesian, a domain which in fact extends eastwards to Melanesia, northward to the island of Taiwan and westward to Madagascar. The distribution of the various groups of languages in the Far East preserves the memory of a long history of which it represents the culminating point. It is hardly possible to know what the situation was like in the far distant past, but we are familiar with the broad lines of its evolution. Since the beginning of the first millennium BC, the languages, in their archaic, ancient, or modern forms, have spread from the valley of the Yellow River to the basin of the Yangtze, then towards South China and Northeast Asia. The Thai, Tibeto-Burmese, and Hmong Khmer languages have moved and spread from the valley of the Yangtze and the Sino-Tibetan borders towards South China and the Indo-Chinese peninsula, and the Malayo-Polynesian languages have spread out from the coasts of southern China towards Southeast Asia and beyond. Finally, a number of Indo-European languages which were represented in the oases of Central Asia during most of history have completely disappeared from them in our day. The Han Chinese. In the vast geographical and human complex of the Far East, the peoples of Chinese language and culture, the Han Chinese, today form the most important group. Their field of expansion extends over nearly 15 million square kilometers, from Siberia to Timor and from Mindanao to the heart of the Eurasian continent. The distance from Singapore, a city which is 3/4 Chinese, to the valley of the Amur is the same as 5. That from Dublin to the western frontier of the People's Republic of China. These people amount in all to more than 1 billion human beings. They are the majority in the 22 provinces that form China proper, but they continue to expand beyond the borders of these provinces and occupy a continuous geographical area of about 4,600,000 square kilometers, an area as large as Europe up to the frontier of the USSR. These 22 provinces, to which constant reference will be made in this book, cover on average areas ranging between that of the United Kingdom and that of Greece. In 1975 the density of their populations was roughly comparable with that of European countries. At that time the only province that was more thickly populated than the Netherlands was Jiangsu. However, there is also an overseas China consisting of the large Chinese communities which have established themselves in most of the countries of Southeast Asia. These communities are very numerous in Malaysia, where they form more than 1/3 of the population, in Sarawak and in Thailand, and they are also far from negligible in Vietnam, Cambodia, Java, and the Philippines. Singapore, Penang, and Malacca in Malaysia, and Kolan in Vietnam are Chinese cities far from forming a homogeneous whole. The various peoples of Chinese language and culture differ in traditions, customs, ethnic composition, and the dialects they speak. The absence in China of national boundaries, which in Europe enable us to distinguish so clearly between Frenchmen, Spaniards, Italians, and Romanians, conceals a diversity that is the product of history and that was once no doubt more marked than it is today, when education and relatively easy communications are tending to blot out the original character of the different regions. But the history of the Han settlement of China and the ethnographical charting of the different peoples of Chinese language and culture would be an immense task. It should be noted for the record that there are also Chinese communities in India, Madagascar, South Africa, Europe, and both North and South America, which has never yet been tackled in a systematic fashion and for which documentation would often be lacking. Although they are called dialects, a term which for us suggests the form assumed by a national language in a limited region, the principal Chinese dialects are spoken by millions of individuals. They differ from each other just as markedly as European languages belonging to the same linguistic group, and in reality they each form complexes within which we meet important variations. It should be noted, however, that there is one relatively homogeneous block, that of the northern dialects, spoken in 1953 by 387 million people and consisting of 3 distinct groups. The relative uniformity of these dialects is explained by the mingling of peoples which occurred in the course of history in all the regions between Mongolia and the basin of the Yangtze, and also by the mainly recent settlement of the northeastern provinces and the southwestern ones. On the other hand, the diversity of the southern and southeastern dialects, and also the archaic character of several of them, bears witness to the relative stability of the peoples established in these regions. These features are also explained by the successive waves of colonization which carried the Han population there from the end of ancient times onwards. Like the peoples of Europe, those of China are the product of the constant intermingling of races caused by wars, invasions, colonization, transfers of population, and contacts between neighbors. Turkish, Mongol, Tungus, Korean, Tibeto-Burman, Thai, Miao, Yao, and Hmong Khmer strains have all contributed to the formation of the Han peoples. Sometimes even more distant peoples from the borders of India, Iran, and Southeast Asia have added their share. The ethnic composition of North China has been constantly renewed in the course of history by the contributions of Altaic-speaking peoples from the steppes and northern Manchuria, and that of the western provinces by intermarriage with the mountaineers of the Himalaya and the Tibetan Plateau, and with the semi-nomadic inhabitants of Qinghai. Ethnic intermixture has been just as important in South China, where colonization has gone on for more than 2 millennia down to our own day. In the whole of the southwest there are still very numerous non-Han elements. Non-Han minorities. While the Han Chinese form the vast majority of the population of the People's Republic of China, Chinese citizens belonging to other nationalities nevertheless amounted in 1957 to between 42 and 45 million people. More than 50 of these nationalities are officially recognized and enjoy a certain degree of political autonomy. Thus it becomes clear not only that the Han peoples are far from forming the homogeneous bloc that one might imagine a priori, but that in certain provinces the ethnic diversity is extreme. Racial groups speaking Malayo-Polynesian tongues also exist in the north and east of the island of Taiwan. These non-Han peoples form the last remnants of a history marked by the constant progress of the peoples of Chinese language and culture, and by the triumph of a mode of life and culture which has been changed, enriched, and diversified by its conquests and by its contacts with more distant civilizations. Racial intermixture, borrowing from other peoples, assimilation for example. Some Han Chinese adopted the mode of life of nomadic shepherds, others that of the Aborigines of South China, while on the other hand certain racial groups in the southern provinces are now scarcely distinguishable from the Chinese lead us to emphasize the capital importance, from a historical point of view, of modes of life and of cultures. Modes of life and cultures. The linguistic situation in East Asia and the People's Republic of China, in which all the linguistic groups of this part of the world are represented, itself reveals the complexity of the population, but other factors make it possible to put into sharper focus the nature of human life in the Far East. In one form or another gathering, hunting, and fishing, livestock rearing and agriculture are the basic activities of humanity, since men have first of all to feed themselves. Complemented by predatory and commercial activities, these means of life are closely connected with the culture for which they have served as a basis. Thus modes of life. 2. Provide the foundation for any general interpretation of history. The basic facts are geographical. It is geography that forms this or that mode of life and defines its limits. Above a certain altitude and outside certain climatic conditions, wheat gives place to barley and millet. The vast grasslands of Mongolia are more propitious to cattle rearing than to agriculture. Wet rice cultivation is best carried out in the irrigated plains of the tropical and subtropical regions. But we must not let ourselves be carried away by a sort of geographical determinism. By means of terraced fields, wet rice cultivation can climb the hills and, thanks to irrigation, take over arid zones. Northern China and southern Mongolia lend themselves as well to agriculture as to the raising of cattle, sheep, and horses. The latitude thus granted to modes of life accounts for their advance and retreat as well as their coexistence, phenomena which have had great historical importance and partly explain the contacts and borrowings between different cultures. But this deep-rooted tendency of human societies to extend the modes of life to which they are attached beyond their natural limits, this relative freedom which geographical conditions permit human activity, are not in contradiction with a general distribution of modes of life and consequently of types of culture and civilization. In the huge geographical area of East Asia, 4 big groups of cultures, linked to specific modes of life, can be discerned. 1. That of sedentary peoples with a highly developed agriculture which forms their predominant activity. It is to this kind of culture that the peoples of Chinese civilization and all those that have undergone their influence belong. 2. That of the nomadic cattle raisers of the grasslands and desert regions which extend from the Siberian taiga to the agricultural lands of northern China, and from Manchuria to the lower basin of the Volga. 3. That of the mountain peoples of the huge Himalayan Tibetan complex and its borderlands, who practice both livestock raising and agriculture. 4. That of the mixed cultures of the tropical zone which combine hunting and cattle rearing with more or less primitive forms of agriculture. These cultures, once highly developed, are now in process of disappearing. For the sake of completeness we should add to these 4 big groups that of the sedentary trading peoples of the Central Asian oases. The sedentary peoples with a highly developed agriculture forming their predominant activity. As in other parts of the world, it is the most highly developed forms of agriculture that have allowed the biggest growths of populations, the building up of substantial reserves, and the formation of organized states. That is how the great civilizations began. However, in this group, which has spread over all the plains, valleys, and fertile high plateaus of East Asia, winning over to its mode of life peoples living in analogous geographical conditions. Two different kinds of agriculture can be distinguished. One, a dry agriculture, which goes back to Neolithic times and grows by way of cereals, barley, wheat, and various different species of millet. Irrigation has occasionally been practiced in the dry zone corresponding with northern China and has made it possible to increase both yields and the regularity of harvests. In spite of the predominance of agriculture in these regions, the rearing of livestock was relatively important early on and long retained a far from negligible place. But unlike the nomads and mountain peoples, the sedentary agriculturalists did not care for drinking milk and progressively reduced the proportion of meat in their diet. 2. The wet cultivation of rice, which developed only very slowly in the course of the first 10 centuries of our era and was not in full swing until the end of this period. This is an agricultural technique which probably originated simultaneously in several different places but was to prove a great success, spreading to all the warm, damp regions where irrigation was possible. The development of rice growing represents a new stage in the history of the peoples of East Asia. It gave a sort of second wind to the civilizations of this part of the world from the 7th to 10th centuries onwards. The history of the highly developed forms of agriculture in the Far East is in any case rich and complex. It is marked by a whole series of advances and transformations. Not only have the techniques of rice growing been perfected, but the selection of species, the introduction of sorghum in the 13th century and of American plants from the 16th century onwards have been causing radical changes for 1,000 years. The nomadic livestock raisers of the steppe zone. These speakers of Proto-Altaic and Altaic languages played a vital part in the history of the Chinese world and exerted a profound influence on its civilization. Their main characteristics are: 1. The mobility of the dwellings, of the herds, and other property. The moves between summer pastures in the plains and winter pastures in sheltered valleys seldom exceed 100 miles. But in case of need, pastoral tribes can undertake long journeys and in general do so when threatened by more powerful tribes. 2. A mode of life which is a permanent training for war. 3. An economy in which animal products suffice for essential needs. Raiding, the gifts of sedentary peoples, and trade made it possible to add certain complements to this economy: metals, cereals, silks, luxury objects, tea from the 10th century onwards. The object of raids is to obtain a complementary ration of cereals in winter, but also very often to force sedentary peoples to open markets. Yet nomadic livestock raisers are not ignorant of the cultivation of barley, corn, and millet, and in certain periods they practiced metallurgy. Furthermore, the presence of sedentary peoples, agriculturalists and artisans, among nomads is a constant factor in history. 4. The important intermediary role played by the peoples of the steppe between free hunters of the Siberian forests, sedentary Pro-13. Duchairs of cloths and metals, mountain peoples of the Himalayan complex, sedentary traders of the chain of oases which runs from northwestern China to Transoxiana, and the peoples of the Middle East and Eastern Europe. The expansion of the steppe peoples extended to all these regions. 5. A tribal society founded on the subordination of the weak tribes to the powerful tribes and on the opposition between an aristocracy that owns the herds and groups of slaves or serfs. 6. The unstable character of the federations of tribes and the political units, in which it should be noted that the power of the elected chief is limited by assemblies of warriors on horseback and under arms. The contacts and commercial relations with sedentary peoples are at the root of economic and social borrowings and changes which at first tend to strengthen the political organization of the steppe societies and to enrich them, but in the long run cause tensions and internal ruptures as a result of the sedentarization of part of the tribes or of their aristocracy. The mountain peoples of the Himalayan complex and its borderlands. The area of occupation of the mountaineers extends to about 4 million square kilometers and its population could be estimated in 1957 at 3 or 4 million people. A cereal agriculture, with poor but hardy cereals, is combined with the raising of cattle, yaks, horses, sheep, and goats. Cattle raising on the grand scale, like that of the herdsmen of the steppe zone, is not unknown on the high plateaus of Tibet and Xingai, but mountain rearing, with the animals moved to stables in winter, predominates in the hilly regions. The diversity of the natural conditions explains the specialization of the livestock raisers and agriculturalists, or the combination of livestock rearing and agriculture by the same peoples. The black tents of the livestock raisers contrast with the stone, flat-roofed houses of the cultivators, which are sometimes built in the shape of towers with several stories. Warlike in their habits, the mountain peoples of the Himalayan complex used to raid caravans and make incursions into the lands of settled agriculturalists. In the course of history they have overflowed towards the east, into the present provinces of Gansu, Sichuan, and Shenzi, as well as towards the north, into the Oasis Zone. The mixed cultures of South China and Southeast Asia. These cultures, which are today in retreat, once extended over a wide area up to the valley of the Yangtze and in Southeast Asia. They combined gathering, hunting, livestock raising, forms of agriculture less developed than those of the Han Chinese, and coastal and river fishing. Their gradual withdrawal towards the mountainous regions before the rice cultivators of the plains and their general retreat towards the south make the reconstruction of past ages difficult. In adapting themselves to more difficult natural conditions, some groups have had to modify their mode of life and to change over to a form of shifting agriculture very anciently attested in the Far East and still practiced today by a whole group of ethnic minorities of South China and the Indo-Chinese peninsula, Yao and Miao of Guangxi, Guangdong, Quechao and Yunnan, Miao or Hmong of northern Vietnam, Li of the mountainous regions of the island of Hainan. This rudimentary agriculture proceeds by burning brushwood or forest and involves moving villages as the land becomes exhausted after 4 or 5 years. It grows tubers sown with the digging stick, dry cereals, mountain rice and, for the last few centuries, maize. Some of these ancient peoples, especially those who lived by the sea and made fishing their principal activity, have disappeared or merged with sedentary peoples with a more highly developed agriculture, who have adopted their maritime techniques. Some groups changed over to irrigated rice growing, such is the case with the substantial Thai minority of southwest China, the Chuang, who in 1957 numbered 7.8 million, with the Shans of Burma, the Thais of Vietnam, and founded organized states in the deltas of the big rivers of the Indo-Chinese peninsula. The history of these peoples, who were acquainted with writing, is relatively well known and makes it possible to follow their migrations from the Sino-Tibetan borders and South China towards the more southerly regions. 15. Although historical evolution brought the extension of irrigated rice growing from the valley of the Yangtze right to Java, and thus profoundly modified the original situation, South China remains closely connected historically by its peoples, its languages, and its ancient cultures to Southeast Asia. The same ethnic minorities Tibeto-Burman, Thai, Miao, Yao, and Hmong Khmer are found both in South-Earn China and in the mountainous regions of the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Certain characteristics of these peoples of different cultures, characteristics known through the written sources and archaeology, have persisted until our day: shifting agriculture, dwellings on piles, buffalo rearing, the preparation of fermented fish as seasoning, use of betel, use of the mouth organ and of the bronze drum, myths of the creation of the various races and of the deluge, cult of serpents and dragons, of the dog and the tiger, shamanism, and so on. Some of these cultural characteristics are even very widespread among the most highly developed people of South China and the Indo-Chinese peninsula. The sedentary cultures and the traders of the Central Asian oases. There is a continuous chain of oases linking western Gansu to the basins of the Sir Darya and the Amu Darya on each side of the Taklamakan Desert and on the far side of the Pamirs, Chu Chtien, and Shi, Hami, Turfan, Kuka, Aksu to the north, Tunhuang, Charklik, Naya, Khotan, Yarkand to the south, Kashgar, Kakand, Tashkent, Samarkand, Bokhara. Peopled by sedentary agriculturalists and traders, these oases were the meeting places of all the peoples of Asia, Indo-European speakers, Altaic speakers and Sino-Tibetan speakers. The diversity of the paper manuscripts of the 5th to 10th centuries found in 1900 near the town of Tunhuang, in the extreme west of Gansu, reveals the cosmopolitan character of the population of these oases, control of which was continually disputed all through history by the Chinese, the nomads of the steppe, the mountain peoples of the Himalayan complex, and the empires established beyond the Pamirs. Alongside the mass of Chinese manuscripts we find a number of texts in Tibetan and also documents in Uyghur Turkish, Sogdian, Tangut, Khotanese, and Kutchian, Sanskrit and Prakrit. Once very busy, these oases were one of the principal paths for the introduction into the Far East of the influence of Iranian, Indian, Near Eastern, and Mediterranean peoples. The main routes of the Eurasian continent. Finally, an important place must be given to the influence of distant civilizations. The Far East in general and the Chinese world in particular were in contact throughout their history with the western and southern parts of the Eurasian continent. These contacts pose three series of closely connected problems: that of the great commercial currents, maritime and caravan traffic, that of the great military expansions and of diplomatic relations, and that of the spread of the great religions and of pilgrimages. It was not the same routes that were most frequented in every age, and consequently it was not the same parts of the world that were in contact with the different regions of the Far East. The oasis routes played a major role from the end of Chinese antiquity to the 9th century AP. The steppe routes, further to the north, linked Mongolia and North China closely to Europe and the countries of the Middle East in the 13th and 14th centuries. The various periods of maritime expansion: Indo-Iranian from the 2nd to the 8th century, Islamic from the 8th to the 14th, Chinese from the 11th to the 15th, European from the beginning of the 16th century onwards, also had very important consequences for the history of the civilizations of Eurasia. The commercial centers situated at the ends of the main routes across the Eurasian continent and on the borders of the Chinese world were frequented by merchants, embassies, and missionaries from the lands of Central Asia, from India, and from the Middle East. In the same way, the ports on the Chinese coast were the meeting places of sailors and merchants from the most varied regions: Koreans and people from Liaodong on the coasts of Shantung and Kiangsu, Japanese in Zhejiang, people from Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, Westerners in Guangdong and Fujian. The length of the journeys involved and the annual rhythm of the monsoons explain 17. Why foreign colonies, hubs radiating influences from distant lands, grew up in these parts and in the urban centers on the great commercial axis of the Chinese world. The big Chinese cities, especially the capitals, have always been in every age cosmopolitan cities. But conversely, Chinese armies, embassies, pilgrims, merchants, and craftsmen visited almost every region of Asia. A schematic typology of the modes of life and cultures of the Far East, with a reminder of the outside influences that have been involved, makes it possible to understand the complexity and richness of human life in this part of the world. Like the provinces of Europe, every region of China proper and the neighboring countries has its own history, which is that of its population, and of the political entities of which it has formed part down the centuries, and of the influences which it has received from the aboriginal inhabitants and from neighboring or distant peoples. Languages, customs, and traditions, and human types everywhere preserve the memory of a past that goes back to more or less ancient epochs. The Chinese world, more than any other, has been in contact and maintained permanent relations with peoples whose modes of life and culture were very different from its own. Similarly, the civilizations from which it has received contributions were profoundly alien to it by their very nature. Because of the very different elements which have shared in its foundation and in the course of time enriched and transformed it, Chinese civilization has been, like the other great civilizations of history, a perpetual creation. Outline of the historical evolution of the Chinese world. The fundamental difference between the history of China and that of the Western countries, from antiquity until our day, is a difference of analytical precision. It is not that the materials are lacking, they are so rich and plentiful that their exploitation has scarcely begun. But while the history of France or Italy in the 16th century, for example, is known year by year and the study of the historical changes which took place in that century has been carried as far as it can be taken, that of China is so poorly known in the West that people very often still refer to long periods of 3 or 4 centuries. Thus the Ming period is sometimes alluded to as a homogeneous whole in which it is only possible to pick out a few important events. But the history of this period, year by year and region by region, still remains to be discovered, for China of the Ming period, from the tropics to Siberia, covered an area 10 times that of France. Until the development of medieval studies it was believed that our Middle Ages had been a period of darkness and stagnation, but the labors of historians have revealed a rich and complex evolution and have given life, color, and movement to what seemed dead. The history of China is like our own unexplored Middle Ages, and the repeated accusations of stagnation, periodical return to a previous condition, and permanence of the same social structures and the same political ideology are so many value judgments on a history that is still unknown. No doubt the considerable amount of work devoted to it since the beginning of the 20th century in China, Japan, and the Western countries has rendered possible great progress in our knowledge. Nevertheless, even if there could be no question of going into details as small as those available for the history of the West, we are still far from attaining a level of analysis sufficient to enable us to think of comparing the evolution of the Chinese world with that of Europe. However, it is possible to distinguish in the course of this evolution forms of socio-political organizations that were very different. For example, the religious, warrior monarchy of archaic times has nothing in common with the Central East Empire, administered by paid civil servants subject to dismissal, which was established at the end of the 3rd century before our era. The society of the 10th to 7th centuries BC, with its numerous principalities, whose chiefs were assisted by high dignitaries drawn from noble families, and its hierarchy of family cults, is something quite original. But the changes that took place in the Central East state from the time of its creation onwards were more important than is generally supposed, for they are masked by the uniformity of the vocabulary. The establishment, in the empires of the Yangtze Valley between the 2nd and 6th centuries, of an endogamous aristocracy with manners and dependants, which imposed its authority on the central power, is a phenomenon without parallel in any other epoch or any other region of China. The political system of the early Sung period, with its party struggles in civil service circles, and the authoritarian empire created at the end of the 14th century by the first Ming emperor are worlds apart. Thus it is quite false to see the elimination of the Sino-Manchu dynasty in 1912 as the end of a 2,000-year-old political system. Although there were always emperors and dynastic lines between the first one of all, Shi Huangti of the Chin, and the last, the Manchu Pui, who came to the throne when still a child under the reign name of Stiantiong, there were also profound differences between one epoch and another, differences connected with the organization of the state and the social groups who often held the real power. It is a grave error of method to try to characterize the Chinese imperial system as a whole and throughout its existence, for political systems are living organisms which continually adapt themselves to social and economic changes except for the brief periods when they are in contradiction with them. The distinction which we are accustomed to make between monarchy and democracy is too absolute. Just as history does not present any models of pure democracy, so the monarchical institutions of the Chinese world were very far from excluding any moderating mechanism and any form of popular expression. The exploitation of the weakest, arbitrary behavior and violence are not inventions of the Chinese world and, when all is said and done, no more justice and humanity are to be found among the other peoples of history. It is possible to paint the social and political history of China in the darkest colors, but the same enterprise would be just as easy in the case of Europe. A general framework will help to crystallize our ideas about the successive changes in the political forms of the Chinese world from the remotest antiquity down to our day. Antiquity CR 800 Gu. This is the epoch of a palace civilization of which the Middle East * provides analogous examples during the same period. The king, leading member of the noble class whose exclusive activities are making sacrifices and waging war, is head of the armies and chief priest. All activities are dependent on the royal palace, which vaguely assumes functions which are simultaneously political, religious, military, and economic. See Gu 500. A system of aristocratic cities, sometimes allies, sometimes rivals, replaces this form of archaic royalty. The leaders of the principalities are united among themselves, within a hierarchy based on kinship and privileges in the field of worship, by family, religious, political, military, and economic ties. But the system declines at the end of this period simultaneously with the establishment of big kingdoms which come into conflict with each other. C. 500 to 220. This crisis in the aristocratic society was resolved by the development of monarchical institutions and ended in the creation of a type of centralist state which leaned directly, thanks to the suppression of the chiefs and the elimination of the upper ranks of the nobility, on the peasantry, a source of economic and military power. To the first unified state, its decline, and the Middle Ages 220 B.C.-190 AD. This kind of state was extended by the general conquest of all the former kingdoms. But it evolved fairly rapidly. The centralization of power favored the palace at the expense of the civil service, and this provoked two successive crises, the second of which ended in complete political anarchy. 1G 0310. The leaders of independent armies which contended for power ended by sharing all the Chinese lands, North China, the Lower Yangtze and Sichuan. A military dictatorship was set up in North China but came up against the growing power of the rich landed families with autarkic estates and dependants, the development of which went back to the 1st and 2nd centuries. 310 to 590. The non-Chinese peoples who had been settling in North China since the beginning of the Christian era founded kingdoms with institutions which were a mixture of the governmental and military traditions of the Chinese world and those of the nomads of the steppe or those of the mountain dwellers of the Sino-Tibetan borders. However, in the valley of the Yangtze the big landed families with manors and dependants gradually began to form an endogamous aristocracy which dominated the fairly weak central power. Becoming more and more Sinicized and leaning on a military aristocracy of mixed blood, the kingdoms and empires of the north finally gave birth to a unified empire which seemed in its early stages like a prolongation of these kingdoms and empires. 590 to 755. The Sino-Barbarian autocracy which was dominant at the start of the new empire came into conflict with a new class of civil servant created to reinforce the administrative framework of the state. The system of allotment of land to the peasantry and of supervision of landed properties which had persisted in North China since the formation of the centralist state was in decline and was to be replaced, at the end of the 8th century, by a system of taxes on harvests. Rights over men and their work were replaced by rights over cultivated lands. In a similar fashion, conscription for a specified period was soon to give way to permanent mercenary forces. 755 G60. The warlike aristocracy which had reunited the Chinese lands was eliminated simultaneously with the new class of civil servants which had grown up in the course of the preceding period. Military adventurers enrolled armies of mercenaries and divided the Chinese lands between them. To the Mandarinal state and its restoration after the Mongol occupation G60 1280. Reunification was the work of one of these army leaders. But the need for an administrative apparatus and the upsurge of the state's economy caused the rapid development of the civil service and the perfecting of the political and administrative machinery. The rapid reproduction of writing through printing 5 centuries before Europe favored the spread of education and the growth of a lettered class that came to dominate Chinese political life until the present century. Put aside under the Mongols, this class consequently often entered into conflict with the central power. 1280 to 1370. Big non-Chinese empires which borrowed their institutions from China had come into being on the northern borders during the course of the previous period. They were eliminated from the beginning of the 13th century onwards by the growing power of the Mongols, whose authoritarian and feudal regime presents special characteristics and rested on largely non-Chinese personnel. This regime was extended by the conquest of the whole of China at the end of the 13th century, but it was swept away by popular uprisings which began in the middle of the following century. 1370 to 1520. The empire which grew out of the popular revolts of the end of the Mongol period displayed from the start very strong autocratic tendencies. The central power distrusted its own agents and supervised them by means of a secret police. 1520 to 1650. Tension grew sharper as the result of a new economic and intellectual upsurge. The contradiction between the rigidity of the political institutions and the profound social and economic changes of the 16th century caused from about 1600 onwards a serious social and political crisis which was soon followed by insurrections of mercenaries and peasants. For the Manchu Empire 1650 to 1800. Sinicized peoples who had taken possession of the northeastern territories in the course of the first half of the 17th century took advantage of the anarchy prevailing in China to overcome the old Chinese governing classes and take their place. The military and feudal regime established immediately after the invasion was progressively relaxed as the new rulers adopted in all essentials the institutions of the preceding dynasty, seeking at the same time to win over the old scholarly classes. Through the collaboration of these classes the new dynasty was enabled to avoid the dangerous tensions which had arisen in the first half of the 17th century. An unprecedented prosperity contributed to social peace. 1800 to 1900. But a financial crisis, the development of corruption, and an economic recession caused the situation to worsen from 23. About 1800 onwards. This deterioration, which continued during the first half of the 19th century, ended in a fearsome social explosion between 1850 and 1870. In the last 30 years of the 19th century the economic and military pressure of the Western nations, soon to be joined by Japan, caused the decomposition of the state and society, the collapse of the economy, and the loss of national independence. V. Contemporary China 1900 to 1950. New political currents appeared, the most important of them represented by the commercial middle class which had grown up as a result of the foreign settlements in the big ports and in Southeast Asia. But real power lay in the hands of leaders of new armies supported by the foreign powers. This long crisis was partially resolved by the creation of a military dictatorship which was to be finally swept away through the development of peasant militias, whose leaders founded in 1949 the People's Republic of China. 1950 to 1993. The new regime, modeled on that of the Soviet Union, restored the economy and committed itself to a radical transformation of society. This pace quickened with the great leap forward inspired by the utopian ideas of Mao Zedong. Natural catastrophes during 1960-1 and the break with the USSR forced a return to realism and practicality until the terrible Cultural Revolution of 1966-70, whose disastrous consequences began slowly to attenuate only after the death of Mao Zedong in 1976. The tragedy at Tiananmen Square in 1989 cruelly disappointed hopes, born from a moderate liberalization of the economy, for a democratization of the political system. Finally, although the form of the central government remains unchanged, the development at the end of the 1980s of the maritime provinces, a consequence of the massive injection of capital from the wealthy countries of East Asia, and the rapid increase in speed of the economic take-off at the beginning of the 1990s seemed to portend profound changes and turmoil. This much simplified outline of the political history of the Chinese world does not take account of other important aspects of its evolution, for example, the expansion of peoples of Chinese language and culture, the enlargement of the political units, periods of military expansion and colonization. The little Chinese cities of remote antiquity were only enclaves in the midst of vast extents of uncultivated land and did not extend beyond the limits of the lower basin of the Yellow River. The exploitation of the plains of North China dates only from the 4th to 1st centuries BC. The colonization of the southern provinces was a long-lasting affair which began at the end of the 3rd century BC. The warlike China of the 6th to 8th centuries AD turned towards Central Asia and succeeded in extending its authority to the regions beyond the Pamirs, while China of the 12th and 13th centuries was a maritime, trading land threatened by the advance of the empires of the steppe. The Sino-Manchu Empire, which in the 18th century dominated the major part of China, attached more importance to continental problems than to the very active commerce which occupied its maritime provinces in the south and southeast. Nor does this outline take account of the successive advances in technology which were always followed by fresh increases in population. In ancient times the population of the Chinese lands was doubtless only a few million. The great advances in technology of the 4th to 2nd centuries BC were probably responsible for the clear increase in population revealed by the first census known to us, which gives a figure of 57 million in AD 2. The second great period of technical innovation lies between the 8th and 11th centuries AP and brought a new demographic upsurge. Between the 11th and 15th centuries the population expanded to more than 100 million. Finally, the introduction of American plants and the progress made in certain branches of technology from the beginning of the 16th century onwards made possible the biggest increases in history between that century and about 1830. More recent developments date from our own day and run parallel to those in other parts of the world. If the history of ideas, of religions, and of literature occupies a place in this book, it is not as an appendix to a political, economic, and social history which would be self-sufficient on its own, but because these two kinds of history really form one and the distinct 25. Shin often made between them is an artificial one. It was important to show or remind the reader that the Chinese world has an intellectual history, that is, that in all the domains of knowledge and thought there has been that accumulation of successive experiences, that process of assimilation of the new to the old, of deepening and development which is characteristic of all history. It is necessary to emphasize the specific orientation, the originality of Chinese intellectual traditions, and at the same time the influence of the contributions from abroad which link China to the rest of the world and account for the very general parallelism of developments. It is difficult not to be struck by the analogies which ally the great impulse of Buddhist fervor in China to that of medieval Christianity and the distant affinities which unite the great Chinese thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries to the philosophers of the century of the Enlightenment in Europe. Thus what the West has been able to contribute to China in recent times is not so radically new as the man in the street tends to imagine. Mathematics, moral and political philosophy, sociology, historical and textual criticism all developed there in the course of a long history, and China found herself, in many domains, on a level with the West when the latter discovered her. The general characteristics of Chinese civilization. Chinese civilization seems to be tied to a brand of highly developed agriculture which confined itself almost exclusively to the plains and valleys. Mountains are scarcely utilized in Chinese or Sinicized lands and remain the realm of different types of population. Moreover, the rearing of grazing animals is limited to essential needs in the way of draft and pack animals. While in India, in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean basin, and in Europe the grazing animal, the ox, the horse, the camel, the sheep, and the goat plays a major role in the economy and in people's conceptions, and while in all these regions agriculture and livestock raising are closely associated with each other, the Far East is the only part of the world where there is such a sharp division between livestock raisers and tillers of the soil. This antithesis, which alone would suffice to indicate the originality of the Far East and which has had extremely important consequences, is doubtless the expression of one of those choices which are proper to civilization, but it was also formed by geography. The great stock farming regions lie to the northwest and north of the big fertile plains of the Yellow River Basin. Modern writers have insisted on the predominance of an agricultural economy in Chinese lands. But it looks as if a recent exceptional state of affairs led them to emphasize too exclusively the rural character of the Chinese world and to draw general conclusions from it. It was in fact a severe economic recession that caused China to become in the first half of the 20th century an unorganized conglomeration of village communities which lived with some difficulty on the resources of agriculture alone. In the eyes of the other peoples of the Far East and in those of the rest of the world, China was distinguished until a quite recent period by other characteristics than the agricultural foundation of her economy. One of her most outstanding merits is to have developed, in the course of a long process of evolution, complex forms of political organization which were the most highly perfected in the history of human societies. It is in fact astonishing and remarkable that it should have been possible to extend a unified administrative system so early to a world as vast as Europe and containing human beings of comparable diversity. One has only to think of Mirabeau's description of pre-1789 France, an unorganized aggregate of disunited peoples. The Chinese world was also among those which took the most trouble to organize their living space in a systematic way, with roads, staging posts, granaries, walled cities, walls for defense, regulated watercourses, reservoirs, canals, and so on. The development of the political sphere in the Chinese world and its preeminence over all the other is one of its most characteristic marks. But Chinese civilization is also first and foremost a technical civilization. Unlike the nomadic stock raisers who use skins and felt, it soon invented weaving techniques requiring considerable skill, silk weaving by the end of the 2nd millennium BC, cotton by the end of the 13th century AP. But it also displayed at the same time remarkable aptitude in the arts involving the use of fire. On the one hand, in the techniques of pottery, the history of Chinese ceramics is one of the richest in the world, and the art of making porcelain had reached perfection in China by the 12th century, and on the other hand in metallurgy, Shang bronzes from the end of the 2nd millennium BC are the finest ever produced. The production of cast iron had become a big Chinese industry by the 4th century BC, and Chinese smelters succeeded in regularly producing steel some centuries later. Although Chinese civilization has recently been described as a vegetable civilization, for all the peoples of Asia, China was the land of the most skilled metallurgists. Chinese craftsmen and engineers were called to Persia and even to Russia. Up to the 19th century, China was a big exporter of luxury products, the traffic in which was worldwide: silks from the 3rd century BC to the 19th century, ceramics, cotton goods, tea. Nor should we forget bronze mirrors, lacquerware, hardware, furniture, books, and paintings. It was because there was a great deal of commercial activity in the Far East that the maritime nations of Europe were drawn to that part of the world from the beginning of the 16th century onwards. A China with an exclusively rural economy would have held no attraction for them. The view that people usually hold of the Chinese world is thus false, yet it reflects a general truth that is felt in a somewhat confused way, namely that because of the preeminence of the political function, the organization of living space and society, economic activity could not attain in China, any more than religious or military activities, the same degree of autonomy or specificity as in other civilizations. No doubt there existed in the Chinese world independent forms of religious life, military circles with their own traditions, a very active mercantile sector which escaped the hold of the state, but no clergy, no military caste, no merchant class ever succeeded in gaining political power. This is certainly one of the constants and one of the great original aspects of the Chinese world, one that distinguishes it from all others. We find in China neither that subordination of the human order to the divine order, nor that vision of the world as a creation born of ritual and maintained by ritual, which are part of the mental universe of India. Nor can the stock raiser of the steppe see or understand the world as it is seen by a Chinese, the product of a civilization of farmers and craftsmen. The nomadic herdsman knows what the appropriation of property means because he practices it every day. Property acquired as booty, slavery in the strict sense of the term, the power of common for, the division of pastures, wealth and men captured on raids determine the social and political order of nomadic stock raisers. They call up before the mind's eye a world founded on force and right, attitudes of mind and modes of behavior which seem more familiar to us, because of our Indo-European, Latin, Celtic, and German past than that of the Chinese. Among these peoples, who only adopted writing in the transitory periods when they formed states, the spoken word possesses value and power which are the prerogative of the written word in the Chinese world. Political power, generally conceived as the power of constraint and command, was seen in China as the principle that gave life and order, even if this conception did not exclude recourse to force and brutal interventions. But constraint is always accompanied in China by the idea of moral correction. It would be a mistake to see in the insistence laid on the regulation of morals only a pretext, a sort of alibi for a tyrannical regime. It is in fact the expression of a privileged mode of political action which has lasted down to our day. Thus we should only be deceiving ourselves if we thought that we had torn away the mask from a power that was simply autocratic. This remark leads us on to the dangerous ground of the general characteristics of Chinese thought. We must know exactly what we are talking about, which period, which sector of human activity, which social milieu. Yet it is quite clear to all those who have been in contact with this world that it is quite different from the one in which we ourselves have been molded, and that it remains so today. Its fundamental traditions, political, religious, aesthetic, juridical, are different from those of the Indian world, of Islam, of the Christian world of the West. China does not know the transcendent truths, the idea of good in itself, the notion of property in the strict sense of the term. She does not like the exclusion of opposition, the idea of the absolute, the positive distinction between mind and matter. She prefers the notions of complementarity, of circulation, influx, of action at a distance, of a model, and the idea of order as an organic totality. She does not have recourse to exhaustive inventories after the fashion of the Mesopotamian world, or to neatly boxed classifications in the Indian style. For Chinese thought, the order of beings and of the world is best translated by systems of variable, dynamic symbols. Her logic does not proceed from an analysis of language. It is based on the handling of signs with opposing and complementary values. Perhaps Chinese writing is not unconnected with these deep-rooted tendencies, which have ended by giving a privileged position to the written sign at the expense of the spoken word. Writing. There are close links between writing and civilization. Without this means of recording and transmitting facts and ideas, which gives man a hold over space and time, the great civilizations would not have been able to develop. But the sort of writing used has had profound effects on the general orientation of these civilizations. Chinese writing enables us better than any other to appreciate this very important fact. It provides the only example of writing totally original in its principle. Every sign corresponds as a rule to a semantic unit, and consequently extremely complex, which has nevertheless served as means of expression to such a large part of humanity. Its complexity no doubt redounded to the advantage of the social classes which were able to have access to it, but much less than one would be tempted to think. Persons capable of reading have never formed in any society anything but a small minority, and the proportion of educated people seems to have been generally higher in the Chinese world than in the West, even though the process of becoming familiar with the Latin alphabet did not require a particularly protracted effort. The paradox is explained by the importance attached in China to a knowledge of writing and to book knowledge. On the other hand, in several domains the original nature of Chinese writing had fundamental consequences, to the extent that this writing was unaffected by the phonetic changes that occurred in the course of time, by dialectal variations, and even by differences in linguistic structure. After the unification of the script imposed by Chen in the Chinese lands at the end of the 3rd century BC, this writing became one of the most effective instruments of political unification. The development in China of a written language designed for the eye and accessible to all the Chinese lands was due to reasons that were at the same time linguistic, political, and administrative. In principle, there was no obligatory oral standard until our own day, and the same text can be read aloud in different dialects. Whenever people cannot communicate orally, the written text permits mutual comprehension. Thus, by virtue of its very nature, Chinese writing became a sort of universal means of expression in every part of Asia subject to Chinese civilization or influence. Peoples whose languages were profoundly different from Chinese adopted Chinese writing, which they used to read, and still do read, in their own way and in accordance with their own linguistic habits. Written Chinese remained the cultural and administrative language of Vietnam until the French conquest, and that of Korea down to the Japanese annexation, just as it had been that of Japan during the centuries when the influence of China was preponderant in that country. Thus there exists a whole literature in Chinese whose creators, poets, historians, novelists, philologians, and philosophers were not Chinese at all, but Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese. It is consequently legitimate to say that in East Asia there was a real community of civilization characterized by use of the Chinese script. Another consequence of the original nature of this script concerns the sort of learning and culture which grew up in the Chinese world and in the lands affected by Chinese civilization. Its indifference to phonetic changes made possible a continuity of written tradition which is not to be found in any other civilization, though the style may vary according to the period and the kind of text, it is scarcely more difficult, and sometimes less so, to read a text written in the 2nd century BC than to read a work written in the classical language in the contemporary period. This is the explanation of the traditional character of Chinese learning and its astonishing accumulation down the centuries. The realm of expression has seen the growth of an inexhaustible repertory of formulas, an endless store of binomials, the result of the continuous contributions of generations of poets, political writers, historians, moralists, and scholars. The extraordinary continuity of the written tradition means that the reading of the texts requires above all enormous erudition, the acquisition of which takes far longer than that of the writing itself. This continuity explains not only the role of writing as an instrument of government and administration but also the great prestige of the lettered person, the man of culture and taste, qualified to exercise political functions. The art of oratory, so highly prized in the Greco-Roman world, occupies only a subsidiary position in the lands belonging to Chinese civilization. Through its intimate links with the political, social, aesthetic, and intellectual aspects of the Chinese world, the script itself forms an introduction to the understanding of its civilization. But finally, a strange paradox must be mentioned. This complicated and apparently inconvenient script was in fact, in much simplified cursive forms, the first shorthand in history. Commonly used to note down on-the-spot conversations, political discussions, legal proceedings, the torrent of words uttered by people possessed by spirits, Chinese writing made possible very early on and very widely something that alphabetic scripts achieved less easily, the immediate notation of the spoken word. An Arab work written at 32. Baghdad in 988 records the astonishment of the famous Mohammed al-Reza when he saw a Chinese, no doubt passing through the Abbasid capital, translate and note down as they were dictated the works of Galen, one of the fathers of Greek medicine. Far from forming some kind of exception, Chinese writing inspired the creation in East Asia of scripts of the same type, and its cursive forms served as the foundation of the Japanese syllabaries and the Korean alphabet. Part 1. From the Archaic Monarchy to the Gentralgisedss Tale. Chapter 1. The Archaic Monarchy. The Neolithic Antecedents. Numerous archaeological discoveries made in the second half of this century in all regions of China as well as on its borders have particularly enriched our knowledge of the most ancient history and often confirmed written evidence. These discoveries have drastically modified the traditional image of the origins of Chinese civilization, which seems to have been the product of diverse cultures native to East Asia. We still know little about that period, around 8000 BC, when a still primitive agricultural economy replaced that of populations that lived exclusively by hunting, gathering, and fishing. But archaeological evidence is not lacking for the following millennia. Remains of dwellings dating from 6500 to 5000 are numerous in the valleys of the Wei River and the Middle Yellow River and reveal an already well-developed agriculture along with varied implements of stone and bone. Ceramic works are still rather coarse, although there are perceptible regional differences in form and decor. But it is in southern China that the oldest ceramic fragments have been discovered, decorated for the most part with cord motifs. These multiple remains furnish proof of the existence, unsuspected till recently, of a great southern Neolithic tradition largely anterior to 5000. For the period after this date, the recent discoveries have brought to light several great, distinct cultures spread over vast geographical groupings. Dates from 5150 to 2960, stretched from Kansu to the Central Plain and comprised the southern regions of Shanxi and Hopei. This is the zone of loess, a fine dust deposited probably in the Pleistocene and still present today in thick layers in northwest China. This far from homogeneous culture was characterized in a general way by the importance of agricultural economy, combined nevertheless with hunting, fishing, and gathering, stone tools including hoes, spades, knives, and wheels, and the breeding of pigs, dogs, and perhaps bovines. Ceramic works present a large regional diversity of production techniques and of painted or cord decoration. The most attractive pottery is ornamented with geometric designs and sometimes with highly stylized drawings of fish in black or red. 2. Ta-Wen-Kou culture covered the Shantung Peninsula and a part of the large alluvial basin of the Yellow River. Its economy was based, as was that of Yangshao, on the cultivation of millet. The form of their vessels is more elaborate and the decoration is made up of open work, applique, or impressions from basket making. The range of shades and of the homogeneity of the paste shows that there has been a selection of different clays. 3. 4 other cultures nearly contemporary with those at Yangshao and Ta-Wen-Kou and of a comparable technical level can be distinguished in the middle and lower valleys of the Yangtze. But a very different geographical context distinguishes these cultures. Rice in the 2 species Oryza sativa japonica and Oryza sativa indica constituted the main cereal from about 5000 BC. The domestication of the buffalo is attested to have taken place during the same time as that of the dog and the pig. Wooden and bone implements preponderate over those in stone, and the construction of houses involved recourse to a skilled wooden joinery using mortise and tenon. It is also in the lower Yangtze that the earliest shuttles for weaving have been discovered. Towards the end of the 4th millennium the firing temperature for ceramics reached 950 to 1000 degrees. 4. Further south, in the maritime provinces of Fujian and Guangdong as well as Taiwan, populations that seem to have come to agriculture somewhat later appear to have practiced a primitive form of gardening. These cultures are not yet well known. A Shaya dynasty. As the different cultures of the Middle Neolithic developed and spread, contacts and exchanges between them multiplied, and more extended and homogeneous groupings came into being. There is proof of significant progress during the 4th and 3rd millennia. Certain characteristics already preview the Bronze Age: the form of certain vessels, a divinatory practice in which animal bones were heated with fire, buildings erected on the ground itself and no longer partially subterranean, major embankments of rammed earth, sacrifices connected to foundations and tombs. Copper or an alloy containing a high proportion of copper began to be worked. Although there is still no archaeological evidence that can be precisely linked to the Shaya dynasty, for which history preserves only a list of sovereigns, there is here an assemblage of characteristics that is already that of the Bronze Age and that renders very probable the existence of this dynasty. It is in this context of evolving Neolithic cultures and in the midst of rather dense populations that the city palace very likely appeared. Later in the 2nd millennium, these city palaces developed into centers of power based on the possession of bronze weaponry. These general conditions are analogous to those that gave birth to the first civilizations in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Egypt, all of which appeared likewise in great river basins. It is therefore justifiable to trace the first city palaces and the first manifestations of Chinese civilization to the end of the 3rd millennium. The archaic monarchy. The most recent archaeological discoveries have brought to light bronzes much older than those of the Anyang period, and the appearance of bronze in the lower valley of the Yellow River has lost the character of suddenness which had struck archaeologists before the Second World War. Nevertheless, the Bronze Age in China does not seem to have been preceded by the long period during which pure metals were used that we find in the 38 western parts of the continent. It also appears later than in the Middle East. On the other hand, in the second half of the 2nd millennium BC its technology achieved a degree of perfection which was to remain unknown elsewhere. Certain peculiarities of the Far East help to explain this remarkable technological success. The mastery of the potters of Lungshan, the high temperatures which they seem to have been capable of obtaining, and the restricted role of hammering and forging in the technical traditions of the Far East all incline one to favor the idea of an independent discovery of bronze metallurgy. And while we should not rule out entirely any possibility of influences from afar, it is clear that in the case of bronze, as in that of other elements of civilization, these influences were very quickly integrated into the culture of archaic China. There had grown up in the lower valley of the Yangtze by the end of the Neolithic Age a nucleus of civilization which possessed its own original characteristics and was to make its influence felt all over the Far East. There are good reasons for connecting the Bronze Age civilization with the Lungshan culture, for they possess certain characteristics in common. 1. The process of ramming earth in successive layers. 2. The fortification of urban sites by thick walls of rammed earth. 3. Divination by means of animal bones subjected to the action of fire. 4. Very typical shapes which appear in closely related versions both in the fine black pottery of Shantung and in the bronze vessels of the Shang period. Finally, historical tradition, according to which the earliest dynasties moved their capitals from east to west, is in harmony with the respective positions of the center of the Longshan culture in Shantung and of the capitals, which lie further to the west, of the Shang period. The first dynasty of the Bronze Age, the Shang or Yin. Although it is extremely probable that forms of political organization prefiguring the monarchy of the Shang period preceded it and that the traditions relating to the existence of a Neolithic dynasty, that of the Xia, are not entirely without foundation, it remains true that the rapid development of bronze technology coincided with a remarkable upsurge in archaic civilization. The remains of the last capital of the Shang/Yin, which was occupied from the 14th century BC to the end of the 11th century, reveal an already highly developed civilization, in possession of a whole range of skilled techniques and knowledge, the antecedents of which are not very well known. On the whole, writing, the chariot, architectural techniques, the practice of divination, the art of working in bronze, various kinds of sacrificial vessel and decorative motifs all appear in the lower basin of the Yellow River in forms that are already very elaborate. The discoveries made since 1950 have enabled us to go much further back in time and to understand better than before the process of development which made it possible to attain, in each domain, the degree of refinement and complexity characteristic of the last Shang period. We are probably justified in dating the beginning of this dynasty and doubtless the early days of the Bronze Age to the middle or end of the 17th century BC, but in describing Shang civilization we are forced to refer principally to the excavations at Anyang. The site of Ta Shang or Ta Yi Shang, the last capital of the Shang, was occupied during the reigns of the last 11 kings of this dynasty, which, according to tradition, comprised about 30 monarchs and experienced 6 changes of capital in the area between western Shantung, southern Hopi, western Honan, and northern Anhui. The remains are spread over a wide area. The excavations have uncovered a small citadel, with walls of rammed earth running east-west and north-south as in the Chinese cities of later ages in North China, pits containing bones and tortoise shells that had been used for divination by fire and often bear inscriptions, the remains of foundations and of rectangular buildings with stone bases and bronze cushions intended to support pillars, funerary pits containing human victims and dogs, and 5 graves containing harnessed chariots with their drivers. In some graves the remains of decapitated men were found, in others heads without bodies. Finally, some large tombs, obviously royal tombs, have also been brought to light. Most of these discoveries, which suggest the existence of rites connected with building and the sacrifice of prisoners of war, were made between 1927 and 1936. Since 1950 numerous other sites of the Shang Age have been discovered in North China. The most important one was found in 1953 in the suburbs of Changchao in Honan. Archaeologists have uncovered there the base of a wall of rammed earth 60 feet thick, the remains of dwellings, workshops, and furnaces, with molds for producing bronzes, and a great deal of pottery. No big tomb of the sort found at Anyang has been brought to light, but as in the last capital of the Shang/Yin monarchs the prevailing orientations are north-south and east-west. The bronze objects are simple in workmanship, but the technical mastery displayed already surpasses that of the oldest remains of bronze art in the Middle East. The only objects cast in bronze in these remote times were weapons, vessels connected with worship, and fittings of chariots and harnesses. Those of the end of the Shang Age bear a complex and refined decoration, the style and motifs of which, relatively constant and limited in number, recur in an identical form on objects made of ivory, jade, or wood. The decoration consists of highly stylized drawings and shapes of animals arranged symmetrically on each side of a median axis. This animal art, which is entirely absent in the Neolithic Age, appears quite suddenly and seems to be typical of the Bronze Age in Northeast Asia. It is found as far north as southern Siberia and in particular in the Karasuk culture, which seems to have been in contact with Bronze Age China at the end of the Shang era and at the beginning of the Zhou period. Analysis of the Shang bronzes reveals varying proportions of copper and tin according to the kind of alloy needed for different objects. The objects contain 5 to 30% of tin and 2 to 3% of lead. The finest pieces are obviously religious vessels, which exist in a large variety of shapes, each corresponding to a particular ritual use. In the Shang age these vessels still bear only very short inscriptions or marks which are doubtless the equivalent of family coats of arms. This kind of mark also appears on weapons, the most characteristic of which is the ge, an axe or dagger with a handle found only in the Far East and serving to hook onto the enemy and deliver the first blows. The chariot, light and strong, with big, many-spoked wheels, is already of the type used in the following age, but seems to have been less widespread. Very close to the kinds of chariots known in the western parts of Asia in the Bronze Age, it is a vehicle with a square frame and curved shaft, drawn by 2 horses harnessed by a yoke round the withers, the only method of harnessing used in the world before the invention of the breast strap and horse collar. It was a weapon of war and an object to parade, restricted to the king and the upper ranks of the nobility. The ancient poets of the Shiqing were to describe in the 9th to 6th centuries the beauties of parade chariots and their harnessed horses. The chariot and some of the weapons used for war were also employed in the hunt, a sort of royal right often alluded to in inscriptions. Big game was plentiful. Archaeological data and inscriptions make it possible to form at least a general idea of what the society of the Shang age was like. Comparison with later evidence reveals at the same time a general concordance and numerous analogies. The society of the Zhou age certainly seems to have been derived from that of the Shang age, and also distinctive characteristics. The walled city, the chariot, and the bronze weapons and vessels are typical of an aristocratic class which can be defined by its participation in sacrifices and in war. It is about this class that the excavations and inscriptions have given us most information, for one can only glimpse the existence of a peasantry whose culture and tools do not seem to have been very different from those of the Neolithic age. The royal palace is the center of all the activities of an aristocratic society dominated by the person of the king, who is on a much higher plane. Moreover, there is a close connection, or to be more accurate a positive lack of any distinction, between religious, military, political, administrative, and economic functions. The royal house is at the head of a clan-like organization in which the heads of families are at the same time heads of the family worship. There exist already territorial powers which seem to have been analogous to the fief as it is known in later ages. These powers, which correspond to the titles of Ho and Po, are normally exercised by members of the royal clan, but sometimes also by families with a different name. The Shang domain extended to the whole of the central plain and at certain points beyond it towards the valley of the Yangtze. Peoples alien to the Shang and regarded as barbarians coexisted in this area with the Bronze Age people, with whom they were most often on hostile terms. These peoples were particularly numerous in the north of Jiangsu and in the valley of the Huai. It is by its religious practices and their predominant role that the Shang civilization is most clearly distinguished from that of the following age. The factors which should be emphasized are these: the importance of a kind of divination by fire which was to play only a secondary role in the following ages, the privileged position occupied by the cult of dead kings and the sumptuous nature of the sacrifices, and the practice of making human sacrifices, which tended to disappear under the Zhou monarchs. Divination and sacrifices. The custom of applying heat to the bones of sacrificed animals for purposes of divination is peculiar to the Far East, which was unfamiliar with the practice of examining entrails, so common in the western parts of the Eurasian continent. The custom, already attested in the Neolithic age, was perfected and developed much further in the Bronze Age, becoming one of the most important aspects of royal activity and giving rise to a positive service of divination which was the prerogative of colleges of specialists. The bones used for divination were now prepared with more care and contained superimposed circular and oval cavities which made it possible to obtain through the action of the fire T-shaped cracks. Towards the end of the Anyang period, the use of the ventral shells of tortoises became general. More than 100,000 bones and tortoise shells bearing inscriptions have been found since the beginning of the 20th century. They all come, except for a very small number, from the site of the last capital of the Shang/Yin. Of this total, more than 50,000 inscriptions have been published and studied. The first engraved pieces appeared in chemists' shops, where they were sold as dragon's bones. They attracted the attention of the epigraphist Wang Aiyong and were identified by his friend Louis as documents of the Shang dynasty. Since that time, numerous Chinese scholars have devoted themselves to the study of these divinatory inscriptions. At the same time, scientific knowledge of the Shang sites progressed with the excavations carried out by the Academia Sinica from 1927 to 1936 and with the discoveries made since 1950. Thus the religious, political, and social aspects of the Shang monarchy in its last period could be investigated in detail, and although many uncertainties remain, the knowledge acquired is considerable. Engraved after the fire test and serving as a sort of commentary on the signs obtained, the inscriptions were intended to form archives which made possible the development of the service of divination. These archives constitute the oldest form of historiography in China, and they imparted to it from the start its essential characteristics, its close link with political activity, and the aspect which made it a sort of science of precedence. Divination had a bearing on all the activities connected with the royal function, worship of ancestors and divinities, military expeditions, appointments to official posts, summonses to court, construction of towns, agricultural campaigns, meteorology, illnesses, journeys, dreams, births, and the propitious or unpropitious nature of the decade or night to come. Study of these inscriptions furnishes the most ancient forms of the Chinese written characters and reveals the extraordinary continuity of the graphic tradition, even if we take into account the important changes which occurred between the Shang and Zhou ages. Quite a large number of characters belonging to the script in use today have come down by a process of uninterrupted evolution from the 14th to 11th centuries BC. Already very complex and containing nearly 5,000 characters, of which 1,500 have been reliably interpreted, this archaic writing is familiar with most of the principles of formation which were to make subsequent developments possible. Alongside simple signs we already find signs. 44. Employed by association. But it can also happen, as in the oldest scripts of the Middle East, that certain signs are employed for their phonetic value independently of their original meaning. The colleges or groups of soothsayers and scribes who were entrusted with the royal divination were preoccupied by questions of number and questions relating to the calendar. We already find in the inscriptions on bones and shells the two forms of numeration which were to be used throughout the history of the Chinese world, a continuous decimal numeration represented by means of 10 simple signs from 1 to Ro and a sign for 100, to which a sign for 10,000 was to be added, and two series of more complex signs, one of 10 symbols and the other of 12, the combination of which was to serve to form a cycle of 60 double signs. These signs were used simply for the notation of the days. The cycle of 60 was only applied to the years as well from the 2nd century BC onwards. The decade of 10 days and combinations of the decade are the basis of the division of time in the Shang period, and it is noticeable that the names of the kings always include one of the signs denoting the decade. It seems that it corresponded to the day on which sacrifices had to be made to them. There were a large number of sacrifices occurring either at a fixed date or more irregularly. The most important ones were related to the worship of dead kings, a cult in which the queens were sometimes associated. Inscriptions have enabled us to draw up a complete list of the Shang kings which goes back even beyond the foundation of the dynasty. The succession ran from elder brother to younger brother, and when all the brothers were dead, from maternal uncle to nephew. Thus, although the list of Shang kings enumerates 30 sovereigns, the number of generations is only 18. This list coincides, apart from a few details, with the one preserved by subsequent tradition and to be found in the historical records of Suma Chin, which were completed at the beginning of the 1st century BC. Oxen, sheep, pigs, and dogs were sacrificed in large numbers. Offerings of 30 or 40 oxen for one single ancestor are not infrequent. Certain characters in the script serve to denote sacrifices of 100 oxen or 100 pigs and sacrifices of various animals in tens. The abundance of victims, which does not recur in later ages, suggests that stock farming occupied a relatively important place in the economy of this archaic society. On the occasion of big banquets, worship ensured a redistribution of wealth. It could also involve massive slaughters, especially at the funerals of kings. The most striking picture of China in the Shang period is afforded by the big royal tombs discovered at Anyang between 1927 and 1936. Cruciform in plan, they comprise a big rectangular grave on a north-south axis, with a smaller, deeper, central grave. 2, and sometimes 4, access ramps 15 to 20 yards long lead down to the level of the main excavation. The royal coffin, made of wood, lay above the central grave, in which a dog had been sacrificed. On the access ramps and on the platform surrounding this grave were found the remains of men-at-arms, doubtless the companions and servants of the king, his chariot with its horses and their drivers, pottery, bronze vases, and other objects of value. The custom of sacrificing a royal person's closest servants at his funeral, a custom which also demands that the king should be surrounded by his most precious goods and by the insignia of his rank, recurs in numerous other Bronze Age civilizations. The divinatory inscriptions deal also with other cults. An important sacrifice bearing the name of Ti or Shang Ti seems to have given birth to the idea of a superior deity, guarantor of the political order and of the natural order. But there are also less important deities, the Mother of the East, the Mother of the West, the Lords of the four cardinal points of the compass, the source of the river Huan, which passes near Anyang, the Yellow River, certain sacred mountains, and so on. Shamans of some sort and sorcerers seem to have played a part in certain cults. Human sacrifices appear to have been one of the characteristics of the civilization of the Shang Age. Some seem to be connected with the consecration rites of buildings, others to be linked to the funerary. 46. Cult or to form part of the sacrifices made in honor of dead kings. The only practice which was to survive, and that in a sporadic way, was the one that required the prince's closest companions and his concubines to follow him in death, and these human victims were to be replaced more and more often in the course of the first millennium by mannequins or figurines. Chapter 2. The Age of the Principalities. The decline of the archaic monarchy. According to a tradition which there is no reason to doubt, a state by the name of Zhou, in Shenzi, put an end to the Shang/Yin dynasty. It looks as if the event can be dated to round about 1050 or 1025 BC. Situated outside the Shang domain, this city, which was in permanent contact with the barbarian peoples of these western regions, seems to have been able to take advantage of geographical conditions favorable to horse breeding. In subsequent periods, the upper valley of the Qing and the northeast of Kansu were regions given over to stud farms. The Zhou, doubtless more warlike than the Shang, seem to have made wider use of the chariot and to have invented a new kind of harness with 4 horses abreast. The first few centuries of the Zhou. The story of the replacement of the Shang by the Zhou as recorded by tradition merits a brief retelling because of the prestige which was to be enjoyed by the founders of the Zhou dynasty in the Lu school of letters, that is, in the so-called Confucian tradition. Led by the man known to later history as King Wen, so the story goes, the people of Zhou marched on Honan just when the last Shang sovereign was occupied by a war against the barbarians of Huai. In the course of the victorious Zhou advance, King Wen died in a fight and was succeeded by King Wu. The Shang were finally beaten at the Battle of Muye, to the north of the Yellow River, and the last Shang king, Zhou Hsin, was beheaded. Kings Wen and Wu were honored as liberators by the former subjects of the Shang and the barbarian peoples who had suffered the tyranny of Zhou Hsin. After his victory, King Wu entrusted the administration of the cities of the Central Plain to Wu Kang, the beheaded tyrant's son, and returned to Shenzi, where he soon died. Disturbances occurred under his successor, King Cheng, of which Wu Kang, in alliance with the barbarians of Huai, took advantage to rebel against the authority of the Zhou. The young king Cheng's uncle, the Duke of Zhou, organized the defense and the counterattack. Shang was destroyed and the barbarians of Huai offered their submission. From then on Zhou had two capitals, Zhoucang, near the present Jian in Shenzi, and Changzhou, near the present Luoyang in Honan. To secure their domination over the former Shang territories, the Zhou put members of their own line or of related families in charge of the old cities and of the new ones created in this period. Traditional history then speaks, and this much can be accepted as reliable, of revolts by alien but assimilated peoples in the reigns of King Cheng's two successors, of efforts by the Zhou to penetrate towards the northwest in the reign of King Mu, and of this prince's battles against peoples called the Tianzhong in the northeast and against the inhabitants of northern Jiangsu. According to the sites and inscriptions discovered since 1950, it certainly seems that the beginning of the first millennium BC was a period of expansion. The Chu's colonizing efforts then reached the region of present-day Peking, the northeastern extremity of Shantung and the plains of the lower Yangtze. On the other hand, the end of the 9th century and the 8th century were almost certainly a period of weakness and decline, which can be related to attacks by foreign peoples, incursions under Stianwang by the Yanyan, a steppe people who perhaps already rode horses, invasions of Shenzi by the Qianyong in the reign of Yuan. It is just when the royal house of Zhou is entering its period of decline, under King Li, that we begin to have at our disposal a precisely dated history. The first date in Chinese historiography is 841 BC. Traditional chronology. Traditional historiography divides the Zhou age into two parts, one in which the kings of this dynasty had their main capital in the valley of the Wei, and a second one which extends from the transfer of the capital to Changzhou to the destruction of Zhou by the kingdom of Qian in 256 BC. But there are other traditional divisions. One is based on the existence of the annals of the kingdom of Lu in Shantung, which cover the years 722–481. Hence the name given to this period, Chiu, which is borrowed from the title of these annals. Finally, the age which precedes the imperial unification of 221 BC is known as the period of the warring states because of its incessant wars. The beginning of this period is sometimes fixed at the factual division of power in 453 BC with Qin, sometimes at the official recognition by the king of Zhou in 403 BC of this division and of the kingdom which had arisen out of it. Seeing that rituals, religious traditions, and family hierarchies had been preserved in essentials down to the second half of the 5th century and had then been abolished, the ancient Chinese historians contrasted the Chiu period with that of the warring states. In fact, the complex process of evolution which leads from the archaic monarchy, the main characteristics of which persist at the beginning of the Zhou period, to the centralist state and the imperial unification, does not present any real break in continuity. From the principalities to the kingdoms. What we know of Zhou society comes principally from a chronicle added as a sort of commentary to the annals of Lu. This chronicle is called the Traditions of Zhou and was no doubt put together in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. But these traditions appear faithful enough to enable us to reconstruct, with the help of the other written sources and of the archaeological evidence, the kind of society which seems to have existed in the Chinese principalities of the 9th to 7th centuries. The nobiliary society of the 9th to 7th centuries BC. The term feudal has been so often misused that it has lost all meaning. It is better to do without it and to confine ourselves to characterizing by its specific institutions the political and social system which in the long history of the Chinese world was to come closest to the system to which the historians of the West first gave this epithet. In any case, the Chinese version is quite original because of the close links which cause the political organization to depend on the system of family cults and which unite the military function with the religious function. Arising out of the archaic monarchy, it is still closely bound to it. It was based on a hierarchy of domains and family cults, with the royal domain and the worship of the ancestors of the Zhou at its apex. The king bore the title of Tianzi and was regarded as holding his post from the Lord on high, to whom he alone had the right to make sacrifices. The capital, Chaoceng in the valley of the Wei, was the great religious center of the whole community of Zhou cities. It was there that the temple of the deceased kings was situated. Power was held in each city by families who owed their authority to the number of their chariots, their religious privileges, the age of their traditions and their links with the royal house, and the possession of emblems and treasures. In order to preserve the memory of rights acquired, the custom had been adopted since the reign of King Mu of inscribing accounts of the ceremonies of investiture or donation on the bronze vessels used for the ancestral cult. Thus we know that the grant of a fief, of a township, or of a responsibility was accompanied by various gifts, garments, cloth, bronze weapons, chariots, sacrificial vessels, cowries, servants, animals, and so on. Territories were enlarged by a sort of swarming process. The fief system, which made it possible to grant to an aristocratic family a power both religious and military over a precisely defined domain, was in the last analysis only a replica of royalty within a vast hierarchy of families and domains. It was the order of family cults, divided into principal branches and secondary branches, which ensured the cohesion of the whole. In each clan the head of the principal cult was the descendant in direct 51 line of a founding father who continued to be venerated from generation to generation, like all his direct successors, while the heads of secondary branches were authorized to worship, in their family, only 4 generations of ancestors. In all noble families the rule, at any rate from the end of the Shang period onwards, was that the firstborn son of the principal wife succeeded to the responsibilities and religious privileges. This is the explanation of the importance attached to the institutions of son and heir and principal wife. The organization of the principalities reproduced that of the royal house, around the head of the principality, who bore the title of Kung, Lord, a title which was later to be incorporated in an aristocratic hierarchy with 5 degrees of nobility were grouped barons and great officers. The oldest meaning of the word ching reveals the simultaneously domestic and religious character of the office. It denoted the president of the big sacrificial banquets. The illustrious families whose heads, ching and taifu, filled, alongside the lord, offices which became practically hereditary received as benefits, at the same time as their responsibilities, townships in the territories outside the walled city. Barons and great officers had under their authority the ordinary gentlemen, descendants of the cadet branches, whose main function was to serve in the chariot units. The peasants provided the infantry and tilled certain lands, the harvests of which were reserved for the nobility. Outside their responsibilities to the heads of the principalities and their presidency of their own family cult, high-ranking officers and barons, like the heads of principalities, who were important dignitaries of the royal court, had the duty of participating in battles and furnishing contingents of chariots and soldiers at the request of their superior. The organization of the armies was thus modeled on the political and family organization. One can see faintly how this society founded on hierarchies of family cults and the maintenance of ancestral privileges arose out of a more ancient state in which the royal authority seems to have been all-powerful. Whereas under the Shang the cult of the deceased kings and the prestige of their line seemed to have animated and dominated from a much higher level the social and political organization as a whole, the much more complex and unstable system subsequently established implies that the royal authority no longer acted as anything more than an arbiter. In principle, the responsibilities and privileges conferred by the king were revocable, but the development of the principalities and the strengthening of the families of great dignitaries tended to make them hereditary and to crystallize an order which was no doubt originally more supple and entirely dependent on the royal power. Then again the process of evolution was hastened in the first half of the 8th century by the attacks made by the peoples of Shenzi and the reduction in size of the royal domain. Alongside Cheng, which was the main ally of the kings of Zhou when the capital was moved but soon lost its preeminent position, other powerful principalities had grown up in the central plain, Sung, Wei, Lu, Tizao, Chn, Tizai, and others. There were to be a dozen of them in the 8th century, amidst a very large number of small cities. Moreover, the system of princely lines had grown more complicated since the foundation of the Zhou, for alongside families bearing the same name as the Zhou and attached to their line there were other lines with different names, whose ancestors had been the former companions in arms of the first kings. Even the Shang line had not been interrupted, it lived on in the Principality of Sung, in the west of Honan, where the ancient traditions of the Anyang monarchy were preserved. In this constellation of weak or powerful principalities, it was no longer the religious and military sovereignty of the kings that was the dominant factor, even if it remained customary to refer to them for arbitration and to lean on their moral authority. Ritual practices and the knowledge of precedents formed the foundation of a new order. They governed the relations between these allied yet rival cities, united and also divided by war, vendetta, matrimonial alliances, treaties, and the exchange of goods and services. With the development of the principalities and the weakening of the royal power, a new society and new manners made their appearance, a nobility jealous of its privileges and attentive to questions of protocol, the ideal of the noble warrior, an ethic of honor and prestige. A society of this sort would obviously seem to be transitory and unstable in as far as the system of hierarchies of worship and of rites which ensured its cohesion was linked to the preeminence of the royal line. The decline of the monarchy, a geographical dispersal which accentuated regional differences, and the tendency of the principalities to grow larger and to form big political units were gradually to impair the equilibrium between the cities and to force the world of aristocratic principalities into a path which led to its ruin. The decline of nobiliary institutions. In the course of the Chun-Chiu period, a general antithesis became perceptible between the ancient cities of the Central Plain, whose princely lines went back to the foundation of the Zhou dynasty, the principalities of the center, Chengkuo, a term later applied to China, and the peripheral cities which begin to form more extensive and powerful political units. The parceling out of the territories is always more marked in the old regions than in the new ones. These big kingdoms in process of establishment were Qin, in the valley of the Fen, Inchensi, a mountainous land favorable to horse breeding, where the political organization was an extension of the military organization, Chi in northwest Shantung, a maritime land enriched by the trade in salt, fish, silks, and metals, and Chu in the region of the middle Yangtze and the valleys of Hupai, whose princes bore the title of king like the sovereigns of Zhou and reigned over vast territories inhabited by aboriginal tribes. This kingdom, with its semi-barbarous culture and a language that belonged to a different linguistic group from that of the Chinese, had expanded by 704 BC into the south of Honan. External circumstances were to strengthen the power and authority of these kingdoms. The incursions of peoples settled in North China, which already posed a considerable threat in the 8th century, grew worse in the second half of the 7th century and led the princes of Chi and Qin to play the part of leaders of confederations and protectors of the Chinese lands. It is possible that these attacks by non-Chinese tribes were brought about by the pressure exerted on these tribes by the first communities of nomadic herdsmen of the steppes, who had probably already mastered the art of horse riding. In any case, they favored the rise of the hegemonies. The hegemony of Chi was asserted on the occasion of the Oath of Alliance presided over by Prince Huan in 651, that of Qin at the time of the coalition formed by Prince Wen in 632. But the nature and meaning of the hegemonies changed at the beginning of the 6th century after the defeat inflicted on the armies of Qin in 597 by King Chuang of Chu. From this time onwards, the most powerful kingdoms enforced their will on the weaker ones, and the oath, sworn under duress, became a means of legalizing a situation achieved by force. With the development of big regional units, the struggle between kingdoms tended to assume a new character. It was no longer a series of family quarrels which allied, yet rival, principalities, united by the same traditions and the same type of culture, strove to settle by force of arms. Confrontation in war became the outward sign of a deeper conflict. The kingdoms of Chi in Shantung, of Qin in Inchensi, of Chi in Inchensi each had original characteristics and a personality largely due to particular geographical conditions. But these three kingdoms of the north were too near to the cities of the Central Plain to differ greatly from them. It was not the same with the kingdom of Chu, whose original civilization seems to have been the product of a synthesis between autochthonous traditions of the barbarian peoples of the Middle Yangtze and the Chinese traditions of the principalities of the center, the Chungkua. In addition, the spread of the Bronze Age civilization in the southeast was to give birth to two other kingdoms whose culture was no less distant from that of China of the Yellow River. These were the kingdoms of Wu and Yi. Wu was situated in the region of plains and lakes which lies to the south of the lower reaches of the Yangtze, and Yi on the northern coast of Zhejiang. The rise of these kingdoms of sailors and boatmen at the end of the 6th century BC caused the decline of Clu, their neighbor to the west. Under King Fu, Wu spread towards the middle Yangtze and southern Shantung. But his rival, King Caoqian of Yi, was finally to gain the upper hand and put an end to the kingdom of Wu, taking over its conquests. Chu and Yi continued to threaten the peace and independence of the little states of the Central Plain in the following period, that of the warring states. The preponderance of military factors in a society whose foundations were of a religious and ritual nature was destined to change its character, and in fact it was not only the traditional relationships between the principalities that were affected but also, because each social system formed a homogeneous whole, relationships between great families within the city-states themselves. Signs of a crisis in the nobiliary society grow more and more frequent from the years round about 600 onwards. In the course of the 6th century we see the appearance of new institutions intended to strengthen the prince's power and his independence. The first forms of agrarian taxation are recorded in Lu in 594 and 590 and in Cheng in 543 and 538, the old service d'ost, which consisted in providing the prince with a contingent of armed men, tends to be replaced by a contribution in weapons and cereals, and the first laws inscribed on bronze appear in the second half of the 6th century. Laws and taxes were rightly regarded by the scholars in ritual of the Lu school as the first attacks on the traditional customs which formed the basis of the old order. They were a sign of the struggles between the great families which had access to the exercise of power. These struggles grew more bitter from the beginning of the 5th century onwards. In Lu, in western Shantung, three powerful families of barons, the Meng Sun, Shu Sun, and Qi Sun, seized control of the principality and left only a nominal role to the legitimate line of rulers whose ancestors had been enfeoffed by the founder of the Zhou dynasty. In Qin, the six families of high officers who commanded the kingdom's three armies fought with each other for power. Their struggles ended in 453 in the destruction of Qin and the division of its territory to form three independent political units governed by the Han, Wei, and Chao families. In Chi all the prerogatives of the princely line were usurped once and for all in 386 by the T'ien family. These internal conflicts and usurpations were the prelude to the wars of the period of the warring states. They already herald the changes to come, the concentration of power in the hands of one individual and the establishment of the centralist state. Chapter 3. The formation of the centralist state. The age of the warring states, from the end of the 5th century to the imperial unification of 221 BC, is one of those exceptional periods when successive and concomitant changes, provoking and reinforcing each other, speed up the course of history and cause a complete transformation of society, manners, economics, and thought. The movement was slow at first, scarcely perceptible in the 6th century. It accelerates as we approach the end of the 3rd, to such an extent that differences grow deeper from one generation to the next. The point of departure was certainly the crisis of aristocratic society, of its institutions and beliefs, revealed in the 6th and 5th centuries by the struggles between families belonging to the upper ranks of the nobility and by the first measures to concentrate power in the hands of the heads of principalities or kingdoms. If one had to sum up the basic tendency of the last 3 centuries before the imperial unification, one could say that political power was trying to free itself from the matrix in which it was imprisoned, that is, from the family and religious context of which it formed an integral part in the 9th to 7th centuries, and that as it gradually broke loose it was conceived more and more clearly as a specific factor. To say that the prince sought to free himself from the weighty tutelage of the families of high dignitaries does not take account of the whole reality. In fact, it was power itself that changed its nature during the course of this struggle between tradition and the new demands of the age. The acceleration in the changes This tendency of political power to define itself as such and to strengthen its authority cannot be isolated from a sort of military expansionism. The struggles of the central power against the families. 58. Of great dignitaries are echoed by the wars fought by the kingdoms to extend their territories, increase their resources and achieve hegemony. This close relationship between the internal problems and external wars was the real motive force of the great changes of this period. Thus the age of the warring states thoroughly deserves its name. It was military dynamism that forced the Chinese nations of the end of antiquity onto the road to the Central East state. There can be no question here of going into the details of the wars and alliances that filled this whole period. The main contestants were 7 in number, the 3 Qin, that is, Han, Wei, and Chao, which had arisen out of the partition of Qin, the rich and ancient kingdom of Chi, governed by the Tian family, 2 kingdoms which had only recently revealed their power, Yan in Hopei, the capital of which was situated in the Peking region, quite close to the steppes and their nomadic herdsmen, and Xian in Zhenzi, land of the first Zhou princes, rich in horses and rough and warlike in manners, and finally Chu, in the valleys of the middle Yangtze and Han, a kingdom that was only half Chinese. These were the 7 powers between which alliances of brief duration were to be made and unmade, giving the advantage now to Wei, now to Xian, for these were the 2 principal adversaries in this period of bitter warfare. In the course of the fighting, the little states of the Central Plain, repositories of the most ancient traditions, were to be absorbed by the powerful kingdoms which surrounded them. Ancestral customs now look more than ever at odds with the needs of the age. If the prince legitimate or usurper wished to preserve his power, he had to be able to command resources, armies, and suitable executive agents. He therefore had to appeal to new men, to whose advantage he would divest the big noble families of their hereditary responsibilities. The changes in political power. In the principalities of the Chiu period there had grown up a class of minor officials whose tasks were mainly connected with sacrifices and war, but also with the administration of the princely house and the management of his estates. For besides the highest posts, filled from one generation to the next by the great families of barons and high officers and differing in detail from one principality to another, there were numerous less illustrious but indispensable jobs, those, for example, of Grand Scribe, Scribe of Internal Affairs, and Director of Ancestral Affairs. These jobs required numerous subordinates. Then there were also the personal servants of the prince, squires, coachmen, superintendents of the chariots, food tasters, and so on. The holders of these offices came from a class whose social status and economic circumstances were far inferior to those of the families of barons and high officers. The offspring of the families of younger sons and of sons of second-class wives, they belonged to the mass of small gentry. But the role of this minor nobility, men-at-arms, guardians of the written traditions, specialists in various branches of knowledge, was to be decisive. These were the people from whom the prince was to recruit his first executive officials. It thus becomes understandable why, at the end of the process of evolution which ended in the Central East state, the term shi, which in the Chiu period had denoted the knight, the fighting gentleman, finally acquired the sense of lettered person, qualified to exercise political functions of an essentially civil character. At the same time as a new type of central power was tending to come into being, territorial powers were changing radically. While the ancient custom of the royal gift of townships or fiefs which often accompanied the grant of responsibilities at the court and outside favors which the inscription on religious vessels sought to emphasize as being hereditary in character was the sole source of territorial authority in the principalities of the Central Plain, a new term had appeared in the peripheral kingdoms of Xian, Qin, and Chu. Conquered townships, doubtless placed under the direct authority of the head of the kingdom, had there received the name of Xian. The first uses of this term in this particular sense date from the years 688 to 687. The innovation had no immediate consequences, for the Xian soon became, in accordance with the traditional system which still prevailed in the Chiu period, the hereditary property of the families of barons or high officers. But what distinguished the Xian in principle from the villages of the older type, namely the fact that it was conquered territory, was later to provide the key to a radical transformation of territorial powers, when the head of the kingdom broke free from the tutelage of the great families by relying on the minor nobility. The newly conquered territories were preserved from the traditional appropriation by the upper ranks of the nobility and kept directly dependent on the central power. The Xian then became the model for a new type of territorial power, the administrative district controlled by representatives of the central power, and this model could be extended to the whole of the kingdom as soon as the prince was powerful enough to overthrow the old families of the high officers and barons. This is what was done for the first time in Xian, under Xiaokeng, at the time of the reforms of Shangyang. The administrative system which was later to be adopted by the Xian and Han empires was then installed. A hierarchy of territories corresponds to the hierarchy of officials. The Xian, counties, are grouped in larger units called commanderies, and the Xian and Qian each have their seat of government and their administrative head. Such was the direction of the process of evolution. It ended in a political system characterized by the existence of a body of selected civil servants, paid and subject to dismissal, under the control of the central power, of which they were a sort of extension, and by the division of the whole territory into administrative districts. But it was only in the reign of Prince Wen in Wei and in that of King Hui Wen in Xian that the new office of Chancellor appeared, and with it the habit of distinguishing systematically between civil and military functions, and it was only in the course of the 4th century that the first districts administered by civil servants were set up. To complete the radical changes involved in the advent of the centralist state, the process of political evolution which was taking shape in the midst of the struggles between great families and the efforts of the central power to break away from the hold of tradition had to be joined by the concomitant action of other factors which also contributed to the formation of the new state. Changes in the nature of war. In remote antiquity and in the unchanged Age, war was an aristocratic activity. The possession of chariots, horses, and weapons of bronze was restricted to the small number of 61 men who took part in the battles, tournaments in the open countryside which tested the valor of the conflicting noble houses. The infantry, composed of peasants, played only a secondary part. But by injecting more bitterness into the struggles, the decline of the traditional rights and hierarchies began to modify the nature of the battles in the 4th and 5th centuries. It was no longer a matter of winning fame by giving proof of bravery and, if need be, of generosity, but of winning and conquering territory. Thus from this time onwards war mobilized more and more energies and resources. At the end of the Chiu period the number of chariots increased. Campaigns, previously confined to a few confrontations, grew longer, and the 4th and 3rd centuries were to see the development of siege warfare. The command of armies tended to become no longer the affair of nobles, for whom the profession of arms was a tradition parallel to the practice of the religious cult, but that of specialists in tactics and strategy. The quest for efficiency as an end in itself was at the root of the changes in warfare. This process of evolution is reflected both in the composition of the armies and in the new importance attributed to reserves. From the 5th to the 3rd centuries the development of the infantry was gradually to reduce the role of the chariots and was eventually to destroy the aristocratic mode of life bound up with the driving of teams. Certain innovations contributed to this change in the form of combat, namely the appearance of the sword, probably borrowed from the steppes in the middle of the 6th century, the crossbow and cavalry. More powerful and accurate than the retroflexbow, with its double curve, used in antiquity and by the nomads, the crossbow, put under tension with the foot, was to be one of the most commonly used weapons in the Chinese world and was to be constantly improved up to the Sung period. Its entry into general use has been attributed to the second half of the 5th century BC by the historian of technology, Yang Ke-yuan, but it may have been a little later. As for cavalry, swifter and more mobile than chariots, it appears in the 4th century BC in the northern kingdoms, where it was adopted in imitation of the nomads at the same time as the dress of the horsemen of the steppes. The development of infantry units from the 6th century BC onwards in Qin at the time of the battles in mountainous country against the tribes of Shanxi, and probably also in Wu and Yue, where the terrain was scarcely any more suitable for chariots because of the lakes and numerous watercourses, down to the huge armies of foot soldiers of the 3rd century, was to have very important consequences, and one may say that the advent of the Centralist state was closely linked to this change in the technique of warfare. By giving more importance and in the end a decisive role in battle to the old foot sluggers, who in the Chiu period had acted as a sort of domestic staff for the noble combatants, the leaders of kingdoms greedy for conquest and hegemony were led to grant them at the same time a status and dignity which until then had been denied them. The Centralist state saw the simultaneous promotion of the peasantry to the rank of independent farmers and combatants. The right to own land and the right to honors acquired on the field of battle go hand in hand. But the duration and violence of the clashes from the 6th to 5th centuries onwards, and the realistic attitude of leaders of kingdoms and their advisors in the 4th and 3rd centuries, were also at the root of a new interest in economic questions, or, to be more precise, of a growing awareness of the economy as a specific reality. Victory belonged to the man who had at his disposal the largest number of men and the most extensive resources and reserves of grain. The changes which affected political power and warfare had an economic and social background, the great importance of which must be emphasized. Upsurge of the economy and technical innovations. The 4th and 3rd centuries before our era were a period of rapid economic development and technical inventions in the Chinese world. It was at this time that the Valley of the Wei, the Central Plain, and the basin of Changtu in Sichuan became continuously cultivated areas, thanks to intensive clearing operations encouraged by the heads of kingdoms. At the same time a skilled husbandry was developed. The drying out of marshy regions and drainage of salty terrains form one of the most important aspects of this deliberate policy of agricultural development. The great irrigation operations of this period aimed as much at bringing new land into cultivation as at making water available in times of drought. The most famous of these operations were those of the Yi region, near Hantan, of the Changtu region in Sichuan, and of the Valley of the Wei in Shenzi. The names of the hydraulic engineers who organized these great works are recorded by history: Shi Menpao and Shi Chi in Wei, Li Ping and his son Chengkuo in Chin. It was in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC that the first great increase in the population of the Chinese world began to occur. Although we hardly possess the means to evaluate the population in the Chiu age, all the evidence indicates that it was very sparse, and that even in the area where the Chinese cities were most numerous along the course of the Yellow River and in the Central Plain, agricultural technique did not permit a high density. On the other hand, 3rd century texts speak of a great increase in population which continued during the time of the first Han rulers. This explains the figures provided by the first census known to history: 57,671,400 taxable individuals in AP2, or in other words rather more than the estimates given for the whole of the Roman Empire at about the same time. The clearing and exploitation of new lands contributed considerably to the strengthening of the central power and helped it to free itself from the tutelage of the great families. They furnished it with new, regular resources thanks to the taxes extracted from the families of farmers, and at the same time they ensured its direct control of the population, since the peasants settled on the new lands were no longer dependent, as they were in the old villages, on the local grandees. The clearings made it possible to extend the administrative districts. But the promotion of agriculture was favored at the same time by the development of technology. Modern historians, among others the Chinese Yang Keiyuan and the Japanese Mei Subuchi, have stressed the decisive role, in the 4th and 3rd centuries, of the spread of iron tools, which replaced at this time wooden and stone ones, made deeper plowing possible and facilitated clearing operations and other substantial works. These tools were not made of wrought iron but of cast iron. It seems in fact that the Chinese world, thanks to its experience in the arts involving the use of fire, arrived directly at casting iron, without passing, as the European countries did, through the long intermediary stage of forging it. The first allusion to an object made of cast iron possibly dates from 513 BC, and it implies that at this time the technique of casting iron had already been mastered and was commonly used. The archaeological evidence is later and only starts to appear round about 400, at a time when casting iron had become a positive industry. Remains of objects made of cast iron dating from the age of the Warring States have been found in large numbers in sites excavated since 1950. Molds used for making objects of cast iron have also been unearthed, particularly on the sites of the ancient capital of Yen, near Peking. Cast iron, more breakable and taking a less sharp edge than bronze, had the great advantage that it could be produced in quantity, especially in regions such as Shanxi and Shenzi, which were rich in minerals. Moreover, it seems that, thanks to the combination of casting and forging, iron weapons began to compete with bronze weapons as early as the age of the Warring States. People have been surprised at China's lead in the realm of iron and steel technology. The Chinese were capable of producing steel in the 1st to 2nd centuries AAD, whereas the first successful attempts at casting iron were not made in Europe until the end of the Middle Ages, and steel came later still. The difference in the time scale, which reveals not so much a lead or backwardness as the originality of the technological traditions of different civilizations, is sufficiently explained by the experience acquired in the Chinese world in the casting of bronze and by the perfecting of bellows at the time of the Warring States. However, it seems that it was not until later, under the Han rulers, that the double-action piston bellows made its appearance. This device makes it possible, by a system of valves, to obtain a continuous current of air and consequently higher temperatures. This type of bellows, noted by Europeans as early as the 16th or 17th century, was to remain in use in China until our day. One of the effects of casting iron was to accustom the Chinese world very early to the idea of mass-producing the same model of tool, an idea which has only become familiar to us since the development of modern industry. While in antiquity each bronze vessel was usually a unique piece, the molds used for casting iron were used for mass production and were often designed to produce several examples of the same object in one single operation. Other aspects of technical progress concerned means of transport. The cart with a pole and 2 horses harnessed with a neck yoke gave way at the time of the Warring States to the cart with 2 shafts. And it seems that at the same time the neck yoke, which was to remain for a very long time the only method of harnessing known in the rest of the world, was replaced by the breast harness. This new device, and also the horse collar, which was to appear between the 5th and 9th centuries AD, were important pieces of progress in the field of animal traction. By freeing the horses from the pressure of the yoke, which tended to choke them, they made driving easier and rendered it possible to pull heavier loads. One single horse would suffice where formerly 2 or sometimes even 4 were required. It is noteworthy that the casting of iron and more rational methods of harnessing, attested in the Chinese world at the time of the Warring States, both appear in Europe at the end of the Middle Ages. Although it cannot be proved clearly in either case, it is extremely probable that both procedures were passed on from China to the West. It was also in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC that the custom spread in China of fixing spokes at a slight outward angle to the circumference of the wheel. This increases resistance to lateral shocks. If the age of the Warring States is one of the richest known to history in technical innovations, this is no doubt due to the needs created by wars that became more and more bitter. To ensure their independence and to increase the military power of their kingdoms, princes were not concerned merely to increase agricultural production. They were on the watch for new resources. The lands which had remained on the fringe of the cultivated fields, areas of marsh, woodland, or forest, open till then to the peasants, who came to collect wood, to fish or to hunt there, were gradually appropriated and exploited by the heads of kingdoms for their animal, vegetable, and mineral products. Taxes were instituted on merchandise and market stalls. But commercial and craft activities, now in full swing, were to give rise to a new class of merchants. Whereas in the CH commerce remained confined to luxury products such as pearls and jade, and was the province of merchants who had special relations with the princely courts, The following age saw the development of a considerable trade in ordinary consumer goods, and in metals, wood, leather, and hides. The richest merchants combined with this kind of commerce big industrial enterprises, employed increasing numbers of workmen and commercial agents, and controlled whole fleets of river boats and large numbers of carts. These new activities lay outside the traditional framework of the palace economy, with its bodies of craftsmen controlled by palace nobles, potters, cartwrights, bowmakers, cuyas, basket makers, builders, and so on. But the big merchant entrepreneurs were the social group whose activities made the biggest contribution to the enrichment of the state. As allies and sometimes advisors of the heads of kingdoms, they seem to have exerted considerable influence on the development of political thought at the end of antiquity. The capitals of the kingdoms were no longer simply the seat of political power. They tended to become big commercial and manufacturing centers, and the most recent excavations have disclosed that their walls were enlarged at the end of the age of the warring states. Among these prosperous cities may be mentioned Linzhou in Chi, in northwest Shantung, one of the biggest and richest agglomerations of this period, Hantan in Chao, in northeastern Hopei, Wen in Wei, Ying in Chu, Luoyi in Zhou, and Yongyang in Han. In fact, the object of the wars of the 3rd century was often the conquest of these big commercial centers. The upsurge of commerce and private industry which explains the growth of the cities also stimulated the use of metal coins, the earliest specimens of which go back to the 5th century. Excavations have revealed that these coins, of 4 different types, circulated in fairly well-defined geographical areas which no doubt corresponded with big economic units. The pu, shaped like an iron spade, was used in Han, Wei, and Chao, the 3 kingdoms which had arisen out of the partition of Qin. The Tao, shaped like a knife, was current in the northeastern regions, Chi, Yen, and Chao. The ant's nose, shaped like a cower, that archaic coin which combined the functions of ornament, jewel, and talisman in the land of Chu, in Hupei and in Honan, and the circular coins with a hole in the middle in the distribution of the different sorts of coin in the age of the warring states. 4. Northwestern regions, in Zhou, Chin, and Chao. In Chi it was the state itself which began to cast money, but the coins shaped like spades and knives, which often bear the name of the city in which they were issued, may have been due to the initiative of rich merchants. The effects of the economic upsurge were not limited to the Chinese lands. Commercial relations with neighboring peoples were intensified in the course of the last 2 centuries before the empire. Yen, the capital of which was situated in the region of present-day Peking, traded with the tribes of Manchuria and northern Korea, and Chao and Kayan with the nomads of the steppes. It seems in fact that it was in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC that the silks of Chin reached northern India. In the south, Chu seems to have developed its commercial relations with the aboriginal peoples of the tropical zone in the same period. In the reign of King Qingshang, a military expedition was sent to Sichuan, Quechao, and the region of the present Kunming in Yunnan. According to tradition, some of the soldiers of Chu settled there and married local women. This commercial expansion by the big peripheral kingdoms, a factor which helped Chinese colonization in the borderlands, prepared the way for the big military expansions of the Chin and Han empires. Social upheavals. Although the 2 centuries which preceded the unification of the Chinese lands in 221 BC were a period of economic upsurge and innovation, they were also a time of social upheavals. The old aristocratic society could resist neither the blows inflicted on it by the new heads of state seeking to monopolize power nor the deeper and more powerful influence of economic changes. The great families who traced their descent from remote antiquity were ruined, removed from their positions of power and finally destroyed. The cults which they had preserved so jealously down the ages disappeared at the same time as their estates and cities, which were swallowed up in the territory of the kingdoms. However, the decline of the upper ranks of the nobility and the simultaneous strengthening of the central power attracted to the courts of the heads of kingdoms a large number of minor gentry in search of jobs. These men, who cultivated various arts and made a display of their talents in the hope of being called to serve the prince, besieged his closest advisers. Thus round the princely courts and in the retinue of ministers there formed groups of clients who were sources of prestige and power. The great historian Sima Civilisation, in his historical records, was to give the biographies of 4 of these advisors who were famous for having attracted, by their generosity and sense of honor, several thousand clients. These 4 were the lords Meng Chiang in Kai, Ping Yian in Chao, Hsin Ling in Wei and Chun Shen in Chu. It was in such circles that political and moral philosophy, the science of stratagems, the art of oratory, and so on all developed. The times were propitious to the appearance of sects and schools whose interests were indissolubly bound up with the social and political realities of the epoch. The upper and lower nobility were not the only classes affected by the change. The dim world of the countryside, on which the oldest texts shed only a fleeting light, underwent a profound transformation that was to facilitate the change in its status. The economic upsurge which caused the appearance of a small class of merchant entrepreneurs and big landed proprietors was not of equal benefit to all. On the contrary, it accentuated inequalities. Poor peasants fell into debt and in the end were driven from their land. The result was a growth in the number of tenant farmers, agricultural laborers, and people enslaved for debt, the only form of slavery, apart from penal slavery, known to the Chinese world. The landless peasants were employed in the industries which were now growing up or settled on new lands which the heads of kingdoms were striving to bring into cultivation. All these changes split up the big undivided peasant family and caused the ruin of the old village communities. Conditions were now favorable to the great reforms that made it possible to lay the foundation of the centralist state. The state revolution. I brought order to the mass of beings and put to the test deeds and realities. Each thing has the name that fits it. Stele erected by the first Ch'an emperor. The reform movement which was to give birth to the centralist state is only one of the currents flowing through the age of the warring states and cannot therefore be isolated from the whole mass of differing tendencies apparent in this period, one of the richest in the intellectual history of China. But the reformers who were later called legalists had the merit of devising the basic institutions of the new state and consequently those of the empire itself, since the reforms, applied at first in the most systematic manner in Ch'an, were extended to all the Chinese lands in the course of the conquests made by the Northwestern Kingdom in the years 230 to 221. The foundation of the centralist state. While the realistic and practical current of thought to which the legalists belonged became more and more conscious of its aims, its means, and its philosophical implications, and reached its climax in one of the greatest thinkers of the 3rd century, Han Fei, at the same time it responded in principle to the 2 practical considerations which dominated the whole political life of the 2 centuries preceding the empire, namely the idea of enriching the state and that of strengthening the armies. More than any other kingdom, Ch'an seems to have presented conditions favorable to the application of radical reforms which were to make it a powerful state and one of a kind profoundly different from those hitherto known to the Chinese world. Isolated in the basin of the Wei and fairly well protected against attacks from outside, Ch'an was a poor and relatively backward country, where it was easy to extend the administrative districts by clearing new land, and the nobility does not seem to have been very powerful. Advisors who favored a realistic, absolutist policy followed one another there, from the aristocrat Shang Yang to the rich merchant Li Puwei, minister to the last prince of Ch'an, the founder of the empire. 73. Related to the princely family of the little city of Wei in Honan, Kung Sun Yang, Lord of Shang, better known under the name of Shang Yang, was the architect of the first great reforms in the kingdom of Ch'an. At first advisor to King Hui of Wei at Taoyang, he must have arrived in Ch'an in 361. The first reforms inspired by Shang Yang were probably promulgated in 359. They consisted in instituting paramilitary groups of 5 and 10 families with a collective responsibility, in taking as the basis of the fiscal system not the undivided family but the restricted family, in creating ranks of nobility for great deeds in war, in encouraging land clearance and agricultural production, in reducing to the status of ordinary private individuals those members of noble families who had won no glory in war, and in granting lands, slaves, and clothes to the holders of the new noble ranks. A fresh series of reforms seems to have been put into effect in 350, after the transfer of the capital to Xianyang. They proclaimed the abolition of the large undivided family, the creation of administrative districts, a new division of lands, and the unification of weights and measures. After Xian's victory over Wei in 340, Kung Sun Yang was to receive the land of Shang as a reward for his services. But the reformer, who had aroused the hatred of the old nobility, was quartered on the death of the prince whose advisor he had been. Others were to carry on his work. Distinctive characteristics of the new state. The appearance of the centralist state and the parallel destruction of the old society can best be described as a revolution. Because it provided the basis of the imperial power and continued to inspire the most fundamental political conceptions of the Chinese world, the creation of the centralist state in Xi'an in the middle of the 4th century BC occupies in the history of East Asia a place comparable with that of the creation of the Greek city in the Western world. There are in fact, as well as profound differences, some remarkable analogies. In China, as in Greece, the crisis of aristocratic society ended in a democratization of aristocratic institutions. Promoted to the rank of combatants and freed from the tutelage of the great noble families, the peasants were given access to a hierarchy of ranks which was a transposition into the new context of the centralist state of the old aristocratic hierarchies. In the same way, it is significant that the term which formerly denoted the equivalent of our medieval service d'ost was applied in the end to the capitation fees and dues imposed on each individual by the power of the state. If the evolution was different, and in the last analysis very original in the Chinese world, that is because the institutions of the unchanged IUH could show nothing comparable with the practice so characteristic of the Indo-European world and archaic Greece, the assembly of warriors with equal rights, of which the city assembly seems to have been a sort of transposition. One of the most important results of the reforms was to make the peasants, formerly the dependents of the noble families, the foundation of the economic and military power of the new state. This combination of the function of production with the military function does not occur in such a systematic way in any other civilization. It was to remain, with some interruptions, the basis of the political and social system of the Chinese world until the 9th century AP. But these fighting farmers were neither the subjects of a despot with discretionary powers, used to suit his own whims, and the power of life and death over every individual, nor citizens with equal rights deciding in common affairs of their city. It would be a mistake to see in the new political system defined in the 4th century only a banal form of despotism. In fact, the prince did not exercise, properly speaking, an arbitrary power of command, rather he embodied the power of setting things in order and of prompting action. The notion of law which emerges and takes shape in the age of the warring states has nothing in common with what we generally understand by this term. It does not arise out of custom or out of common practice in settling disputes. Nor is it the result of a convention translating a common will. Objective, public, superior to all men and excluding any divergent interpretation, it is the means of ordering individuals hierarchically in accordance with a general scale of dignities and indignities, merits and demerits. At the same time, it is the all-powerful instrument which makes it possible to guide everyone's activity in the direction most favorable to the power of the state and the public peace. Intended to create order, it cannot be in contradiction with the nature of things and beings. Han Fei, who died in 234, speaks of testing the laws and attaches great importance to the prince's being perfectly informed of the state of his kingdom by means of a rational critique of all the evidence. Source of a universal harmony, the law has affinities with the resonant tubes which are at the basis of all musical scales and the name of which summons up the ideas of pattern and rule. The reforms were the expression of a mode of thinking which may be described as rational. They aimed at substituting uniform rules for the multiplicity of rights, privileges, and customs which characterized the old society. One is almost tempted to say the ancien regime with its aristocratic lines of descent, its bonds of dependence, and its hierarchies. State institutions, civil and military officers, a system of rewards and punishments meted out in accordance with rules that excluded any injustice or favoritism, honorific ranks granted for services rendered, collective responsibility and the obligatory denunciation of crimes within the family groups. A uniform system of weights and measures replaced the customs, rites, and ethical system of days gone by. The great characteristic of the new state is that its functioning was based on objective criteria. The effects of the state revolution were profound and extended to every sphere. In the process, the Chinese world no doubt lost much of its past, and much of its past gradually became incomprehensible to it. But if the upheaval was early and radical in Chin, the changes were less rapid and came later in the other Chinese lands, and this delay permitted the survival of certain traditions in spite of the extension of the centralist state to the whole of the contemporary Chinese world and in spite of the first emperor's efforts to destroy all that recalled the old society. In the eastern regions, the old cultural centers of Chi and Luoyantong seem to have succeeded in preserving, in the whirlwind, part of their traditions. This is the explanation of the resurgence of these traditions in a context very different from that of the centuries preceding the empire, in the Han Age. Chapter 4. The Heritage of Antiquity. The written documents which have come down from antiquity have had an importance in Chinese culture equal to that of the biblical and classical traditions in the West. These writings, or rather what has survived with alterations and forged interpolations, have been the subject of voluminous exegeses from the 2nd century BC to our own day and have served as the basis of education and as the foundation of philosophical, political, and moral reflection. The history of Chinese thought is largely that of the various points of view and conceptions adopted down the ages with regard to this venerable heritage in which the Chinese world has ceaselessly sought the traces of lost wisdom. Often represented as the expression of an immutable orthodoxy, the textual and philosophical interpretation of the ancient texts has in reality been the subject of excited and contradictory debates with very important consequences and echoes reverberating down to our own day. All in all, the best analogy seems to be with our own Christian tradition. The classics. The oldest documents transmitted by written and oral tradition come from the circles of scribes and analysts of the royal court of the Zhou and the princely courts. They date from the 9th to 6th centuries. This means that they are pieces of a political, religious, or ritual character, in harmony with the sort of society that we can glimpse at the beginning of the first millennium and in the age of the principalities, a nobility whose main occupations are war and sacrifice, anxious to assert the antiquity of its rights and privileges. The majority of these documents seem to come from the royal court. They are partly archives, similar in language and content to the inscriptions on bronze dating from the same epoch, but there are also fragments of the scenarios of ritual dances. These texts were assembled in a collection called the Shu or Shangshu, of which about half is today regarded as authentic. Some chapters of this collection reproduce parts of a libretto relating to a war dance celebrating the victory of King Wu of the Zhou over the last sovereign of the Shang. Analogous pieces, coming from ritual ballets acted at the Shang court, the tradition of which had been preserved in the Principality of Sung, also seem to have been incorporated in the Shangshu at the same time as speeches, harangues, and the text of oaths. Hymns that accompanied sacrifices and ritual ceremonies such as banquets or the rite of shooting with the bow formed the major part of another collection bearing the name of Shi. These poems, consisting of regular stanzas, were sung at the court of the kings of Zhou to the accompaniment of dancing and of music in which the dominant sounds were those of chimes of bells and resonant stones. Their themes seem to have become more varied in the 8th to 6th centuries and to have been enriched by a new genre, the songs of principalities, which appear to have been inspired by the alternating choruses of peasant youths and girls at the spring festivals. These love songs, more supple and more free in form than the old religious hymns, are composed of themes and popular refrains which combine with the sentiments expressed by the opposing choirs the various moments in the life of nature and of the village groups. Coming from the same circles as the archives, the scenarios of ritual ballets and the sacrificial hymns, the annals are also one of the original forms of the most ancient written traditions. Consisting of the record of events which seem to have been announced in their temple day by day, month by month, season by season and year by year, to the ancestors of the royal or princely lines, they may be described as ritual documents. They seem to have succeeded the divinatory archives of the Anyang age and to have had as their object the construction of a science of diplomatic, religious, astronomical, and natural precedents. This no doubt explains the precision of the terms and dates, as well as the extreme dryness and stereotyped character of the notes. In the mode of thought which governs the writing of the annals, temporal conjunctions are indissoluble from events. Space and time are treated as being endowed with special virtues. The most ancient annals seem to go back to the 9th century. Basing himself on documents which have disappeared since his time, Suma Ch'en gives as the first precise date in history the year 841 BC. One single set of state annals has been preserved in very large part, the annals of the kingdom of Lu in Shantung, known, after the reference to seasons which appear in the headings to paragraphs, as the springs and autumns. The parts which still exist refer to the years 722 to 481. The annals of Qin and Chu, which are mentioned in certain works, had disappeared by the end of antiquity. Those of Ch'en were incorporated in the historical records of Suma Ch'en at the beginning of the 1st century BC. Finally, the discovery of the tomb of a prince of Wei in 279 AD made it possible to recover the annals of this kingdom in Shanxi. The text of these documents on thin sheets of bamboo has been much altered in transmission and was only reconstructed in part in 1917 by the scholar Wan Kuo-wei. Even though it is reasonable to assume that these most ancient forms of history in the Chinese world are a sort of extension of the divinatory archives on bones and tortoise shells, divination itself developed autonomously in the time of the first kings of Zhou. In parallel with divination by fire, which was to persist for a very long time because of its venerable character, a new procedure which was both more convenient and more complex came into use. It consisted in the manipulation of light sticks made of yarrow stems. Even or odd numbers of these make it possible to construct figures composed of 6 continuous or broken lines, continuous lines corresponding to odd figures and broken ones to even figures. These hexagrams, up to the number 64, translate all the possible structures of the universe and are endowed with a dynamic force thanks to the possible mutations of the lines, male or female, in their ascent or decline. Carrying on the tradition of the soothsayers of the Shang epoch, the specialists in divination by yarrow were to define the first elements in a conception of the world as a totality of opposing and complementary forces and virtues, and contribute to the first developments in mathematics. Their reflections were the basis of the sciences and of philosophy in the Chinese world. Each city seems to have possessed its own traditions in divination, but only the manual in use at the Zhou court was destined to be preserved. It received the name of Jie, usually translated as the Book of Changes. The most ancient rules of interpretation, couched in a concise, obscure language rich in technical terms the meaning of which has been lost, were endowed during the course of the first millennium with a whole series of glosses and commentaries which bear witness to the continual enrichment of the divinatory tradition. Such are the 4 collections in which were preserved the most ancient traditions of the world of scribes, analysts, and soothsayers of antiquity. The scholars of Lu who seem to have been responsible for their transmission added to them the rituals giving the detailed rules which had to be observed in every circumstance of life, and also a treatise on music which was lost in the Han period. Assembled in different versions by oral or written tradition, reworked and enlarged with apocryphal texts, these 6 works were to be promoted under the Han rulers to the rank of classics. Relatively late character of the classical traditions. The most ancient writings, couched in extremely concise language that is difficult to interpret, form only a very small part of the legacy of the ancients. Other more substantial texts were added to them between the 5th and 3rd centuries by way of complement and commentary. These texts belong to an age in which the old society was already in decline or on the point of collapse. Thus, while linking up with older traditions, these works present novel characteristics. One can see in them the influence of the theories and moral concepts of the age. Thus the influence of the classifying theories of the specialists in yin, yang, and the 5 elements is perceptible in the Kongyang Chuan, a commentary on the Annals of Lu which seems to have been written in the 4th or 3rd century at the same time as the Kuliang Chuan, another commentary on these annals. While recording some very ancient traditions, the Zhouli, or Zhouquan, compiled about the same time as the other rituals, give much space to an administrative utopia. The Tso Chuan, a composite work consisting of incomplete texts, reworked at the end of antiquity, consists for the most part of a semi-fictional chronicle of the struggle between the kingdoms of Qin and Qi. Thus what China was to preserve of its most ancient legacy comes in essentials from 5th to 3rd century traditions collected and often altered in the Han Age and down to the 3rd and 4th centuries of our era. This means that at the very beginning of the classical tradition we meet a problem that simply cannot be ignored, that of their interpretation and of later additions. The awakening of moral and political reflection. Confucius, patron of the school of literati. Those who were considered in the Han Age as belonging to the school of literati quoted as their authority a sage by the name of Keung Chiu, which the Jesuit missionaries of the 17th century were to Latinese as Confucius. The literary remains of this sage are limited to a few more or less authentic traditions and a small collection of his dicta, the Analects, Lunyith, the text of which was established by his disciples after his death. What may be described at a pinch as the Confucian tradition consists of a number of texts varying considerably in nature and content which include the classics, the most ancient commentaries on them, the Analects of Confucius, and works of the 3rd century BC reflecting original orientations typical of this period of profound social and political upheavals. If the term Confucianism, coined by Westerners, has any meaning at all, it is clear that it goes far beyond the actual personality or teachings of the great sage. Doubtless one can date from Confucius and his age the beginning of a process of moral reflection which seems to have been provoked by the crisis of aristocratic society and the decline of ritual. As is shown by the place given in his teaching to the writings of antiquity, Confucius links up with the traditional circles of scribes and annalists. Shocked by the constantly increasing attacks on the ancient customs and rules, these circles must have been tempted by the idea of returning to ritual correctness both in behavior and in the use of terminology. It seems natural that an effort should have been made in these circles to define the good man, independently of the prevailing situation. Such at any rate is the general orientation which is just perceptible. Head of a little school that aimed at forming good men, Confucius attaches great importance to exercises in ritual behavior, which forms the basis of a process of individual self-improvement rendering possible the mastery of one's movements, actions, and feelings. His ethical system, which is the fruit of continual reflection about men, is devoid of any abstract imperative. It is practical and pragmatic, the master taking account of each particular circumstance as well as of the individual character of each of his disciples. Thus the qualities which make an accomplished man, the first of them being Jin, cannot be defined once for all, they are the subject of approaches which differ with each case and each individual. Wisdom can only be acquired, after an effort lasting every minute of one's life, by control of the smallest details of conduct, by observation of the rules of life in society, by respect for others and for oneself and by the sense of reciprocity. The master is not aiming at an abstract science of man but at an art of life embracing psychology, ethics, and politics. Virtue is the fruit of a personal effort. In contrast to the spirit of competition which animated the great nobles of his age, Confucius preaches the probity, trust, and good understanding which seem to him to have governed human relations in days of old. He identifies personal culture with the public good. Thus a body of teaching which aimed primarily at being faithful to tradition in fact threw up ideas that were new. They were to be developed and to assume new significance in a different historical context with Mengzi and Xianzi. The high reputation which the sage enjoyed under the Han rulers, and to an even greater extent from the Sung period onwards, was largely due to the theoretical and doctrinal additions made to his thinking after his own lifetime. Mo-Tzu, founder of a sect of preaching brothers. Mo-Tzu, who flourished about 60 years after Confucius, seems to have been the leader of a sect of minor gentry which, unlike the humble school of Confucius, was to enjoy tremendous success in the 4th and 3rd centuries. Stirred by the conflicts of his age and hostile to the class spirit whose disastrous effects were becoming more and more clearly perceptible, Mozart wanted to create a new egalitarian society based on a sense of mutual aid and devotion to the common good. He condemns the lust for profit, luxury, the accumulation of wealth, the development of military power, and war, which in his view is only a form of brigandage. He suggests as remedies for the evils of his age an ideal of universal frugality, the uniform regulation of expenditure, strict respect for the laws, and fear of the gods and spirits. Taking the view that family selfishness was the principal cause of quarrels and conflicts, he preaches a generalist altruism. His disciples, animated by sectarian fervor, lived in penury and intervened to avoid wars and to defend by force of arms cities unjustly attacked. The work compiled under Mozart's name consists for the most part of moralizing discourses, the themes of which were probably the subjects of sermons. On frugality, against aggression, the will of heaven, on the existence of spirits, against the scholars. A believer in an authoritarian power based on the lesser gentry, Mozart would like this power to impose a sort of moral conformism on everyone. This strange sect, which seems to have made numerous converts in the 2 centuries preceding the imperial unification, was to leave little impression on the history of Chinese thought. Its most noteworthy contribution was to the art of oratory. Mozart and his disciples cultivated rhetoric for preaching purposes, thus contributing to progress in the articulation of ideas and to greater suppleness in sentence construction. They aimed to illustrate the themes of their sermons with the help of examples and to amplify them by the use of analogy. Intellectual currents of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. The social and economic changes which began to make themselves felt in the 5th century and the tendency of the central power to rely on the class of minor gentry explain the proliferation of groups of clients, sects, and schools. Gentlemen in search of jobs sought to distinguish themselves in arts likely to win them the patronages of the powerful, in an age when heads of states were on the lookout for any formula, stratagem, or technique that would allow them to strengthen their power and defeat their rivals. These arts concerned first and foremost the running of the state. Some, such as the science of diplomatic combinations, the art of persuasion, and the knowledge of secret tricks of government, were of a civil character. Others, such as tactics, strategy, and swordsmanship, were of a military nature. There were also the techniques that made it possible to enrich the kingdom or to procure for the prince a surfeit of vital power which would enable him to achieve sanctity. Eminent masters of these arts and techniques appeared and collected varying numbers of disciples. Going round from kingdom to kingdom offering instruction, they were sometimes lodged permanently at the courts of princes or in the houses of their advisers. But this multiplication of schools and this proliferation of knowledge only become really noticeable in the 4th and 3rd centuries, and we should no doubt regard Confucius and Mozart himself, if not his disciples, as belonging to an age when this future development was still only adumbrated. The essentially practical aim of these schools of teaching and their close links with the political, social, and economic preoccupations of their time explain the eclectic character of most of them and the facility with which reciprocal influences made themselves felt. We are not dealing here with systems, with disinterested philosophical constructs, but with currents of thought between which it is sometimes difficult to establish clear lines of demarcation. However, this practical bias does not impair the value and the intrinsically philosophical interest of the questions which Chinese thinkers of this age put to themselves. The abstract, logical way of philosophizing is not the only one. The theorists of the state. Of all the currents of thought abroad in the 4th and 3rd centuries, the most important was almost certainly the one represented by the thinkers later christened legalists. It is at any rate the one which, being in harmony with contemporary changes in the state and society, made the most effective contribution to them. Yet the history of legalism is not well known. The book attributed to Shang Yang, author of the reforms in Qian in the middle of the 4th century, the Shangzi or Shangqian Shu, is reckoned to be a forgery compiled several centuries after his time. A composite work written at the time of the Warring States and ascribed to Quan Chung, a minister of Prince Huan of Chi in the 7th century BC, encouraged the bibliographers of the Han period to turn this semi-legendary personage into the first of the legalists. And as for Shen Puhai and Shen Tao, who were counted under the Han rulers among the legalists, their ideas are not very well known and we are not even certain who they were. Only the Han Fei Zi, the work of the eminent thinker Han Fei, seems to be for the most part authentic. In this book legalist thinking appears in its most elaborate form, as the result of a process of synthesis and reflection applied to a whole series of experiences relating to the government and administration of the state. These touch diplomacy, war, and economics as much as administration and respond to the concern, very general in the 5th to 3rd centuries, to reinforce the economic and military power of the various kingdoms. But the merit of the legalists was to have understood that the basis of the very power of the state resided in its political and social institutions. Their originality lay in their desire to subject the state and its subjects to the sovereignty of the law. According to Han Fei, it is important that the prince should be the sole dispenser of gifts and honors, punishments, and penalties. If he delegates the smallest part of his authority, he runs the risk of creating rivals who will soon usurp his power. In the same way, it is essential that the functions of the state's agents should be very strictly defined and divided, so that no conflict about competences can arise and officials profit from the vagueness of their spheres of action to arrogate undue power to themselves. But the functioning of the state must be assured first and foremost by the establishment of objective, binding, and general rules. In its philosophy, legalism is distinguished by a constant effort to attain objectivity. Not only must the law be public, known to everyone and exclude any divergent interpretation, but its very interpretation must be made impervious to the uncertain and variable judgment of men. To measure the honor won in war, and to calculate the degree of bravery shown, by the number of heads cut off by the enemy may seem a somewhat crude procedure, but it has the advantage of removing from the sphere of discussion what, in the absence of any objective standard, would be only a matter of opinion. The whole spirit of Chinese law was to remain marked by the original direction given to it by legalism. The role of the judge, a high administrative official, is not to weigh the evidence for and against, to estimate according to his own conscience the gravity of the crime and to decide on the punishment in a purely arbitrary fashion, but simply to define the crime correctly. His task is limited solely to this, for this definition involves automatically the corresponding sanction, which is provided for in the code of law. In the civil service, the strict execution of orders is ensured by recourse to the written word, to calculations, and to objective modes of proof. The value of institutions and that of the state's agents are to be judged solely by the effectiveness of the results they produce. The problem of the choice of men, which is a fundamental question for moralists who favor government by virtue, is of no importance for the legalists. The prince has no use for exceptional men and no need either to rely on luck. It suffices to employ anyone who offers his services, since the mechanisms already installed must necessarily ensure the good running of the state and society. Moral qualities are worse than useless because they can lead the state to ruin by giving virtuous men a power which endangers the sovereignty of the prince and the law. According to the Shangzi, which in spite of its late date remains true to the legalist tradition of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, politics is not a matter of morality. It is only the body of positive means and stratagems which ensure and maintain the power of the state. Legislative measures are not concerned simply with reforming radically the political organization, they aim at remolding society as a whole. The establishment of a scale of crimes and a scale of honorific ranks, which together form an indissoluble whole, should result in the creation of a continuous social hierarchy, always liable to modification, which directs all the activities of the state's subjects and enlists them in its service, favoring those whose activities are considered useful and penalizing the rest. In fact, historical circumstances, the evolution of armies in which the peasantry had finally come to furnish the main combatants, and the necessity for sufficient reserves to fight long campaigns caused the allocation of absolute priority to agricultural production. Agriculture is therefore regarded as the source of all economic and military power, as opposed to the secondary and subordinate activities, industry and commerce, the disorderly development of which can involve the weakening and ruin of the state. It is important to put a brake on all activities that divert the population from its essential tasks, to combat speculators, to control the price of vital raw materials and to keep a grip on the currency. Thus we can already see in the 4th to 3rd centuries BC the beginnings of a political economy which in the Chinese world underwent a large and precocious development. Although the prince is the sole source of the rewards and punishments which determine the social hierarchy, this does not imply that he can use his power as the fancy takes him. His power is confined to the erection of institutions and objective criteria known to all. His impartiality is complete, like that of the natural order, and in this point the influence of the Taoists is clearly perceptible in Hanfei. Other influences also affected the development of legalism. Even before the consolidation of a theory of the state founded on the sovereignty of the prince and of the law, those who had in mind the success of diplomatic combinations sought to take advantage of favorable opportunities and situations by means of expedients that were kept secret. This concept of political action based on the idea of concrete, specific times and places seems to have been the first to be adopted when heads of kingdoms wished to take advantage of the upheavals in aristocratic society to free themselves from the tutelage of the great noble families and make an attempt to achieve hegemony. The legalists were to find a place, alongside the body of laws intended to ensure the functioning of the state and the general organization of society, for this idea of secret devices and stratagems. Indeed, the prince owed part of his personal power to them. Finally, the development of legalism was influenced by the mentality of the great merchant entrepreneurs, some of whom served as advisors to heads of kingdoms in the 5th to 3rd centuries. For example, Fanli in Yi about 500 BC, one of the first men to preach the enrichment of the state and the strengthening of the armies, Fukuo Chiangping, Pai Ki in Wei in the 4th century and Li Pu Wei, advisor to the Prince of Chen at the end of the 3rd century. Recourse to calculations and to objective means of proof and the very idea of secret stratagems are common to the legalists and commercial circles. What most struck their contemporaries and men of the Han period about the ideas of the legalists was the equality before the law which they wished to impose on everyone. They do not distinguish, writes Sima Tian in the 2nd century BC, between kin and strangers. They make no difference between nobles and the common people. They let them all be judged by the law, so that relationships based on affection and respect are abolished. Nevertheless, in spite of subsequent changes in the Chinese world, the contribution made by the legalists in the realms of law and of political, social, and administrative organization was a fundamental one. Legalism has continued to inspire Chinese political thinking down to our own day. From religious practice to philosophy, the Taoists. The 4th and 3rd centuries, a period of anxiety and of social disturbance and upheaval, were to be particularly favorable to the development of religious currents. The sect led by Mozi had already made itself conspicuous in the 5th century by its religiosity and its ambition to ensure universal salvation. For those who were later called Taoists, the salvation of each and every one does not lie in collective action but in retirement and in the practice of procedures which permit one to withdraw from the world and to master it. These people have left us collections of fables, symbolic tales, and discussions. The most important of them, the Chuangzi, is for the most part the work of a writer of genius, probably one of the greatest in the long history of Chinese literature, namely Chuangzhou, who lived c. 370 to 300. Another, later collection, the Lizi, seems to have been compiled in imitation of the Chuangzi. In addition to these two works there is a smaller one, the Laozi Tao Te Ching, containing Sibylline sayings probably intended to serve as themes for meditation. The obscurity of these sayings has tempted numerous translators. Many passages hint at recourse to magico-religious practices which were probably much more ancient. As Marcel Gernet has emphasized, the point of departure of the Taoist thinkers is not philosophical but religious. The aim was to preserve and increase one's vital force by recourse to various disciplines, dietary, respiratory, sexual, gymnastic, and no doubt already alchemical. These disciplines as a whole were known as Yangsheng. Yangsheng was a means of refining the body so as to render it invulnerable, of acquiring the ability to disport oneself freely in the universe on ecstatic voyages, of delaying indefinitely the process of growing old. All these techniques, better known from the Han period onwards, seem to have been the privilege of schools of magicians whose existence is attested in the remotest antiquity. It is on this basis of magical tradition and under the influence of the other currents of thought, but in complete opposition to them, that the Taoist philosophy seems to have developed. The Taoist thinkers contrast the ideal of an independent, natural, free, and happy life with the constraints of morality, ritual, and political organization, and with the sacrifices preached by the gloomy disciples of Mo Tzu. All the world's miseries come from the distortion, hindrances, and superfluous adjuncts imposed on nature by culture. These things cause a weakening of the vital principle. To live a full and whole life we must avoid all waste of energy, rediscover the perfect simplicity of a being in its natural state, conform to the rhythm of universal life, alternate between long periods of hibernation and periods of untrammeled merrymaking, imitate the games and dances of the animals who know instinctively how life should be lived. One must be, like the great all, silence, repose, and complete indifference. Those who agitate themselves, busy themselves in search of fortune and glory, try to save the world, or devote themselves to the service of the state are only fools who waste their vital force and deny themselves all hope of achieving true holiness. In the same way one must reject all discursive thought, for language, a social institution, is one of the first obstacles to the free communication of the being with the great all. All distinctions are arbitrary. Life and death are only two alternating phases of the same reality. The Chuang-Tzu borrows the sophist's dialectic to demonstrate the total vanity of linguistic antitheses. All teaching which employs the spoken word is illusory, and the writings of the ancients are only, so to speak, their droppings. The saint instructs and transforms his disciples in a direct way, by his imperceptible influence, without uttering a word. The fact is that, outside the immediate, universal knowledge conferred by perfect repose and indifference, there are only fleeting, chance, impermanent, relative truths. The sole true reality is the power of indefinite transformation, the immanent principle of cosmic spontaneity embodied in the Tao. Taoism was to have an extremely important and often predominant influence on Chinese thought and on the development of religious movements in the Chinese world. It made a considerable contribution to the formation of scientific concepts and to certain discoveries. Its influence has even been perceptible both in the concept of political authority, one of the bases of which was the possession of magico-religious powers, and in theories of government. Mencius. In contrast to the innovators, preoccupied with the actual functioning of the state and installation of the institutions necessary for its development, we find those who thought that the foundation of power lay in the virtue of the prince, an old idea to which the progress of moral concepts tended to give a completely new lease of life in those who quoted Confucius as their authority. According to these thinkers, virtue is no longer inherent in aristocratic families, it has become a normal quality which can be acquired by anyone. In the view of Meng Tzu, the prince capable of displaying a virtue equal to that of the legendary heroes of remote antiquity and of the first kings of Zhou, epochs when perfect social harmony reigned, will necessarily impose himself on all the Chinese lands as universal sovereign. It is no longer a question of patrimonial power with a religious basis, but more simply of generosity and concern for each individual's well-being. What is important is not lands, of which there are always enough, or wealth or warlike power. These things mean nothing without the adhesion and support of the minor gentry and the common people but men. Yet greed, selfishness, and the lust for power led princes to multiply the constraints and sufferings of the humble and thus alienate the sympathy of the people. He among the great ones of this world who dared, in this age of violence and unbridled appetites, to offer a bold challenge and to return to the humanitarian mode of government of the ancient kings would provoke a sort of revolution. All the oppressed peoples would run to him as to their savior. This theme, developed at length in the work which recounts the master's conversations, is combined with an optimistic view of human nature. Men possess in embryo at their birth the moral qualities needed to make them into good men, namely gen, humanity, I, sense of duty, I, politeness, and chi, knowledge. These seeds can either be developed by education or stifled by the pernicious influence of the environment. A thinker of no great originality, Mencius was not to enjoy much success until the 9th to 11th centuries, when he became popular because of the analogies between his conception of human nature and certain Buddhist theories, and because of the general harmony of his political ideas with the philosophical and moral tendencies which were to develop in the Sung period. Mencius was to become one of the basic texts of the Neo-Confucian orthodoxy adopted by the authoritarian, paternalist Ming and Xiang empires. Xianzi, much more profound and original than Mencius, Xianzi, together with his contemporary Han Fei, was one of the most powerful minds of the 3rd century. His thought owes much to the legalists as well as to the Taoists. Probably the first man in history to recognize the social origins of morality, Xianzi refuses to see anything in raw human nature but a complex of anarchical and irrational tendencies. Goodness and reason are born of the discipline automatically imposed by life in society. It is society which, by its constant repression of the natural appetites, violence, and selfishness of individuals, canalizes these lively forces, tames them and turns them to the advantage of each and all. Society is the great educator of individuals. Duties and rules of conduct teach each individual self-control and give him a sense of what is fitting and just. Festivals and ceremonies, music and dance are a training in mutual understanding. Institutions make the man. But far from being the arbitrary work of a legislator, I and Li, conceived no longer as moral qualities but as objective realities, are the natural product of history. Thus they incorporate a principle of rationality, and society is itself the source of all reason. Social order and reason merge into each other. Without a distribution of ranks and conditions that is in conformity with equity and recognized by all, quarrels and disputes would ruin the social cohesion which makes possible the collective power of human groupings. It is therefore essential that this distribution should be clear and that names should correspond with realities. We find in Xianzi one of the best expositions of the theory of the rectification of names. The theory of Chengming, developed by the scribes and analysts, who saw in a use of terms that was in conformity with ritual tradition the means of expressing a moral judgment, became the instrument of a new order based on merits and demerits. By designating, that is, by creating titles and ranks, the prince secretes the order which ensures the regular functioning of society as a whole. Since he does this, he does not intervene in quarrels, he contents himself with installing a mechanism which avoids them because it is based on the universal consensus. We find here the same approach as in Han Fei. The prince does not issue commands or intervene directly, being completely impartial, he is the source and guarantor of universal order. We do not meet in Xianzi, any more than in other Chinese thinkers, the idea which seems to some extent to be a constituent element of Western thought, namely that the principle of order is the power of constraint and individual command. In the Chiuh the source of order lies in the complex of ritual rules and of hierarchies of family cults. In Mencius it is the effect of the virtue of the holy man, for Xianzi it is the product of objective mechanisms arising out of life in society, and for Han Fei the result of general rules established by heads of state. The idea that order can only result from a sort of spontaneous, organic adjustment recurs in cosmological conceptions. No individual power is in command of nature, whose equilibrium is ensured by interplay of opposing, complementary forces or virtues, the growth and decline of which are expressed in the succession of the seasons. One can understand the difficulties of the dialogue when the Chinese and European civilizations came into contact with each other in the 17th century. In the notion of Tian, Christian missionaries saw according to their own tendencies either a simple mechanistic conception or the trace of a monotheistic cult. Sophists and specialists in the 5 elements. The rhetoric, which was one of the original features of the school of Emozi, was based on analogies, lengthy comparisons, and repetition. Heavy and involved, it was scarcely suitable for the debates of the princely courts and diplomatic negotiations in which the object was not to preach but to gain your point in a few words. On these occasions speech was lively, allusive, forceful, or ironical. The opposing parties would use any means available to gain their end, moral and ritual precepts, anecdotes, fables, historical precedents, paradoxes and trains of reasoning that led to absurd conclusions. To embarrass and surprise one's opponent, it was quite legitimate to make use of fallacious arguments. Thus political circumstances in the age of the warring states favored the development of a kind of sophistry which is quite original in character and distinguished by its essentially pragmatic aim from that of the Greek world, which was bound up with the practice of making speeches in law courts and political assemblies. The time available for speaking was strictly limited. Hindered by having to use a language that could not distinguish between singular and plural, abstract and concrete, the Chinese sophists scarcely had the leisure to push their analysis of language very far or to develop a logic of speech. Hui Shi and his better-known successor Kung Sun Lung are the only ones who have left a few fragments or even a name behind them. We are indebted to them for a series of paradoxes based on analysis of the ideas of size, time, space, movement, unity, and multiplicity. These paradoxes had some success at the time but represented an attempt to reflect on abstract ideas which was never carried any further. Chinese logic was not to develop along these lines. It followed the path taken by the specialists in divination, who were the founding fathers of mathematics in the Chinese world. The manipulation of numbers and the combination of signs suited to translate the correct values of space-time were to serve as the basis of philosophical theories and of the sciences. Less irrational than many others, this mode of apprehending the world was to demonstrate its heuristic worth down the years in many fields. It seems in fact to have been the period of the warring states that saw the systematization of the classificatory theories inherited from soothsaying circles. These theories correlate and reassemble in spatio-temporal groups fundamental properties or forces that are both in opposition and complementary to each other. The growth and decline of these forces, as well as their succession, make it possible to interpret both the natural order and history. They explain the birth, zenith, and decline of political power. These theories, which corresponded with the needs of an age of social and political upheavals but were also to be very popular in the Qin and Han empires, seem to have been cultivated particularly in the Academy of Qixia at Linzi, the capital of Chi, where representatives of various different schools rubbed shoulders. Tradition ascribes to Wan Tzuyan the credit for systematizing these cosmological conceptions. Literature. The men who have been called the Chinese philosophers of the age of the warring states refer to a rich oral literature from which they borrow anecdotes, fables, stories, allegories, and riddles that are found in various different versions. Part of this literature must have been put down in writing at the same time as the other traditions of this period in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, in the form of chronicles or fictional biographies and collections of speeches and remarks ascribed to famous men. The content of these collections is often somewhat heterogeneous. The Mutian Zichuan, found in Honan in 279 in a tomb of the age of the warring states, recounts the legendary travels of King Mu in the western regions. The Yanzi Chun Chiu is a collection of anecdotes arranged according to type. The Wuzi is a work on strategy put under the name of a famous general of the kingdom of Wei. The Quanzi, attributed to Quan Sheng, a minister of Ch in the 7th century BC, is a treatise of politics and economics consisting of disparate sections. The Kuoyith and Chankuo Tse are histories intermingled with speeches relating sometimes to the Chun Chiu age, sometimes to that of the warring states. It is reasonable to suspect that this extremely varied literature betrays the influence of an international folklore explained by the historical circumstances of the epoch. The mythical geography of India seems indirectly to have inspired the cosmology of Tzuyan, who gives a central place to Mount Kunlun, the Chinese equivalent of Mount Sumeru, and Zeno of Elia's paradox of the arrow recurs in the Chinese sophists. But just as mythical geography was soon to be abandoned in favor of positive concepts, so the most ancient myths of the Chinese world began to be remolded as secular history. The construction of this history continued in the Han period. It recasts and inserts into a continuous chronology going back to the beginning of the third millennium before Christ fragments of myths and legends and religious themes, the significance of which it transforms into historical data. Civilizing heroes who had been adopted as patrons by the various sects and schools of the 5th to 3rd centuries and to whom humanity owes its basic institutions and the adaptation of its environment, find themselves assigned places in a dated history in perfect continuity with succeeding ages. In a quite different field, the end of the period of the Warring States was marked by the appearance of a new kind of poetry originating in Chu and rich in elements borrowed from autochthonous cultures. Springing no doubt from a much more ancient tradition, it was given luster for the first time at the beginning of the 3rd century by a noble of the kingdom of Chu called Chtian. This poetry is religious in inspiration and lyrical in character. Its free rhythms, sometimes halting, sometimes majestic, are punctuated by exclamations. Some pieces describe the shaman's journey in search of the divinity invoked and recall the trips of the perfect man who, according to Chuangzi, rides the wind and the clouds, straddles the sun and the moon, and voyages outside the universe. The poems of Chtian were to be imitated by his nephew Sung Yu and by Qin Cha before being transmuted in the Han Age into poetic descriptions precious in style and mannered in vocabulary. Part 2. Rise, Evolution, and Dejane Oerhe First. Centralist State. Prologue. During the course of the Han period an important process of evolution took place affecting society, the division of political power, the distribution of the population, the relations of the Chinese world with the steppe, and the economy. Moreover, one can distinguish different stages in the continuous process of change undergone by the Centralist state, as it had been defined by the first Chen emperor, between the civil war of the years 210 to 202 BC which put an end to his empire and the period of anarchy and struggles between leaders of armies in which the Second Han Dynasty came to an end in AD 190 to 220. The first 60 years of the 2nd century BC were a period during which the central power was strengthened. This phase was succeeded by the great military expansion of the reign of the Emperor Wu Ti, which was accompanied by a tremendous effort to develop the northern and northwestern territories. The power of the empire was based on the mass of small farmers liable to conscription. But the autocratic tendencies which had developed under Wu Ti caused after his death a divorce between the corps of civil servants and the court, which became the center of intrigues organized by the families of empresses. These intrigues ended in the usurpation of power by Wang Mang during the years AP 9 to 23. However, the political crisis of the last 50 years of the First Han Dynasty had been accompanied by social and economic changes and by the slow assimilation of a certain proportion of former nomads. These diverse factors had favored the growth of a class of rich landed proprietors, a general withdrawal of the colonies established on the northern and northwestern borders, and the rapid reduction of the class of small farmers. In fact, the empire restored after Wang Mang's interregnum rested on the new class of eminent citizens or gentry, which furnished its administrative and political cadres. After relative prosperity, difficulties arose once again, first in the shape of a conflict between court circles, represented by the eunuchs, and the leading families, then in the form of a peasant crisis which found expression in big, popular, Taoist-inspired insurrections. These weakened the central power and favored the rise of the army leaders entrusted with the task of suppressing them. From 190 onwards the power of the Han emperors was purely nominal and the general anarchy caused the decline of the urban economy. Chapter 5. The Conquering Empire. From the Chen to the Han. The unification of the Chinese lands and the first expansionist tendencies. The first great military exploit of Chen after its reorganization by Shangyang was its victory over the nomads of the north in 314 BC. This victory was followed in 311 by the occupation of the plain of Changtu in Sichuan and by the advance of the Chen armies into the mountainous regions, peopled by non-Chinese tribes, of eastern Sichuan. The occupation of the upper valley of the Han made it possible for Chin to expand in Hupi at the expense of Chu in the years 278 to 277. The capital of Chu, Ying, fell at this time into the hands of General Pai Chi. There followed a series of offensives against Chin's eastern neighbors, Han, Wei, and Chao. The armies of Chin advanced as far as Hantan, the capital of Chao in the extreme southeast of Hopi, but were forced to raise the siege of the city in 257. In 249 Chin annexed the small realm of the eastern Zhou in Honan and thus put an end to the venerable line of the kings of Zhou. The man who was to unify the Chinese lands by force of arms and to found the first empire in China's history, Prince Cheng of Chin, came to power in 247. In 10 years of campaigning he destroyed Han, Chao, Wei, Chu, Yan, and Chi. Having completed by 221 the conquest of all the Chinese lands, he took the title of August Sovereign, which was to remain the normal appellation of the emperors. However, he himself was to be known to history as the first emperor. With the help of his legalist advisor Li Su, who had succeeded the merchant Li Pui in this capacity, the first emperor extended the administrative system in use in Chin to the whole of the existing Chinese world. A whole series of unifying measures accompanied the division of the territories into 36 commanderies, soon increased to 48. These measures included the creation of one single type of circular copper coin with a square hole in the middle, a pattern which remained in use until our own day, the unification of the measures of length and capacity, the creation of new standard characters intended to replace the various types of writing hitherto in use in the Chinese lands, and the standardization of the gauge of cartwheels. The ancient walls which the different kingdoms had built on their frontiers to defend themselves against their neighbors were pulled down and the possession of arms was made illegal. A tremendous effort was made to develop the country as a whole. A network of imperial roads and irrigation canals was constructed and a great wall was erected on the northern frontier. This wall was intended to protect the empire against the invasions of the Xiongnu, nomadic cattle raisers of the steppes. It followed the line of the ancient fortifications built round about 300 BC by the kingdoms of Chin, Chao, and Yan, reinforcing them and prolonging them continuously from southern Kansu to the northern part of the peninsula of Liaodong. In 213 an expeditionary force of 100,000 men was dispatched by General Meng Tian against the Xiongnu settled in the Ordos region. Other operations were carried out in the barbarous lands of South China and Vietnam, where new commanderies were created. The centers of these commanderies were Pianyith, Quilin, in the northeast of the province of Guangxi, and Shang. The Chin offensives against the aboriginal peoples of Fujian resulted in the creation of yet another commandery in the region of present-day Fuqiao. Peopled by exiles, these distant territories, where the Chinese garrisons had to contend continually with the guerrilla activities of the native population, broke away from the empire at the time of the disturbances which followed the death of the first emperor. Nevertheless, they had already been permeated by Chinese products and explored by merchants and adventurers in the period of the Warring States, and they preserved the traces of this Chinese implantation. Descendants of the soldiers and exiles of the time of the first emperor were still there a century later. Collapse of the Qin Empire and advent of the Han. The first emperor's tyranny seems eventually to have been rendered intolerable by a combination of factors: the number of military operations conducted, from Kansu to Korea and from Fujian to Vietnam, the extent of the big public works undertaken, not to mention the installation of a huge palace in the capital and the excavation of an immense hypogeum inside Mount Li, and finally the extreme rigor of the penal system. The popular discontent was accompanied by the hatred of the old nobility, which had been deprived of its rights and deported. Nor were scholarly circles any happier, in his desire to eliminate speech-makers who took it upon themselves to criticize the new state. The first emperor banned all books except treatises on medicine, agriculture, and divination. In 213 came the notorious burning of the books, which was followed by the execution at Jianyang of over 400 opponents of the regime. The first insurrections occurred immediately after the first emperor's death, when his youngest son succeeded him under the name of Second Emperor. In 209 came the popular rebellions led by Chn Sheng and Wukuang, which the ancient nobility of Chu, headed by the Shang family, soon joined. Lu Pang, a minor Chn official of lowly birth, found his authority as head of the insurgent bands growing. He was at first under the orders of Shang Yith, who had made him Prince of Han, but he soon quarreled with his associate. In 207 he led his troops across the Chn Ling, and in the following year, 206, the theoretical date of the foundation of the new Han Empire, crushed the Chn army in the Valley of the Wei. In 202 Lu Pang eliminated his rival, proclaimed himself emperor and fixed his capital at Chang'an, to the southeast of Xianyang. Like Shang Itai before him, Lu Pang distributed titles of nobility and fiefs to his old companions in arms. Permanence of legalist institutions. The legalist state, as initiated in the kingdom of Ch'in from the middle of the 4th century onwards and extended on the same principles by the first emperor to the whole of the Chinese lands, was based on a faceless administrative and military organization which ensured the control and utilization of the peasantry. It was this direct relationship between the peasantry and the state that formed the essential characteristic of this new conception of power and society. In spite of appearances, the first Han emperors were the heirs of the Ch'in rulers and continued their work. Traditional history enjoyed presenting the Ch'in Empire in the blackest light. The tyrant, Cheng, so the story ran, had declared war on the literati, while under the Han dynasty their influence was to be preponderant. But the foundations of the Han power were no different in origin from those of the Ch'in kingdom and empire. The same conceptions predominate in the philosophical and religious domain, namely a system of correspondences of a scholastic character furnishing a general explanation of the universe and of the changes undergone by society, and Taoist beliefs springing from the soothsayers and thaumaturges of Shantung and the coast of Hopi. Outside the empire, general conditions remain the same from one period to the next, and the great expansion of Emperor Wu's reign towards Mongolia, Korea, Central Asia, South China, and Vietnam merely continued. After an interval of about a century, the offensives and expeditions of the first emperor. It was only in the long run and as a result of a complex process of evolution that the Han Empire departed further and further from its origins. All kinds of factors were involved in this evolution: economic expansion, changes in the relationship between the Chinese world and the world of the steppe, strengthening of the palace at the expense of the civil service, weakening of the state's hold on the peasantry, rise of the families of the rich and gentry, and so on. Although the Han founder considerably softened the extreme harshness of the penal laws of the First Empire, the political and administrative organization that Lu Pang put in place differed little from that of the Ch'in. We find the same division of the territory into commanderies and prefectures, and the same tripartite division of functions both in the capital and in the provinces: civil affairs, military affairs, and inspection and supervision of the administration. In short, the same legalist empire was perpetuated not only in the territories directly dependent on the central power but also in the fiefs granted first to the founder's companions in arms and later to relatives of the imperial family. Its power was based on the direct control of peoples and individuals by the state. This implies recourse to accurate censuses, and in fact those which have been preserved from the Han period are reckoned to be among the most precise in history. Every subject was liable to a personal tax payable in coin, to annual stints of forced labor and to military service. In addition, the legalist system of rewards and punishments made it possible to classify the whole population in the continuous hierarchy of the 24 degrees of dignity. Promotions were conferred for military exploits or for deliveries of cereals to the state, and they could also be purchased. Punishments involved demotion, while the possession of grades ensured a reduction of the penalties in the case of an offense. Amnesties, which sometimes cancelled debts and were accompanied by promotions, were used to correct the excesses of too harsh legislation. In the case of an amnesty, the administration would present alcohol and sacrificial oxen to the peasant communities for their annual banquets in honor of the god of the soil. By the social cohesion and moral pressure which they exerted at the local level, these communities reinforced the state's hold on the population. They were headed by leading elder citizens and enforced a morality based on the subordination of the younger to the elder and on the respect for hierarchies. The legalist empire was based on the breakdown of human groupings into very small units, and in fact the existence of large communities, of important local cults, and of numerous private retinues formed the biggest obstacle to its activities. Thus the hold of the central power was firmest where the settlement was most recent. In the long-settled regions the imperial administration had to come to terms with the great families. Such was the case in Shanxi, where interclan rivalries were at the root of constant vendettas which the representatives of the central power were powerless to end. This sheds light on one of the main reasons for transfers of population. It was in the state's interest to move influential families, to shift them from their surroundings, in order to rob them of all power. Similarly, it was also in the state's interest to extend the areas of land clearance and colonization, for it is easier to keep in hand a population consisting of displaced persons, convicts, freedmen, soldiers, and bankrupt peasants. Transfers of population also happen to serve economic and military ends as well as political ones. Relieving the most densely inhabited areas of their excess population, they made it possible to develop the arid lands of the northern provinces and the frontier with Mongolia. This in turn facilitated the provisioning of the armies entrusted with the task of repulsing invasions from the steppe. As early as 198 BC over 100,000 persons belonging to the rich and influential families of the ancient lands of Chi, in northern Shantung, and Chu, on the middle Yangtze and in the lower valley of the Han, were deported to the region of the capital. This was the first of a long series of analogous measures which went on until the end of the 1st century BC. They were substantial enough to affect the distribution of the population in North China and more particularly the northwest, where military colonies peopled by soldiers and their families multiplied during the reign of Wu Ti. Like the Chin, the first Han rulers pursued a policy of undertaking big public works, the majority of which were strategic or economic in character. In 192 and 190 BC peasants and their womenfolk from the Valley of the Wei were conscripted for the construction of the walls of the new capital, Chang'an. In each of these 2 years there were nearly 150,000 people at work. But subsequently more and more use was made of soldiers and convicts. In 132 BC 100,000 soldiers were drafted to repair a breach in the dikes of the Yellow River. It was soldiers and convicts who in 102 BC extended the Great Walls from the northeast of Lanzhou to Yithmenquan, at the western end of Kansu. The same labor force built fortifications in Mongolia in the region of Cayenne, to the north and northeast of the commanderies of Chu Chtien and Changye. In 76 BC another line of fortifications was built in southern Manchuria by young good-for-nothings and civil servants guilty of misdemeanors who had just been deported to that area. Besides ramparts and forts, canals and roads were also built. These reinforced the hold of the central power on the regions but also corresponded to economic needs. In 129 BC 90 miles of canal were dug between Honan and Shenzi to connect the basin of the Wei with the Yellow River. 95 BC saw the opening of a canal some 60 miles long linking the course of the Wei to that of the Qing further north. But innumerable irrigation works were carried out in the whole of North China during the reigns of Wu Ti and his immediate successors. Among the great roads constructed under the first Han emperors were the one linking the capital to Changtu via the valley of the Paoxi, through the Chengnanshan Massif, and the one started in 130 BC from Sichuan towards the rich plains of Guangdong. The technical difficulties, which often made it necessary to build roads with an overhang over precipices, were aggravated in the southwest by mutinies among the workers recruited on the spot from the aboriginal tribes. The reduction of the fiefs and the reining in of the imperial nobility. However, although the Han Empire inherited all its institutions from the Chin Empire and possessed all the characteristics of a legalist state, its initial weakness necessitated certain compromises. The Han power had been born in a climate of anarchy and general insurrection. The regionalist tendencies inherited from the age of the warring states had remained very much alive during the short period of unification imposed by the Ch'in kingdom and empire between the years 230 and 210. Thus the imperial administration of the Han rulers could at first be applied directly only to part of the ancient Chinese lands. Of the 54 commanderies into which the empire was divided at the beginning of the 2nd century BC, 39, or nearly two-thirds of the whole territory, formed part of the fiefs allocated in 201 to the founders' old companions in arms. The majority of these kingdoms, the administration of which was identical with that of the imperial territories and was supervised by imperial commissioners, were situated in the eastern regions of the Yangtze. It would certainly be a mistake to see in the creation of these kingdoms a sort of resurgence of the fiefs of antiquity. The ancient feudalism had disappeared for good. Nevertheless, the relative freedom which the heads of these kingdoms enjoyed constituted a threat to the central power, which strove to eliminate them during the course of the 2nd century. In the reign of the Empress Li, the old companions in arms placed in control of the fiefs by the empire's founder, who were showing too much independence of the central power, were eliminated to the benefit of the empress's relations. In the time of her successor, Wen Ti, the advisors Chia I and Chao Zhou suggested reducing the excessive power of the princes. Finally, under Qing Ti, a crisis arose which ended in the rebellion of the 7 kingdoms led by the princes of Wu and Chu, whose fiefs lay in the present-day province of Jiangsu. The imperial armies defeated this rebellion in 154, thus asserting the authority of the central power over the regions most distant from the capital 13 years before the beginning of the great reign of Wu Ti. In 124, Luan, Prince of Huainan, a fief in Anhui, tried in his turn, but in vain, to shake off the control of the emperors. He was executed 2 years later. As early as 127 BC a law was adopted which was to lead to the final breakup of the fiefs and the downfall of the imperial nobility. It ended the rule by which the title and possessions were passed on to the sole legitimate heir, and it enjoined that they should be shared out equally between all the sons. By the end of Wu Ti's reign the princes had lost all territorial power. The only advantage which they still enjoyed was the right to levy taxes in grain on a certain number of peasant families. It thus becomes apparent that Wu Ti's reign was not only a period of unprecedented military expansion but also one of internal consolidation. Thus the general tendency throughout the 2nd century was towards increased centralization. The influence at court acquired by the literati as advisors and the toning down of the legislation inherited from the Ch'in rulers did not affect this basic orientation. The harshest laws of the Ch'in period were in fact abolished between the years 191 and 167. In 191 possession of the books banned by the first emperor was once again authorized, and in 167 mutilation as a punishment disappeared from the legal code. On the other hand, while the equality of all before the law, one of the great principles of legalism, was at first maintained in the early days of the Han dynasty, the tendency to introduce distinctions based on social position and degree of kinship began to appear through the influence of powerful advisors who appealed to the scholarly tradition. As early as 176 a memorandum by Chia I drew attention to the drawbacks of a too uniform application of the law. Imperial majesty falls on those close to the sovereign through their position or ties of blood, and it is therefore fitting to spare important personages the dishonour inseparable from ordinary punishments. It is considerations of this sort that explain the custom finally adopted of authorizing, as a special favor, dignitaries liable to capital punishment to commit suicide. However, a long process of evolution was required to produce the system of penalties graduated according to degree of proximity and according to the status of the guilty person and the victim. The same is true of the procedures peculiar to the categories of guilty persons belonging to the aristocracy and the mandarinate. The whole system attained its most elaborate form in the Tiang Code of the 7th century, the first collection of penal laws which has come down to us complete. The legislators of the periods between the Han and Sui dynasties were the authors of this admirable systematization of the law. The great expansion of the Han in Asia. One may say that the whole policy of the first Han emperors was dominated and directed by the problems of the steppe. Invasions of horsemen using the bow who came from the steppe were doubtless nothing new, for they had already threatened the kingdoms of Chin, Chao and Yan from Kansu to Manchuria at the end of the 4th century, and caused the construction of the first defense walls. But the danger increased at the end of the 3rd century BC. It was in fact just at the time of the rebellions which marked the end of the Chin dynasty and during the civil war between the various claimants to supreme power that a great confederation of nomad tribes led by the Xiongnu was formed in the steppe zone. There have been long and fruitless debates on the question whether the Xiongnu and the Huns were of the same origin. The similarity between the names may be deceptive. In any case, the question has no interest for history in view of the lapse of time between the two periods concerned. Like the other empires of the steppe, that of the Xiongnu, which extended from Baikal to Balkhash, and southward to the neighborhood of the 40th parallel, united tribes of diverse origins whose languages belong to the Altaic group of Mongol, Turk, and Tungus languages known to us at a much later date. The name of the most powerful tribes, those which had placed themselves at the head of the confederation, was extended to these peoples as a whole. The same thing happened in later times with the Wanwan, the Turks, and the Mongols. Founded by a certain Motu, the Xiongnu Empire lasted from 204 to 43 BC, at which date the steppe tribes split into the southern Xiongnu of Inner Mongolia, who joined China, and the northern Xiongnu, who lived in the territories corresponding to present-day Outer Mongolia. Even in the time of Motu, the power of the Xiongnu extended as far as the basin of the Tarim. In the reign of his son Laozhang, the Xiongnu exerted pressure on the Yiqi, a big federation of tribes who spoke an Iranian dialect and lived in the region of the Oases and in Kansu. Gradually pushed back towards the west, these Indo-European speakers finally settled on the northwestern borders of the Indian world. These circumstances enable us to understand why Chinese expansion under the Han rulers was not confined simply to Mongolia but extended to the whole of Central Asia. Mongolia and Central Asia. The rebellions and the civil war had halted the offensive policy inaugurated by the first Chin emperor. The Great Walls were left undefended between the end of the 3rd century and the beginning of the 2nd. The nomads living in Mongolia and the Ordos area were quite free to make incursions into northern China. They took two main routes. One gave access, through present-day Tationg in the extreme north of Shanxi, to the valley of the Fen. The other led to the Chang'an region through the Ordos and the valleys of Shenzi. A defeat incurred by the Chinese armies in 201 to 200 caused a general retreat south of the Great Walls which lasted until about 135. The Han rulers were forced to adopt a policy of appeasement known as He-Chin, peace and friendship. In 198 a Chinese princess was given in marriage to the head of the Xiongnu, the Shanyith, to whom every year the emperor sent substantial gifts of silks, alcohol, rice, and copper money. But as early as the time of Wen Ti, two of the emperor's principal advisors, Chia and Chao Tizo, criticized this policy of appeasement. The continual incursions of the Xiongnu, the number of Chinese who went over to them and the increased demands which they made provoked a change of attitude. The gifts handed over to the nomads increased both their power and their wealth. Once the central power had been consolidated, it seemed possible to control the intruders' access routes on the far side of the Great Walls and to adopt once again the policy of expansion favored by the first emperor. The advocates of a strong policy defeated those who preached compromise at the discussions which took place at court in 133 BC. The famous mission of Chiang Kai some years later must also have helped to convince people of the need for a general offensive, by showing that the Han could find allies in Central Asia. Chiang Kai had set out from the west in 139, in search of the Yiqi, old enemies of the Xiongnu. Kept prisoner for 10 years by the nomads, he eventually escaped and reached the upper valley of the Sirdarya and the land of Tayian, Ferghana. From there Chiang Kai went on to Bactriana, to the south of the Amudarya, where he found the Yiqi, who had adopted a settled life and were known at that time to the Greeks by the name of Indo-Scythians. Returning to Chang'an in 126, Chang Qian set off again in 115 for the land of the Wusun, horse breeders who lived southeast of Lake Bokhash. He visited Ferghana again, then Sogdiana and the oases of Central Asia. He returned convinced of the lively interest of all these countries in Chinese products, especially the most prized of them, silks. All these lands, he said, could be won over to the side of the Han by gifts. What Chang Xiaqian's journeys revealed to the China of that period was the existence of commerce in silks and other Chinese products in Central Asia and the regions beyond the Pamirs. It seems therefore that the factors which led to the Han expansion in the reign of the great Emperor Wu Ti included not only the consolidation of the central power and the organization of powerful armies but also a degree of wealth and an economic expansion which enabled China to assert its prestige among all its neighbors. We should not forget that diplomatic activity played just as big a part as military conquest in the Chinese advance into Manchuria, Mongolia, Central Asia, and the tropical regions. The first big victorious offensive against the Xiongnu took place between 127 and 119. Expeditionary forces of more than 100,000 men, both horse and foot, set out for Mongolia in 124, 123, and 119. From 115 onwards the Han Empire had scarcely any further worry about its northern frontiers. In 108, after the creation of the four commanderies in northern and central Korea, it extended from the Sea of Japan to the region of Kaunming in Yunnan, and from Tunhuang to the region of Tu Rain in Vietnam. However, it should not be imagined that the Han rulers were able to install a regular administration everywhere. In many places it was a matter merely of Chinese infiltration, which was protected by garrisons controlling the roads and passing places, in the midst of populations whose loyalty was often dubious. It was in Korea and on the northern frontier that the Han emperors tried to gain a more solid hold by founding military colonies, which had the double task of developing the conquered territories by clearing and irrigating the land and ensuring the defense of the area to their rear. In Kansu the commanderies of Tunhuang and Changye were created in 117 and those of Wu Wei and Chu Chtien in 115. From this time onwards a big effort was made to colonize the northwestern regions, and the number of people settled there in the reign of the Emperor Wu Ti may be estimated at 2 million. A few figures will suffice to bring home to us the scale of these transfers of population. In 127, 100,000 peasants were settled in Chuofang, northwest of the Ordos Bend, right in Mongolia. In 102, 180,000 soldier farmers went off to people the Chu Chtien and Changye commanderies, and in 120, after big floods in western Shantung, 700,000 victims of the disaster were transferred to Shenzi. These transfers of population were numerous enough to affect the distribution of the population in North China and doubtless had a beneficial effect on the agrarian economy in the most thickly populated areas of the Yellow River Basin. Manchuria and Korea. The Han expansion in Mongolia and Central Asia was accompanied by efforts to advance towards the northeast and Korea. These efforts aimed at putting an end to the domination exerted by the Xiongnu over the Tunghu and Wuhuan, horse-breeding peoples of southeastern Mongolia and the basin of the Liao, and at securing for the empire control of the trade routes in these regions. In any case, Chinese colonization in Manchuria had been going on for a long time and went back at least to the age of the Warring States. Remains have been found in Manchuria that must be attributed to colonists of the Kingdom of Yen, the capital of which lay in the neighborhood of present-day Peking. Moreover, maritime relations between the coast of Shantung and the peninsula of Liaodong, which are only about 75 miles apart, and doubtless also between Shantung and Korea, were established before the Han age. It thus becomes clear why the Han rulers made a systematic attempt at the end of the 2nd century BC to incorporate the plains of southern Manchuria and the peninsula of Korea in the empire. After a victory over the Tunghu in 128, Han commanderies were set up in Manchuria. Between 109 and 106 most of Korea was conquered, and commanderies were created in Lolang in the northwest, Chinfan in the southwest, Lintan in the northeast and Xiantu in the north, astride the river Yalu. The west coast of Korea remained Chinese until the beginning of the 4th century AD. This period of Chinese infiltration explains the abundance of archaeological remains of the Han Age in the Korean peninsula. Until the recent discovery of other sites, it was the Chinese tombs at Lolang in Korea that had furnished the finest specimens of wall paintings from this period. The organization of the armies of the North. It would be simplistic to see in the Great Walls a sharp divide between the world of the nomadic cattle raisers and that of the Chinese farmers and townspeople. The northern frontiers of the Chinese world formed a zone where the opposing modes of life of the farmer and the herdsman mingled and combined. Down the centuries sometimes the pasturages would advance and the cultivated land shrink, sometimes the arid lands would be conquered and developed by the sedentary peoples. Just as certain tribes of herdsmen changed over to agriculture, so some Han adopted the nomad's mode of life. The problems of defense against incursions from the steppe must be seen in a context which is as much cultural, political, and economic as military, thanks to phenomena of assimilation, diplomatic combinations, and commercial exchanges. The Great Wall formed only one element in a much vaster complex, allied tribes who collaborated in the defense against incursions, outposts, forts, and advanced garrisons, military colonies, lands developed by deported populations, horse breeding, and so on. The organization of the Han armies and defense system on the northern frontier is fairly well known to us thanks to the discovery of a substantial number of manuscript texts on wood and bamboo and to the excavations carried out on the Chinese limes in the Han period since the beginning of the century. These texts come from the region of Etsingal in western Mongolia and from the neighborhood of Tunhuang, in the west of Kansu. About 10,000 in number, they consist of reports, communiques, inventories, soldiers' letters, fragments of legal texts, and so on. They take the form, current at the time, of strips of wood or bamboo, usually bearing one single column of characters. The dates mentioned in them run from about 100 BC to AD 100. Two kinds of troops were to be found near the frontiers: farmer soldiers, known as soldiers of the irrigation canals or soldiers of the granaries, and soldiers on garrison duty in advanced posts. Lookout duty, patrols, and training occupied a considerable part of the time of troops serving in the first lines of defense. Each post was in permanent contact with neighboring posts and with the rear, thanks to a system of signals, red and blue flags, smoke by day and fires by night, rendered more easily visible by long pivoting poles rather like Egyptian shadoofs. This system of signals, which made possible, thanks to a fairly complex code, the swift transmission of relatively precise information about troop movements and attacks, is mentioned in the texts as early as 166 BC. All messages sent and received were recorded in writing. The head of each post was obliged by a very formalistic administrative routine to write a large number of letters and to keep extensive records which deal not only with military activities but also with victualling and the weapons kept in magazines: bows, arrows, crossbows, and catapults. On their patrols the soldiers were often obliged to level wide strips of earth or sand to detect traces of the nomads. They were responsible for the maintenance of buildings, for the manufacture of bricks made in a mold and dried in the sun, for collecting fuel and making arrows, and also acted as customs officers and police. Everything that passed the frontier post's men, herds and merchandise was subject to strict supervision. When a fugitive was being hunted, an accurate description of him was passed to the troops. The use of the passport, the antecedents of which go back to the age of the Warring States, is well attested in the Han period, as is the use of police dogs. The frontier posts also had to supply the needs of diplomatic caravans. Contemporary documents thus reveal the diversity of the tasks incumbent on the garrisons of the Chinese limes. Military activities proper formed only one of the aspects of the relations between the Chinese world and that of the nomadic herdsmen. The Han armies were based on the system in use in the Qing Kingdom and Empire, namely conscription. Able-bodied men were enrolled at the age of 30 and were obliged to serve for 1 year in their local commandery. That at any rate was the system in the areas near the capital. Conscripts recruited in the frontier regions stayed there permanently. but we also find paid mercenaries on the frontiers. As for the expeditionary forces of Wu Ti's time, they were composed of strong contingents of barbarian auxiliaries, of Chinese mercenaries and of convicts allowed to serve their time in the army. After Wu Ti there was a tendency to reduce the number of conscripted troops. The armies of the Second Han Dynasty consisted mainly of veterans, mercenaries, and very large bodies of barbarian auxiliaries. The Han advance into tropical lands. The Chinese expansion south of the Yangtze is one of the great phenomena of the history of East Asia, both because of its long duration, nearly 3 millennia, and because of the changes which accompanied it, to wit, movements of whole populations, intermixture of races, the disappearance or transformation of ancient cultures, reciprocal borrowings, and so on. What remains today of the ancient ethnic units forms no more than a sort of residue which cannot give us any precise idea either of these ancient cultures, in spite of the remarkable permanence of some features or of the distribution of the different ethnic units in ancient times. Some peoples seem to have disappeared completely. Big princedoms and substantial kingdoms with distinctive civilizations were gradually destroyed or greatly reduced by the Chinese expeditions and by progressive assimilation. Archaeology alone has finally been able to shed a clear light on some of these original cultures. Thus the real nature of the kingdom of Tian, which is briefly mentioned by sources of the Han period and whose political center lay in the plain of present-day Kunming in Yunnan, was abruptly revealed in 1956 and the following years by some astonishing archaeological discoveries. This kingdom, whose economy was based on large-scale cattle breeding and agriculture, was in contact at the end of the Age of the Warring States and in the 2nd century BC with the warlike Yalang tribes to the east, the Kunming tribes in western Yunnan and the Chinese of the plain of Changtu. It occupied the crossing places between the upper Yangtze and Burma. Its commercial wealth explains how it came to develop an original bronze art showing a mixture of many different influences, the clearest of which, and possibly the most unexpected, are those of the Ordos region and the steppe. The excavations at Shichaishan, southeast of the Lake of Kunming, produced from 1955 to 1960 remarkable bronze vessels adorned with cowries, the palladia of the princely families, the lids of which are decorated with scenes in relief which constitute valuable evidence about the economy, religious cults, and daily life of the inhabitants. The kingdom of Tian was crushed by the Han armies in 109 BC. Its prince was allowed to retain his title until the reign of Chao Ti, but the title was suppressed after a rebellion. Chinese colonization was to eliminate all trace of this distinctive civilization. In 86 and 82 BC, expeditions against the Kunming tribes of western Yunnan extended Chinese penetration up to the approaches to Burma. Tribute was sent to Luoyang by the Shan kingdom of northern Burma round about AD 2. Another site, Dongsun in Tunhua, about 90 miles south of Hanoi, discovered in 1924, has revealed yet another Bronze Age civilization which seems to have been more or less contemporary with that of Tian. It was a civilization of fishermen cum hunters cum agriculturalists who lived in houses built on piles. It was characterized by the use of bronze drums with decorations showing religious scenes in which dancers adorned with feathers appear. Among the musical instruments employed was the keen, a mouth organ found over a wide area of the tropical zone. It was the ancestor of the Chinese sheng. Influences both from the steppe and from China are perceptible in the Dongsun civilization. Articles imported include a vase and a sword of the age of the Warring States and also coins dating from the time of Wang Mang. What is true of Tian and Dongsun is probably also true of other ancient kingdoms of which we have no archaeological traces. Fujian facing the sea and cut off by its mountains and southern Zhejiang formed one of these independent kingdoms in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. The Yi of Min were one of the numerous fishing peoples who had occupied since antiquity the whole coastline from the estuary of the Zhejiang to the region of the Hue in Vietnam. The first Chin emperor's expeditions had been only temporary affairs without lasting consequences, but the Han rulers advanced in force into this area at the end of the 2nd century and destroyed the kingdom of the Yi of Min in 110 BC. All the maritime lands with big fertile plains, i.e. Quang Tung and Vietnam down to the neighborhood of present-day Da Nang, had been penetrated by Chinese traders as early as the age of the Warring States. After his expeditions towards the south in 221 to 214, the first emperor had installed garrisons in the areas of present-day Guilin, Canton, and Hanoi. However, after the collapse of the Xin Empire, an independent kingdom had been set up there. Its ruling family bore the name of Chao and may have been half Chinese. This state was known as the Kingdom of the Yi of the South, a term which corresponds, according to Chinese syntax, to the name Vietnam. The principal activities of this kingdom, whose inhabitants must have been ancestors of the Thais and Hmong Khmers, seem to have been trading and fishing. Its most important ports were Canton, Hepyu and a port on the Gulf of Tonkin. It traded in ivory, pearls, tortoise shells, rhinoceros horns, textiles made from vegetable fibers, and slaves from the islands. After several military interventions, the earliest of which took place in 181, Han expeditionary forces advanced into the Canton area and the delta of the Red River in 113, and 2 years later the territory of the Kingdom of the Nanyue was transformed into Chinese commanderies. Nevertheless, there was a permanent atmosphere of insecurity in the tropical, unhealthy regions controlled by the Han rulers in South China and Vietnam. The vegetation and the often mountainous contours of the country lent themselves admirably to guerrilla warfare, and there were continual raids and skirmishes. At the time of the troubles which marked the reign of Wang Mang and the first years of the Han Restoration, Chinese emigration to Yunnan, Guangdong, and North and Central Vietnam increased considerably. But from AD 40 onwards, revolts in the delta of the Red River became widespread and led to the insurrection of the inhabitants of the whole of the north and center of present-day Vietnam, as well as those of the Hepyu region in the west of Guangdong. Two sisters, Tru Ngi Thak and Tru Ngi Nhi, the elder of whom soon assumed the title of queen, were the leaders of this great rebellion. They were to be venerated in our own time as the heroes of Vietnamese national independence. However, Ma Yian, appointed general and tamer of the waves, succeeded in crushing this revolt in AD 43. The first breakthrough to Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. The establishment of the Han in Guangdong and Vietnam extended Chinese influence to Southeast Asia. Bronze axes found in Cambodia are modeled on Chinese axes, and fragments of Han pottery dating from the 1st century AD have been found in eastern Borneo, western Java, and southern Sumatra. At the same time, this expansion of the Han commanderies towards the south enabled the countries of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean to enter for the first time into direct relations with the Chinese world. A passage in the history of the Han provides the first list of maritime routes towards the South Seas and the Indian Ocean in the 1st century BC. However, these relations did not really start to develop in earnest until the first centuries of the Christian era, as a result of the maritime expansion of the Indo-Iranians, which was followed from the 3rd century onwards by greatly increased maritime activity in South China. Archaeology reveals the import of overseas products under the Han rulers: glass, amber, agate, and cornelian. Traffic in slaves from Southeast Asia is attested by certain funerary statuettes. Jasmine, a plant introduced from abroad, began to be planted in the Canton region in the 3rd century. Indian embassies came to the Han court between AD 89 and 10s. The first mention of official relations between China and the island of Java dates from 132. The development of Indo-Iranian maritime trade, which was probably due to a number of factors: progress in navigational techniques, the increase in exchanges between India, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean, the spread of Buddhism, the discovery of new gold-producing countries at a time when the roads across northern Eurasia were cut, was almost certainly one of the great events in the history of Asia in the first few centuries of our era. It was the root cause of the conversion to Hinduism of the coastal plains of the lands of Southeast Asia. It also accounts for the episodic contacts which Han China had with the eastern regions of the Roman Empire. One of the great ports of call for this Indo-Iranian trade seems to have been a port in the old Cambodian kingdom of Funan in the delta of the Mekong. On the site of this ancient town, among remains dating from the 2nd to 6th centuries, have been found a Roman coin struck in AD 152 bearing the head of Antoninus Pius and another bearing the head of Marcus Aurelius. The History of the Liang, chapter 54, recalls that in the time of the Han emperors the merchants of Ta-Chin frequently visited Funan. In 120 a gift of dancers and jugglers, who had arrived in East Asia by sea from the land of the Ta-Chin, was sent by a kingdom in Burma to the court of Loyang. In 166 an embassy of Roman merchants, possibly Syrians from Palmyra, who had landed on the coast of central Vietnam, is mentioned by Chinese sources. Two other similar embassies are referred to, one in 226 at Nanking and one in 284 at Loyang. These long-distance relations between the Eastern Mediterranean and South China have more than mere curiosity value. They reveal the existence of commercial exchanges which had some economic importance and were stimulated by the attraction of Chinese silks. Chapter 6. Causes and Consequences of the Expansion. Just as the power of the great nomad empire of the Xiongnu in the steppe zone was very probably created and strengthened by the import of iron and silks from China, so the Han expansion in Asia was certainly due fundamentally to the economic upsurge of the Chinese world. Not only were Han China's strength and prestige abroad based on this economic prosperity, but it was also the trade with Mongolia, Korea, Central Asia, South China, and northern India that, by attracting the attention of China's rulers, stimulated the military and diplomatic expansion. However, the Chinese world's superabundance of wealth and the policy adopted by the Han of distributing gifts to their neighbors gradually modified the original situation and led to the incorporation of the barbarians in the empire. The result was that from the end of the 1st century BC onwards it was no longer necessary to maintain the same effort to expand, and the flow of Chinese colonization towards the north and northwest started ebbing back. These changes in the Han Empire's relations with its immediate neighbors, together with the economic upsurge, also caused the progressive disintegration of the class which had formed China's strength in the time of Emperor Wu, namely the soldier peasants and small farmers. It was the families of the leading citizens, whose wealth and power had never ceased to grow, who were the architects of the Han restoration in AD 25, after the brief reign of the usurper Wang Mang. Commerce and Expansion. As early as the 4th to 3rd centuries BC, trade seems to have developed in the kingdoms of Chao and Chin with Mongolia and Central Asia, in the kingdoms of Yan and Chi with Manchuria and Korea, and in that of Chu with Sichuan and Yunnan. Numerous knife-shaped coins dating from the age of the Warring States were found during excavations in Manchuria and Korea. They prove the existence of trade between the kingdom of Yan, which lay in the region of present-day Peking, and the northeastern territories. On the other hand, all the evidence seems to indicate that the silks of the kingdom of Chin were exported towards the west, and it was probably as a result of these exports that the land of silk came to be known in India. The name China seems to go back to the 4th-3rd centuries BC. This trade between Chinese lands and various areas of the Asiatic continent increased under the Han rulers, and numerous pieces of evidence suggest a connection between the Han expansion from the end of the 2nd century BC onwards and the discovery or knowledge of the main trade routes which linked the Chinese world of those days with South China, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and the borders of India and Iran. It was Chang Xiaqian's report indicating the interest shown in Chinese silks by the peoples of Central Asia and the areas north and south of the Amu-Darya that determined the great policy of expansion towards the basin of the Tarim and the Pamirs. It was the same Chang Xiaqian's surprising discovery, when he was staying in Bactriana, of bamboo and cloth which had come from Sichuan via Burma and northern India that led Emperor Wu to launch expeditions into Yunnan in order to control the roads of these regions. It was Tiang Meng's deductions about the existence of a trade route between Sichuan and the Canton region on his mission to Guangdong in 135 BC he had come across a sauce made with fruit imported from Sichuan that were at the root of the Han expeditions into Quechua. China's political expansion in the 2nd century BC, as well as its economic prosperity at this time, was naturally bound to increase the importance of trade and to draw still tighter the bonds that linked commerce, war, and diplomacy. The installation of Chinese garrisons from Korea to the heart of Asia, the establishment of diplomatic relations, and the control of the important trade routes created a particularly favorable situation for merchants. The caravans that crossed the steppes in the Han period were like towns on the move. In AD 84 an embassy from the northern Xiongnu traveling towards Chang'an and including the Shanyuth himself and princes of his family was accompanied by a herd of 100,000 head of cattle. During the course of a raid in the winter of AP 135, the Wuhuan seized more than 1,000 carts driven by Chinese merchants from Hopei. Big markets were set up in the frontier towns and the soldiers of the resident garrisons took part in the trade. The city situated on the site of present-day Changchia-Kou, to the northwest of Peking, where the Wuhuan and the Xianpei came to trade at the end of the Second Han Dynasty, is an example of these big commercial centers on the frontiers. At the end of the 2nd century it profited from the influx of refugees caused by the revolts of the Yellow Turbans in 184. In these international exchanges, it is difficult to distinguish between what could at a pinch be regarded as private trading and the form of official commerce constituted by tribute, an exchange of goods intended to strengthen the political and sometimes family links which the Han maintained with their neighbors. Merchants slipped into the official caravans and profited like them from the protection of the Chinese garrisons. Some of them who came from distant kingdoms even went so far as to proclaim themselves the authorized representatives of their countries. The opening up of Central Asia by the Han armies at the time of the Emperor Wu was followed by a rush of Chinese merchants into the Oasis region. In any case, the Han emperors seem to have based their whole foreign policy on the exchange of gifts and more particularly on the exchange of valuable goods. By eliminating the intermediaries on the borders of the empire, who were enriching themselves and increasing their prestige through the trade in Chinese products, the Han rulers aimed not so much at extending their direct domination as at developing their diplomatic relations. For this reason they confined themselves at first and most often to controlling the trade routes and installing garrisons at the points where the caravans of merchants passed. Such was the case not only in the oases of Central Asia, always threatened by incursions of people from the steppe, but also in the mountainous regions of southwest China, which were inhabited by aboriginal tribes whose loyalty could never be relied upon. Policy of gifts and the trade in silk. In order to extend their influence among their neighbors, to win them over and to provoke dissensions among their enemies, the Han practiced a policy of ostentatious generosity which surprises us by its extremely high cost and systematic character. Probably no other country in the world has ever made such an effort to supply its neighbors with presents, thus elevating the gift into a political tool. During the 4 centuries of the Han period, the peoples of the steppe and the oases, and to a smaller extent those of the mountainous regions of southwest China received an incalculable amount of silk, China's principal commercial wealth, and other Chinese products. These gifts were very substantial as early as the beginning of the 2nd century BC, but they increased rapidly in the second half of the 1st century and reached their maximum under the second Han emperors. In AD-GT the total value of gifts of silk to the southern Xiongnu amounted to 100,900,000 pieces of currency, and in the same year the value of the gifts received by the kingdoms of the oases was 74,800,000 pieces. But by the time of Chiang Kai-shek's second trip to Dzungaria and the Pamirs, that is, the end of the 2nd century BC, Chinese products and silks were so plentiful in Central Asia that in those regions they had lost a considerable part of their attraction and value. It has been estimated that the annual revenue of the empire from the 1st century BC to about AD 150 amounted to roughly 10 milliard coins, excluding the emperor's private income of 8 milliard. Of these 10 milliards, 3 or 4 were absorbed every year by the annual gifts to foreign peoples. One can imagine the consequences of this substantial levy on China's wealth. It must have simultaneously stimulated production and weakened the general economy of the empire, and its enlivening effect on trade between East Asia, northern India, Iran, and the Mediterranean basin. Although it is clear that the trade in Chinese products predates the unification of the country by the first Ch'an emperor, these gifts to the Xiongnu and the kingdoms of Central Asia almost certainly gave the phenomenon an unprecedented volume. This great trade in silk across the Eurasian continent grew even greater under the second Han rulers, in the 1st and 2nd centuries AP. The lands involved were China, Central Asia, Northern India, the Parthian Empire, and the Roman Empire. The famous Silk Route which linked the valley of the Yellow River to the Mediterranean passed through the cities of Kansu, the oases of what is now the autonomous territory of Xinjiang, the Pamirs, Transoxiana, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. The oasis of Khotan, rich in jade, on the road which skirts the southern edge of the desert of Taklamakan, seems to have been one of the great transit centers for silks. Fragments of silk material dating from the later Han have been discovered at Naya, an oasis to the east of Khotan, and these silks have considerable similarities to those discovered in the tombs at Palmyra, which are reckoned to date from 83 to 273. However, India seems often to have served as a halfway house in the silk trade between China and the Mediterranean. Chinese silk, doubtless made in Sichuan or traveling via that area, was already known in the plains of the Ganges and the Indus in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC as a product of China, that is, of the kingdom of Xin. But to judge by certain pieces of archaeological evidence, the Han expansion in Central Asia in the time of Wu Ti seems to have strengthened relations with northwestern India. Some at any rate of the silks which arrived in the Roman Empire must have been imported directly from the Indus Valley. Since the Parthians, and more particularly the Nabateans, who levied a 25% tax on goods, controlled the trade between Transoxiana, Iran, and the Mediterranean, in the 1st and 2nd centuries Rome encouraged sea trade by the south, a route which made it possible to skirt the Parthian Empire. Moreover, it is known that Kenying, sent by the Han rulers in AD 97 to Ta Xin, a term which denoted the Eastern Roman Empire, had been discouraged by the Parthians from continuing his journey. Although a large proportion of Chinese silks took the road to the Near East and the Mediterranean basin, it should not be forgotten that in fact the trade extended to the whole of Asia, as is proved by archaeological discoveries. Silk materials have been found, far from the Silk Route, at Etsingal in Inner Mongolia, at Noinula, which is 80 miles north of Ulaanbaatar, at Imavapad in Buryat, Siberia, and even at Kerch in the Crimea. The Sinicization of the barbarians and their integration in the empire. These gifts to the barbarians were part of a conscious, long-term policy. The idea was first to seduce them, to detach them from the powerful Xiongnu Confederation which dominated the whole steppe zone and the oases of Central Asia, and then, in the long run, to corrupt them by accustoming them to luxury. Sumptuous receptions accompanied by exceptionally fine gifts were organized for the leaders of the Xiongnu, the Shanyith, and for the Central Asian princes who came to the Han court. The first visits of the Shanyith who had declared their loyalty to Chang'an were great political events. But subsequently the Chinese came to fear these rather too frequent displays of allegiance because of the very high expenditure which they involved. In 3 BC the Han declined to receive the Shanyith of the southern Xiongnu. In AD 45 they refrained from extending the tribute system which cost the empire more than it cost its neighbors to 18 Central Asian kingdoms which were preparing to send gifts and hostages to Luoyang. The grant of official titles, the gift of seals from the emperor, and the recognition of specific rank in a hierarchy governed by protocol and covering all the countries allied to the empire were other by no means negligible advantages for foreign princes. But it was an exceptional distinction to be linked by ties of blood to the Lu family. The practice of reinforcing political alliances by marriages was to be followed by numerous Chinese or Sinicized empires down to the Manchu period. Chinese princesses introduced into foreign countries the manners, customs, culture, and luxury of China. Their presence in these countries justified the coming and going of embassies. But one of the most frequent practices in the Han Age was that of sending hostages to the imperial court. As a token of their loyalty, princes of Central Asian kingdoms and leaders of tribal confederations would offer their own sons, who were lavishly entertained in the capital at the emperor's expense, received a Chinese education and were often appointed to posts in the imperial guards or in the domestic administration of the palace. Having been converted to the mode of life and culture of the Chinese, when they returned to their own countries they acted as agents of Han influence. Besides forming a guarantee against the breaking of alliances, the hostage system thus also provided a means of interfering more easily in the dynastic affairs of the countries allied to China. Combined with the military offensives, the diplomatic activity of the Han, the gifts of silks and other Chinese products, the tombs of the Xiongnu leaders have yielded a large amount of lacquerware, jade, pottery, bronze mirrors, coins, and pieces of silk. The grants of titles, the matrimonial alliances, and the hostage system all bore fruit in the long run. Regular relations were established between the Han and the dependent kingdoms formed by the peoples who supported China, from Manchuria to Central Asia. The confederation of tribes of different origins which the Xiongnu had created at the end of the 3rd century BC began to fall apart in the middle of the 1st century. In 60 BC the Xiongnu split into 5 hostile groups, and the adhesion to the Han in 51 BC of one of the principal chiefs, the Shanyithu Hanye, accelerated the process of disintegration. In 43 BC the division of the peoples of the steppe into southern Xiongnu, attached to the Chinese, and northern Xiongnu, hostile to the empire, finally crowned the efforts of nearly a century. The neighboring tribes, those of the regions corresponding more or less to what is now Inner Mongolia, formed a buffer between the world of sedentary farmers and that of the most bellicose tribes, who led a nomadic existence further north, up to the vicinity of Lake Baikal. By 36 BC the Han had for all practical purposes settled the threat from the people of the steppe for a century. The development of the inhabitants of the northern borderlands of the Chinese world was uneven. It was swift in the northwest among the Xiang, who paid tribute to the Han from 98 BC onwards and were half converted to a sedentary life, adding the resources of agriculture and commerce to those of cattle raising and raiding. On the other hand, it was scarcely perceptible in what is now Outer Mongolia before the 1st and 2nd centuries AP. The Wuhuan, a tribe of northeastern Mongolia in contact with sedentary people, were quite soon permeated by Chinese influences and incorporated en masse in the Han armies, in which they formed cavalry units. However, their neighbors to the north, the Xianpei, remained faithful to their nomadic mode of life and proved more aggressive. They made an incursion in AD 140, obliging the Han to cede a substantial slice of territory, and were active again in 156–76. After obtaining the adhesion of big groups of tribes who had placed themselves under their protection, the Han rulers strove to increase their control over their dependent kingdoms, who in principle were simply allies, free to follow their own customs, and were not taxed. The process of converting the Shukuo first into military territories, then into ordinary administrative districts, continued in all the frontier territories of the empire between the time of the Emperor Wu Ti and the 2nd century AD. As early as the end of the 2nd century BC, ordinary districts formed out of peoples allied or subjected to the Han had been created in southern Mongolia, Gansu, Korea, Yunnan, Guangdong, and northern Vietnam. But the tendency to incorporate the former nomadic herdsmen more and more completely into the empire continued to grow during the 2 Han dynasties. It was favored by internal changes in the tribes themselves, their enrichment, the increase in their numbers, their propensity to adopt a sedentary or semi-sedentary mode of life. About 50 BC the total number of Xiongnu attached to China seems to have amounted to between 50,000 and 60,000 individuals. By AD Go it had reached the figure of 237,000. Chinese officials strove to convert the former nomads to the agricultural activities which were a source of supplementary revenue for the empire, while the incorporation of former nomads in the armies went on apace. The wives and children of the men conscripted were kept as hostages behind the lines and executed in cases of treason. Exploited by the Chinese administration and by ordinary private citizens, who exacted services, forced labor, and taxes. For example, the Xiongnu of Shanxi were employed as farm laborers by the rich families of the Taiyian region, and the Xiang of Gansu were subjected to heavy requisitioning for transport. The tribes of the interior sought to shake off the heavy yoke laid on them as early as the 1st century BC, and the whole 2nd Han dynasty was troubled by their revolts. The injustices suffered by these tribes seem all the more flagrant when we remember that the nomads of Outer Mongolia, whose incursions formed a threat to the Han, continued to receive rich presents from China. Economy and society. The increase in production, the progress in technology, and the development of mercantile activities formed the background to the military, diplomatic, and commercial expansion of Han China. These different aspects of historical evolution cannot really be separated. By the same token, they involve the whole social history of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Progress of technology and upsurge of the economy. From the second half of the 2nd century BC onwards, the Chinese world displayed a remarkable vitality confirmed by both the literary and the archaeological evidence. It profited from the progress made in the 2 centuries preceding the empire, a period rich in innovations, and from the advantages accruing from political unification. The progress in iron metallurgy continued under the Han. One has to wait until the 6th century AP to find a description of an open hearth process, the ancestor of the modern Siemens-Martin process, but the Chinese could produce steel as early as the 2nd century AD by heating and working together irons with different carbon contents. As early as this time, steel weapons replaced bronze weapons, the only ones known, so it seems, in the age of the Warring States, when cast iron was used mainly for the production of agricultural tools. Swords, halberds, and crossbow mechanisms of the Han Age found in the course of excavations are made of iron. The evidence of Pliny the Elder, who praises the quality of the iron produced by the Series, corroborates the allusions in Chinese texts to clandestine exports of iron and to the diffusion of the iron and steel technology of the Han Age in the oases of Central Asia. Moreover, the working of iron was the most active and important craft of this period. When the state monopoly in iron and salt was instituted in 117 BC, 48 foundries were established by the government, each of which employed a labor force of some hundreds to 1,000 workers. Known in private foundries as tiongzi, a term applied to adolescents and suggesting a servile condition, these workers were conscripts or convicts frequently compelled by their living conditions to rebel. Outside the 2 big sectors of salt and iron, where in any case the state monopoly was strictly enforced for less than a century, private and public enterprises existed side by side. The same is true of silk weaving. Both in the capital and in the provinces there were big state workshops, which were very expensive to run and the output of which must have been largely used for the gifts to foreign peoples. At Linzi, the former capital of the Kingdom of Kai, in northwest Shantung, these workshops employed several thousand workers. But there were also private enterprises created by families of rich merchants. It was the same with lacquer ware, which was produced mainly in Sichuan and Honan. Some pieces found on archaeological sites bear the name of the master craftsman who directed production, others bear no mark and could come from private workshops. Archaeological discoveries and allusions in certain texts suggest that private enterprise played an important part in the economy of Han China. Another important craft was copper work. The principal products were coins, which it was very early forbidden to cast privately, and bronze mirrors. In the 1st century AD these mirrors became export articles, and it is noticeable that from this time onwards the designs and inscriptions on them change. Numerous specimens have been found from Siberia to Vietnam, and even in the south of Russia. Clear progress was made in agricultural production and techniques. Iron tools were of better quality than they had been in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, and the use of a plough drawn by oxen became general. A great effort was made at the time of the Emperor Wu to increase the area of irrigated land and to develop new lands in North China. Agricultural experts were entrusted with the task of spreading new methods of cultivation, and some officials tried to convert to cereal growing the nomadic tribes who settled inside the Great Wall from the end of the 1st century BC onwards. A kind of rotation of crop strips of land with alternating crops was practiced from 85 BC onwards. However, the principal crops remain those of antiquity: barley, wheat, millet. Soya and rice were also grown, but were still relatively unimportant. From the end of the 2nd century onwards lucerne, imported from the western regions, made it possible to extend horse breeding to North China. The reign of Wang Mang saw the appearance of the watermill. Usually this consisted of a battery of pestles activated by a horizontal axle with a cam, which was turned by a wheel probably placed vertically in a current of water. However, a text of AD 31 mentions the application of hydraulic power to piston bellows in forges. A rational method of harnessing horses, the breast strap, had made its appearance in the age of the Warring States, at a time when the cart with two shafts was beginning to replace the chariot with a single pole. The Han Age took full advantage of this great technical innovation in the realm of transport. But another invention must also be mentioned, that of a vehicle which might be regarded wrongly as of secondary interest. We have written evidence of the wheelbarrow in Sichuan in the 3rd century AD, but figurative representations of it go back to the 1st and 2nd centuries. It is an extremely useful tool wherever ways of communication are reduced to narrow paths. Thanks to a center of gravity near the axle of the wheelbarrow makes it possible to transport without great effort loads of up to 300 pounds. Unlike the China of today, Han China and Tiang China, too, had at its disposal an abundance of draft and pack animals, horses, oxen, and donkeys. The breed of horses, which were ridden or harnessed but were used solely for the transport of persons and for warfare, was improved from the end of the 2nd century BC onwards by crossbreeding with stallions imported from Ferghana and the territory of the Wusun, in the valley of the Ili. As for the donkey, an animal of Western origin introduced into North China by the Xiongnu, it was much appreciated in all classes of society because of its robust nature and moderate price. Rich merchants and gentry. The technical progress of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, the increase in production, and the development of important commercial activities were bound to affect contemporary society. As the heir to legalist traditions, the Han Empire tried to put a brake on the ambitions of rich families and to establish a substantial state sector for the needs of its diplomacy and military expansion. But it was unable to maintain this effort for more than a century. The relaxation of controls grew more marked from the middle of the 1st century BC and became general in the time of the later Han emperors. This period saw the final triumph of the rich provincial families. However, if the truth be told, even at the time when state control of the empire's economy had been most effective, the central government had to reckon with the local leading citizens. One of the social peculiarities of the Han period as a whole was in fact the existence of very rich families who combined agricultural enterprises with industrial undertakings and commercial businesses, and who had at their disposal a very large labor force. In the areas where agriculture was the principal resource, the rich families confined themselves to exerting pressure on poor peasants by making loans at exorbitant rates of interest and inducing their debtors to let or sell their land. Such was no doubt the case with the 1,000 eminent citizens, petty rural despots, who were arrested and convicted in 129 BC at the command of Wang Wenshu, an official of legalist tendencies. But wherever economic conditions allowed it, other resources were added to agricultural revenues. One may regard as quite typical from this point of view the case of the region of Changtu in Sichuan, known to geographers as the Red Basin. It was one of the richest and most active regions of Han China. The exploitation of salt mines, iron smelting, the production of lacquerware and brocade, the trade in cloth, oxen, and iron all explain how big fortunes came to be made there as early as the 2nd century BC. The Zhou family, one of the richest in Changtu, owned huge expanses of cultivated land, fish ponds, and game parks. It possessed iron works and steel works in which it employed 800 slave workers and grew rich through the iron trade with the aboriginal inhabitants of the southwest, barbarians with a headdress in the shape of a mallet. This trade between Chinese and aboriginal tribes seems very often to have taken the form of an exchange of gifts, a concept no doubt better adapted to the mentality of the aborigines than commercial practices which keep an exact account of the value of the merchandise. The case is quoted of a substantial gift of silks and other Chinese products which was subsequently repaid by a consignment of horses and oxen. But what is true of Sichuan is also true of many other regions of Han China and bears witness to the existence of a class of rich citizens who furnished the empire with its administrative cadre. Far from being solely agricultural, the economic base of this class was very often industrial and commercial. This is probably what explains the relatively large number of slaves in Han China, convicts and bankrupt debtors who were employed for the most part in the big workshops which needed skilled craftsmen. The concentration of land ownership which accompanied the economic expansion in the course of the 1st century BC must have proved a serious problem for the government towards the beginning of the Christian era. It was this problem that the usurper Wang Mang was unable to solve in the years G to 23, and that was one of the principal causes of his failure. Freedom or a controlled economy. The hostility towards merchants which had such profound effects on the fate of the Chinese world, and which has given Chinese civilization its own particular character, is explained by a number of different and complex factors. Even before the empire, the literati and the Mahist, Taoist, and legalist traditions were at one in condemning luxury and pointless exploitation, but the reasons for this condemnation differed from school to school. An indication of dissipation, arrogance, and lack of virtue according to the tradition of the literati, the taste for luxury appears already in Mencius as one of the indirect causes of peasant poverty. For Taoist thinkers, luxury was a source of artificiality and a cause of disorder, and it was condemned by the disciples of Mo-tzu in the name of an idea of austerity, universal frugality, and general leveling down. But the deepest reasons for this hostility seem to have been those adduced by the rulers and the state. Mercantile activities were, they felt, a factor leading to a maladjusted society, since merchants' wealth enabled them to secure domination over the poor, to buy up peasant lands and to employ as slaves in their mining, iron, and steel, or manufacturing enterprises the cultivators whom they had reduced to destitution. Mercantile activities, by inciting people to useless expenditure, distracted them from the activities fundamental and indispensable to the survival of the state, namely the production of the cereals and cloth necessary to maintain the armies and to back a diplomacy which counted on gifts of silks as one of its most effective tools. Defense activities in general and public works also suffered. Thus the damage caused by the merchants and craftsmen was simultaneously social, political, and economic. The vigor and vitality of Han China were largely based on the technological progress made since the age of the Warring States and on the expansion in the production of cereals, iron, salt, and cloth. To abandon these sources of wealth to the merchants, or to leave them in exclusive control of them, seemed like accepting the decline and disintegration of the empire. Peace and unity were only possible if the political power could control and share out the principal resources. As early as 199 BC, right in the middle of a civil war, measures were taken to reduce the merchants' style of life. They were forbidden to wear silk garments, to ride horses and to carry arms. This rigorous policy, which bears witness to the merchants' wealth, was not relaxed until the Empress Lu, already all-powerful, grasped the reins of power. The imperial ladies often showed favor to the big merchants and connived with them, because the organization of the administrative services of the women's quarters, and possibly also certain much older traditions, made this complicity inevitable. The anti-mercantile reaction did not set in strongly until the end of the 2nd century BC, at the time of Wu Ti and under the pressure of a deficit caused by a policy of military and diplomatic expansion which was extremely costly. Hence the imposition in 119 BC of a uniform tax on boats and carts and the creation in the same year of a state monopoly in salt and iron. In 117 this monopoly was extended to the whole empire. Since the age of the Warring States, iron and salt had been the two most active and profitable industries, and this measure imitated later by other Chinese empires seems to have reduced for a time the power of the big merchants who headed industrial and manufacturing enterprises. However, it should be noted that under Wu Ti the imperial power was relatively independent of any contributions which the big merchants might make to its resources. It did not need to turn to the rich businessmen, as was to be the case under the Tiang, Sung, and Ming emperors, and to give them the task of keeping the armies of the north supplied with grain, forage, and other products, for these supplies were ensured in essentials by the military colonies. The salt and iron monopolies were complemented in 98 BC by the less important alcohol monopoly. It is clear in any case that the state's measures to control the economy and its hostility to the merchants were closely bound up with the state of the empire's finances. The anti-mercantile tradition simply adduced arguments to support the policy suggested by the difficulties of the moment. This is proved by 138 causes and consequences of the expansion. The criticisms provoked by the monopoly system after Wu Ti's death, on the occasion of the discussions which took place at the court in 81 BC concerning its maintenance or abolition. The voluminous account of these discussions, published some 10 or 20 years later, between 73 and 49, has fortunately been preserved under the title of Yen Ti Lun. Chapter 7. The Rise of the Gentry and the Crisis in Political Institutions. From palace intrigues to usurpation. The fall of the first Han rulers at the beginning of our era was the result of internal developments which had begun more than a century earlier. In the reigns of Wen Ti and Qing Ti, from 179 to 141 BC, the collaboration of the civil servants and the emperor's ministers and advisors in the management of affairs had made it possible to consolidate the imperial power, but in the long reign of Wu Ti autocratic tendencies made their appearance and triumphed during the regency of General Huo Kuang, the recipient of Wu Ti's last wishes. What Huo Kuang established from 80 onwards was his own dictatorship, with members of his own family in all the governing posts. The reaction which followed his death in 68 did not call into question the concentration of power in the hands of the emperor alone. Deprived of the support and counterweight formed by the administrators and advisors as a whole, the imperial power soon became the pawn of palace plots and of struggles between the empress's families. Autocratic, omnipotent power necessarily falls under the thumb of favorites, women, and eunuchs. One of these empress's families, which were so powerful at the end of the first Han dynasty, succeeded in pushing onto the throne one of its own members, the usurper Wang Mang, who founded the ephemeral dynasty of Hsin, the new dynasty. Another parallel cause of the fall of the first Han dynasty seems to have been the increasingly rapid development in the countryside. The concentration of land in the hands of the richest men was the source of a social tension in rural areas and of economic difficulties which the advent of Wang Mang was far from resolving. The first edicts aimed at limiting the extent of private estates date from the last few years of the 1st century BC. They were to be followed down to the end of the 3rd century AD by a long series of other similar edicts which seem to have been generally ineffective, thus bearing witness to the difficulties which the state met in maintaining its control and protection of the small farmer. Wang Mang tried to remedy the difficult situation which he had inherited by means of radical measures. He nationalized all the estates and all the slaves, carried out successive monetary reforms and issued new coins of ancient type. The advent of the new dynasty also involved changes in all titles and all institutions. This mania for reform, all the stronger because power had been usurped, was of course inspired by contemporary cosmogonic theories, but also by art-chasing notions. Wang Mang based his reforms on a work since regarded as suspect and of late composition, but abounding in details that are doubtless very old. This work was the Zhou Li or Zhou Quan, which draws a very systematic picture of the Zhou administration and divides all the official posts between officials of heaven, of earth, and of the 4 seasons. The radical measures taken by Wang Mang were ineffective and upset the rich landowners without easing the agrarian crisis. The redistribution of estates which ought to have followed their confiscation by the state could not be put into effect, and the manipulation of the currency caused general economic disorder. Bands of rebellious peasants, led by a woman skilled in witchcraft, Mother Li, appeared in Shantung in AD 17. Others who appeared the following year had as their leader a certain Fan Chiu. As a result of floods in the lower basin of the Yellow River, the insurrections spread to the whole of the central plain. The rebels, who painted their faces so as to look like demons, were known as the Red Eyebrows. Their spiritual leader was a certain King Qing of Chen in Shantung, who claimed to be related to the Lin branch of the Han and expressed himself through mediums. The aim of the movement, which possessed its own distinctive political and administrative organization, was in fact the restoration of the Han. The new dynasty was threatened. And not only by this agitation and these peasant revolts but also by the resistance and rebellions of the old Han nobility and the big landed families. It was the combination of these two forces which finally won the day in 23. After the defeat and death of the usurper, one of the representatives of the old Lin line from the region of Nanyang, in the south of Honan, assumed power and restored the Han dynasty. This Lin Xiu, who reigned under the name of Kuang Wu Ti, reduced the remnants of the rebellious peasants to submission and destroyed the independent kingdoms which had been set up in eastern Kansu under Wei Xiao and in Sichuan under Kung Sun Shu. The new bases of the restored empire. The first emperor had at his disposal a faceless administrative and military organization which he had extended to the conquered lands, and the first Han rulers, faithful to this policy of direct control of the peasantry by the state, had managed in less than a century to eliminate all those who might form an obstacle to the activity of the central government. The later Han emperors, on the other hand, leaned on the new social class which had carried them to power, namely the big landed families of the Central Plain and particularly of Honan. The transfer of the capital from Chang'an to Luoyang is explained not only by the economic development of the regions to the east of the passes between Zhenzi and Honan but also by the existence of this new clientele. In order to fight the power of the holders of fiefs, of eminent citizens, and of the rich families, the first Han had striven for the support of the small farmers. But at the end of the 1st century BC and under the second Han the evolution of society, internal migrations and revolts were to reinforce the power of the big landowners, relations and collateral kinsmen of the imperial family, high officials and provincial gentry. Movements of population accelerated in the first quarter of the 1st century AD. They were due to a general retreat from the lines of defense established in the north and northwest in Wu Ti's time by means of military colonies and transfers of population. This retreat was in turn due to the settlement of tribes of nomadic herdsmen and mountain dwellers from the Sino-Tibetan borders inside the Great Wall and the frequent revolts of these people, who had been converted to a sedentary life and were exploited by the Chinese administration. The main areas to profit by the exodus were the southern part of the Central Plain, the Red Basin of Sichuan and to a smaller extent the valley of the Yangtze. The influx of uprooted peasants and former military colonists in quest of land enlarged the labor force of the big estates. This was the origin of a series of people dependent on the rich family's guests, that is, resident farmers, the personal guards later known by the name of Puch2, and servants or slaves. Simultaneously the state's hold on the small farmers, to whom the first Han rulers had owed a large part of their power, was weakened. The future Kuang Wu Ti, founder of the second Han dynasty, was a typical representative of these big provincial landed families, who only succeeded in seizing power, after several fruitless rebellions against Wang Mang, thanks to the peasant revolts. The huge domain that he owned near Nanyang was protected by walls with gates in them, and he had his own market. A private militia looked after defense. This social class, which retained a dominant position at the start of the new dynasty and came into conflict with the palace eunuchs in the 2nd century, showed a good deal of initiative in agricultural affairs, irrigating vast expanses of land, developing cattle raising and fish farming, and thus ensuring complete economic independence in times of trouble. Some of its members seem to have accumulated immense fortunes. When the great minister Liang Qi, a relation of the emperor by marriage, was executed in 159, the sale of his properties is said to have brought into the treasury 3,000 million pieces of coinage, enough to make it possible to suppress half the grain taxes for a year. These big landowning families already point forward to the aristocracies of the time of the Qin and the southern dynasties, whose power was favored by the decline of the urban economy. At the same time as the social and political context, the empire's relations with the border peoples had changed radically since the reign of the Emperor Wu and the dictatorship of General Huokong. The empire had hardly any further worries about Mongolia. The power of the Xiongnu had continued to decline since the time of their division, and this decline was to be accentuated by Pan-Cao's offensive in Mongolia and Central Asia at the end of the 1st century AD. Between the peoples who had preserved the nomadic mode of life and the sedentary tillers of the soil, tribes which were more or less thoroughly Sinicized and settled served as a protection for the empire. Almost the only dangerous incursions by the northern Xiongnu mentioned are those of 89 to 90, and the more powerful attacks from the steppe in the 2nd century, those by the Xianpei in Hopi Anchency in 140 and 156 to 78, do not seem to have had serious consequences. On the other hand, the Han had grave difficulties with the former nomadic tribes settled in China itself and with the Proto-Tibetan mountain peoples of the western and northwestern borders, who had settled in Kansu and Zhenzi. Their revolts never ceased under the Second Han dynasty and multiplied in the 2nd century. As early as 107, as a result of the Xiang rebellions, some advisors were even considering a general retreat from the northwestern defense lines between the commercial centers of Wu Wei in central Kansu and western Zhenzi. These foreign peoples, who had been integrated in the empire and incorporated en masse in the Chinese armies, were the ancestors of those who, from the beginning of the 4th century onwards, formed independent kingdoms in North China. Progress of commercial relations in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. The measures taken under the first Han emperors to curb the power of the merchants seem in the end to have had little effect. But the general relaxation of controls inside the country and at the frontiers under the Second Han, and the decentralization of the monopoly system at the time when Kuangwu Ti was restored, increased the importance of private business and smuggling. Never do foreign merchants seem to have been so numerous as in the 1st and 2nd centuries, and the presence of these foreigners probably explains why outside influences were so active under the Second Han rulers. It should be recalled that it was at this time, which also marked the high point of the silk trade in Eurasia, that Buddhism began to make its way into China. As for smuggling activities, they were bound up with the veto on the export of what might be described as goods of strategic value, mainly iron and weapons. A few pieces of archaeological evidence confirm what we are told by the texts. Weapons. 144. Bearing inscriptions in Chinese and iron tools have been found in a barbarian tomb in the north of Liaoning dating from the time of the Emperor Wu. A crossbow mechanism exhibited since 1915 in the museum at Taxila in Afghanistan and originating from the ruins of the Second Parthian Palace of Sirkap, which was reconstructed after AD 30, has recently been identified as Chinese. Moreover, the protective measures taken by the Han did not succeed in preventing the diffusion of the Chinese iron founders' technical secrets in Asia. Chen Tiang, a general of the end of the First Han dynasty, asserts that the Wu son of the Valley of the Ili had recently learned how to make tapering weapons. The same thing seems to have been true of the people of Tayian, in Ferghana. Perhaps it was only a question of iron forgings imported from China. But more decisive proof is furnished by the iron foundries discovered at the oasis of Naya, to the east of Khotan. The iron and steel industry was to persist in the Tarim Basin. Its products were imported into the Chinese borderlands at the time of the Western Qin. The development of the new empire from its foundation to the insurrection of 154 AD. The first 3 reigns of the restored dynasty, from 25 to 88, were a period of stability at home and expansion abroad. The empresses' families and the eunuchs who had been at the root of Wang Mang's usurpation of power were kept at a distance from the business of government. In the basin of the Red River and in central Vietnam the situation became potentially dangerous when the aboriginal inhabitants revolted, but it was restored by General Ma Yuen in 43-4. The Xiongnu, too badly divided to take advantage of the empire's weakness during the civil war in Wang Mang's time, were no longer a serious threat to North China. In Central Asia, the expeditions organized usually on his own initiative by General Pan Cao made it possible to regain control of the oases between 73 and 94. A garrison was installed in 73 at Hami and the road through the Pamirs, closed since AD 16, was opened up once again by the Han armies. More than 50 Central Asian kingdoms sent tribute to Luoyang in 94. But subsequently the Han only succeeded in re-establishing their domination in Central Asia during the years 125 to 50. In the capital the political climate began to deteriorate from the 145 reign of Ho Ti onwards. The families allied by marriage to the imperial line, those known as the Wei Chi, took advantage of the succession to the throne of a series of children and weaklings to recapture the ascendancy which they had lost. Under Ho Ti it was the Tou family, under An Ti the Teng family, and under Shun Ti the Liang family. At the same time the eunuchs succeeded in asserting themselves. In 135 they were authorized to adopt sons, and their power grew with their wealth. Owning large agricultural domains, they turned to big business and controlled their own slave workers. The authority held at the court by these palace servants from the lower classes and the unhealthy consequences of their influence on the emperor's policies, and on the recruitment of state officials, provoked a reaction on the part of the big landed families and the literati in the civil service belonging to them. A party was formed which the eunuchs succeeded in overcoming in 167, all its members were relieved of their posts and sent into exile. But this defeat did not discourage the great landed families, whose power was still intact in the provinces. The struggle ended at the time of the big peasant revolts which began in 184. Weakened for a little while, the eunuchs regained power thanks to the agrarian troubles, but were finally eliminated in 189 by Yuan Shao, member of an important Honan family, who, after gaining control of Luoyang, massacred over 2,000 eunuchs, while Ho Qian, commander of the imperial guards, was the victim of his own indecision. The Messianic revolutionaries. The last few years of the 2nd century were in fact marked by an agrarian crisis of exceptional gravity. From about 170 onwards bands of wandering peasants had begun to threaten the peace of the provinces. Soon, as a result of floods along the lower Yellow River, a vast messianic movement, Taoist in inspiration, developed on the borders of Shantung and Honan. It ended in 184 in the fearsome rebellion of the Yellow Turbans. The leaders of the rebels were one Chang Tiao, chief patriarch of the Taoist sect of the Great Peace, and his two brothers, Chang Pao and 146. Chang Liang. A talented propagandist and healer, epidemics consequent on the floods were raging in the lower valley of the Yellow River. Chang Tiao was the pope of a religion centered on the Lord Huang Lao, a synthesis of the mythical sovereign Huang Ti and a deified Lao Tzu. Organized on military lines, by 184 the sect had 360,000 supporters under arms. Supreme power was assumed by the trinity of Chang Tiao and his brothers, Lords General of Heaven, Earth, and Men. Under their orders they had a whole hierarchy of leaders whose functions were simultaneously military, administrative, and religious. The communities devoted a large part of their time to religious activities, feasts and ceremonies which lasted several days and bore the name of assemblies or fasts of purification. In the course of these religious proceedings the participants made a public confession of their sins and gave themselves up to collective trances which were encouraged by interminably repeated prostrations, the accompanying music, and the collective excitement thus generated. There were sometimes orgiastic scenes in which men and women mingled their breath. Distributions of healing amulets and medical charms took place at the spring and autumn equinoxes. According to the doctrine of Ti Ping Tao, diseases were the consequence of sins. Combining the cosmological theories of yin-yang and the five elements with Taoist traditions and the cult of Huang Lao, this salvationist religion revered as its sacred texts Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching and a revealed text of more recent origin, the Canon of the Great Peace. A sect whose organization and doctrines were similar to those of the Yellow Turbans developed at the same period in West China. However, it was destined to remain confined to Sichuan and the upper valley of the Han. Founded by the master magician Chang Taoling, who was reckoned to have subjected to himself the genii of air, earth, and water, it required of its devotees a contribution of 5 bushels of rice. Like the Yellow Turbans, the devotees of Wudio Yumi Tao resorted to the practice of possession and believed in the virtues of amulets, the efficacy of the confession of sins, and the religious origin of diseases. Sick persons were kept apart and lived in cabins. But measures of mutual help seem to have been developed to a greater degree. There were free storehouses for travelers, and roads. 147. Were maintained as a labor with expiatory value. Moreover, private property seems to have been abolished. The rebellion of the Yellow Turbans was launched wherever the movement had taken root at the second moon of 184, a year marked by the cyclical signs known as Chiadza, the first of a new sexagesimal cycle. The rebels, recognizable by the yellow turban which they wore on their heads, seized the towns of Shantung and Honan, in spite of the resistance organized at Luoyang by General Ho Chin. After the death of the three Changs, who were killed at the start of the rebellion, the movement spread in 185 to the region of Tihangshan, which divides Shanxi from Shantung, in 186 to Shenzi, Hopi and Liaodong, and in 188 to Shenxi. About 190 the devotees of the sect of the 5 bushels of rice succeeded in establishing an independent state in southern Shenxi, under the leadership of Chang Lu, grandson of Chang Taoling. The empire a prey to the soldiery. One may say that at this period the emperor's authority was purely nominal. The real power belonged to the army leaders entrusted with the task of suppressing the Yellow Turbans. Some of these generals had taken part in the coup d'état of 189. Those concerned were Tung Chou, an adventurer from eastern Kansu, Yian Shu, a cousin of Yian Shao, Tizao, the adopted grandson of a eunuch and a native of Anhui, and Sun Tizi, elder brother of the Sun Ch Tian who was to found the kingdom of Wu at Wu Chang in 222. Immediately after the execution of the eunuchs in 189, Tung Chou led his troops to Luoyang and put on the throne the last Han emperor, Xian Ti. In the following year his army, which included, like that of Tizao, large contingents of barbarians, sacked and burnt Luoyang. The imperial library and the Han archives disappeared in the fire, and the loss seems to have been much more serious than that involved in the famous burning of the books under the first Chen emperor. However, in 192, 2 years after moving the capital to Chang'an, Tung Chou, notorious for his excesses and cruelty, was assassinated. Tizao now began to assert his own power. He gradually eliminated his rivals in North China Yian Shu, for example, who had founded an independent kingdom in 197 and laid the foundations of a new empire, which remained confined, however, to the central plain and the northern provinces. 148. The destruction caused by the peasant revolts, and still more the ravages due to the wars between rival army leaders from 190 onwards, led to a decline in the urban economy, a decline that was particularly noticeable in the valley of the Wei and northern Honan. Together with the collapse of the state and the triumph of the army leaders, this economic decline, occurring after the great manufacturing and urban upsurge of the Han period, was one of the signs which heralded the start of a new period. By the end of the Han Age we are already in the Chinese Middle Ages. Chapter 8. The Civilization of the Han Age. The scholastic philosophy of the 5 elements. The Han Age witnessed the triumph of a kind of thinking which seems to have been supreme in the interpretation of presages and in the occult sciences. It was a kind of scholastic philosophy based on a system of spatio-temporal correspondences which provided a complete explanation of the universe. It was what is known as the theory of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Modes of being or fundamental powers. The 5 elements and the female and male virtues follow each other through phases of growth, zenith, and decline. The soothsaying schools of antiquity, interpreters of the 64 hexagrams and the 3 trigrams, were at the root of these concepts, which were systematized in the age of the warring states, mainly in Shantung. Their most famous theorist was Tzu Yen of Chi, who seems to have extended his system of interpretation to all spheres of knowledge: astronomy, divination by the stars, geography, history, and politics. According to Zhu Yan's fundamental thesis, the rise and fall of political power was related to that of the five elements, the old always being destroyed by the new, in the order earth, wood, metal, fire, water. These theories were dominant at the time when the Chinese lands were unified by the kingdom of Chin. They are the ideas which we find in one of the chapters of the rituals, the Yiling, the text of which is adopted by the Li Shi Chunqiu, a work which was reckoned to represent the sum total of human knowledge, a synthesis of all the schools. It was compiled by the clients of Li Pui, a rich merchant of Honan who was advisor to the prince of Chin and afterwards a minister of the first emperor until 237. Li Pui had assembled a sort of private court which included nearly 3,000 men of talent from Chi, Zhu Yan's country, and Taoist magicians from Chao and Chu. But there was more to it than that. The whole new ritual of the Chin Empire was 150. Based on the theories relating to the five elements and on the system of correspondences between elements, cardinal points, planets, colors, notes of the scale, moral qualities, tastes, feelings, internal organs, and so on. Since the advent of the new dynasty marked the triumph of the fundamental virtue or quality of water over that of fire, by which the Zhou emperors had reigned, all the empire's institutions had to be in harmony with this new virtue. It dictated the color black for flags, justified the severity of the laws, and was the reason for the constant recourse to the figure 6, which determined even the length of contracts and the shape of ceremonial hats. Diversity of the traditions. Emphasis has often been laid on the Confucianism which is supposed to have followed the obscurantist period of the legalist Chin Empire. It is true that under the Han rulers classical studies were systematically encouraged by the state. They became the source of an official ideology, the orthodoxy of which it was important to establish. As early as 136 BC a corps of scholars of vast knowledge specializing in the five classics was created. There were 50 of these literati in the reign of the Emperor Wu, in that of Chao Ti and 200 in that of Xian Ti. They became even more numerous under the second Han rulers and exerted considerable influence at court and on the political system. It is also true that, in public morality, under the Han the accent was put on the virtue of submission to one's elders and on respect for the classification of people according to their age. Filial piety became one of the criteria for the choice of civil servants, and acts contrary to it were liable to the most severe penalties. Village meetings in honor of the god of the local soil were encouraged because they were regarded as a means of reinforcing social cohesion and of making manifest to everyone the hierarchies based on age and on titles granted by the state. However, we must beware of making categorical distinctions which would be in contradiction with the spirit of the age. Towards the end of the period of the warring states and during the first century of the Han dynasty, it is very difficult to distinguish between specialists in yin and yang, magicians, Taoists, and literati versed in 151. The ancient writings of the Zhou era sages who are denoted by the various terms Fang Shi, Shu Shi, Tao Zhen, Zhu. The first emperor, who had banished speechifiers, sophists, and theorists, had nonetheless retained a college of 70 representatives of the various schools of the age of the warring states. This college already foreshadowed the imperial academy of the Han dynasty, and it could justifiably be argued that the emperors and governing circles of this period were just as keenly interested in Taoist concepts and techniques as they were concerned to establish a Confucian orthodoxy. The Taoist current, so strong in the reign of the first emperor, flowed on under the Han rulers. It was a belief in the secrets of longevity which made it possible to achieve the survival of the body through various techniques, belief in the existence of immortals who manifested themselves under different forms down the ages, belief in the Isles of the Blessed in the eastern seas. The Taoist magicians of Shantung and the coast of Hopi retained at the Han court the prestige which they had enjoyed under the first Chin emperor. Taoism was favored by the Emperor Hui Ti, by the Empress Tou, wife of Wen Ti, and by scholars like Lucia, author of the Sinui, a work explaining the metaphysical reasons for the fall of the Chin dynasty and the triumph of the Han. Other devotees of Taoism were Suma Tian, father of Suma Chin, and later still Yangxiang, who wrote a Taoist work called The Supreme Mystery. Taoist philosophy was in fashion at the court of Prince Luan of Huainan at the end of the 2nd century BC. We know too that the religious forms of Taoism played an important role in the life of the lower classes. The last and most powerful Taoist risings, those of the Yellow Turbans and the 5 bushels of rice at the end of the 2nd century AD, were marked not only by faith in a millenarian utopia but also by the existence of an organized church, of religious worship, and of moral teaching. The influence of these popular currents of thought reached as far as the Han court via the empresses and imperial concubines, who themselves sprang from the people. The cult of Huanglao was introduced at the court a few years before the start of the Yellow Turban Revolt, and Taoism appeared there in the form of a political theory which aimed at that. 152. State of perfect social harmony denoted by the term Great Peace. Thus it is impossible to attribute a sort of supremacy to Confucianism or to refrain from emphasizing the eclectic character of intellectual life at the Han court. The rise of esoteric interpretations. The most remarkable thing is that the whole thought of this period is permeated by the scholastic doctrine of the 5 elements. This in itself meant that there was no break between the Chen period and the one that followed it. If it is permissible to speak of a renewal of classical studies and of Confucianism, this renewal took place under the aegis of the theories of yin and yang. Consequently it was profoundly original. The scholastic doctrine of the 5 elements was in fact to serve as the foundation for a new interpretation of the classics which had been preserved by the oral tradition and reappeared as early as the 2nd century BC. The founder of this new school of exegesis was Tung-Chung Shu, whose principal work, the Chun Chu Fan Lu, is at the same time an explanation of the Annals of Lu, and of the commentary on them by Kung Yang, and an exposition of his own theories. But Tung-Chung Shu borrowed his main inspiration from the scholastic philosophy of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, the keys to the vault of the universe and the principles of moral, social, and political order. The classics, venerable products of remote antiquity, the works of eminent sages, were reckoned by the men of this period to contain secret knowledge, and their interpretation had therefore to be confined to schools of specialists, who transmitted their secret meaning from one generation to the next. The cosmological theories, almost Kabbalist in nature, which had been popular since the time of Zhou Yan satisfied both the need for synthesis and general explanation which seems to be characteristic of the age and the preoccupations of the interpreters of the classics. One can understand why their texts, often so concise as to be positively obscure, were very soon regarded as collections of prophecies and why esoteric commentaries multiplied under the first Han emperors. The Chen way abound in speculations about numbers, auspicious and inauspicious omens, the relations between sectors of the sky and regions of 153. The earth, the events of history and the rise and fall of dynasties. They devote great attention to the symbolical diagrams of heaven and earth, the most famous of which the writing of Lo, brought to the Emperor Yith by a divine tortoise, and the table of the river, given to the legendary sovereign Fu Shi by a horse dragon that emerged from the Yellow River form the subjects of 2 important esoteric commentaries. The taste for esoteric commentaries and prophecies and also the use of omens for political ends seem to have been at their height at the end of the first Han dynasty, round about the beginning of the Christian era. The tendency was not without effect on scientific knowledge. The care devoted to the observation of natural phenomena was certainly very old, but the systematic notation of spots on the sun began in 28 BC. The resulting lists are not without interest for the astronomers of today. It was also in the Han period in AD 132, that the first seismograph in the history of the world was invented by Chang Hung. The apparatus devised by Chang Hung was theoretically intended to make it possible to pinpoint earthquakes, which were regarded as signs of disorder in nature. It is supposed to have detected a shock which had occurred in Kansu. Rapid progress was also made in the Han period in the field of astronomical instruments. An equatorial circle was invented by Kang Xiaochang and presented to the emperor in 52 BC, while in AD 124 Chang Hung produced a celestial globe, with equatorial circle, ecliptic, and median and horizontal planes. A daily revolving mechanism controlled by a water clock was added to it in 132. Links between the scholastic philosophy and the realities of the time. Because it exercised a real dominion over all minds, the scholastic philosophy of the five elements, or at any rate its categories and basic antitheses, is also to be found in the interpreters of omens, the commentators on the classics, thinkers in the Taoist tradition, and even in those very writers who criticize the abuse of esotericism and the excessive reverence for superstition. It is permissible to wonder why this philosophy was so successful. 154. It may be that the development of a doctrine that claimed to give a complete explanation of the universe was favored by political circumstances. With the creation of the empire, the substitution of administrative districts for the old principalities and the disappearance of the ancestral cults of heads of cities, authority seemed to be deprived of any religious foundation and may well have felt the need to seek the support of a cosmology of a magical nature based on elements borrowed from archaic thought. These elements were then incorporated in systems which could also vary considerably. For example, as well as the theory which explained the succession of the five elementary virtues or powers as the destruction of the obsolete virtue by a new one, there was also the theory that regarded each virtue as born from the preceding one. While it was in conformity with a very ancient tradition that the prince's activity should be regarded as an ordering of the cosmos, under the empire the context was quite new. It was the positive laws and regulations of the legalists that acquired the magico-religious value of the ancient rites. The first emperor explicitly defined himself as the demiurge who had shaped the world by imposing on it his own norms, his own measures of length and capacity, and a new script. He had likewise shaped society by the creation of a continuous hierarchy of ranks and by the institution of a graduated scale of rewards and punishments. Under the influence of the dominant theories of yin and yang, the system which the legalists had devised as the privileged instrument of the political and social order was enriched with a magico-religious significance. Bounties and amnesties were auspicious things, penalties and punishments were inauspicious things. The emperor's duty was to use a suitable mixture of strict and kindly measures so that neither the auspicious nor the inauspicious should endanger the cosmic harmony by their presence in excess. The emperor, in an empire conceived as universal, and his officials, in their commanderies and prefectures, were the inspirers of, and the persons responsible for, a total order manifested in the abundance of the harvests, good understanding between men, and the absence of natural calamities, wars, and brigandage. Rivalries between different schools, opposing tendencies. The diversity of the scriptural traditions and of the schools of interpreters under 155. The first Han dynasty was to be reduced fairly quickly to a conflict between two dominant tendencies. While most exegetes based themselves on the texts transmitted orally and written down in the script of their own time, copies of the classics written before the empire in ancient scripts were found. These archaeological discoveries were to unleash a quarrel, the scope of which went far beyond the mere question of the authenticity of the texts. Its repercussions made themselves felt right down to the 19th century. According to some people, the first big discovery was made as early as the time of the Emperor Qin Ti, according to others, it dates only from 93 AP. However that may be, copies of new versions of the classic of history, of the treatise on rites, of the Analects of Confucius and of the classic of filial piety were discovered in a wall of Confucius's house. A descendant of the master's family, one Keung and Kuo, who lived in the time of the Emperor Wu Ti, was the first to take an interest in these texts, the deciphering of which, so it is said, presented some difficulties. But the specialists in texts written in ancient characters fairly soon gathered round them all those who criticized Kabbalistic interpretations and refused to regard the classics as collections of prophecies. It looks as if the champions of the texts in the new script can be connected with the cosmological, divinatory tradition of the land of Kai, a tradition of which Tzu-Yen had been one of the most famous representatives, while their opponents belonged rather to the moralizing, ritualist but also very much rationalist tradition of the land of Lu, the native country of Confucius. However, the new tendencies were slow in asserting themselves. At the time of the discussions at court in 57 BC between representatives of the opposing schools, it was Tung Changshu's interpretations which were triumphant, and at the end of the First Han Dynasty the champions of the traditions recorded in Kuwen were still fairly isolated figures. One of them was Liu Hsin, the imperial librarian and great editor of texts antedating the imperial unification. At this time the argument was no longer simply about dissimilar versions of the same texts, but about works containing different doctrinal contents. Thus Kung Yang's commentary on the Annals of Liu is typical of the Qinwen school because of the interest shown in it by Tung Changshu and its esoteric background, while 156. Zhou Chi Yuming's Big Chronicle, the Zhou Chuan, regarded as a commentary on the Annals of Liu, and the Rites of the Zhou are works characteristic of the Kuwen school. The favors granted to the champions of the Kuwen school by the usurper Wang Mang were to do them no good at the time of the Han Restoration, but the movement soon gained breadth and the most famous commentators of the Second Han Dynasty based their studies on texts in the old characters. Such is the case with Chia Kui, author of commentaries on the Zhou Chuan, the Zhou and the Discourses on the Kingdoms, with Ma Yung, who wrote among other things a comparative study of the three commentaries on the Annals of Liu, and with the famous Cheng Xian, to whom we owe commentaries on the Book of Odes, the Memorandum on the Proprieties, the Zhou, the Li Qi, the Lunyaidi and the Shangshu. The only important representative of the Qinwen tradition under the Second Han emperors was Hosiu, whose work was concerned with Kung Yang's commentary. But his theories were refuted by Cheng Xian. The texts first compiled in ancient characters dominated the scene after the Han Age, mainly at the Lusung court in 457-65 and the Liang court in 502-20, in the Yangtze region of China, and then later in the Sui Empire. The triumph of Kuwen was to cause the almost total disappearance of the vast esoteric literature of the Han period, and it was only in the 18th and 19th centuries that certain scholars and philosophers took it into their heads to rehabilitate the forgotten tradition represented by the works of Tung Changshu, Kung Yang's commentary on the Annals of Liu, and the writings of Hosiu. The decipherment of texts in ancient scripts was probably at the bottom of a new interest in epigraphy. The first Chinese dictionary for one can hardly regard as a dictionary. The Urya, a work earlier than the empire but of unknown date and taking the form of an encyclopedia and a series of glosses, appeared about AD 100. This was the Shuo Wen Qi Zi, by Ci Shen. In it the simple and compound signs of the still relatively archaic script devised by Li Su before the imperial unification are analyzed. The work contains 9,353 characters classified under 540 keys. Another tendency which should no doubt be connected with 157. Those which find expression in the devotees of the traditions recorded in ancient scripts is the rationalist reaction which becomes apparent at the end of the First Han Dynasty. It is represented by men like Yang Xiang, author of Fu and a specialist in the Book of Changes, Huan Tian, a musician and naturalist, and above all Wang Xiechung, author of the Lun Hung, a large work devoted to criticism of the superstitions of his time. While these writers could not insulate themselves from the modes of thought of their age, it cannot be denied that they possess a keen sense of logical reasoning and a pronounced taste for logical explanations. Wang Xiechung shows a lively interest in questions of physics, biology, and genetics. He does appeal sometimes to the authority of the ancients, but he likes to use arguments drawn from experience and tries to explain phenomena by natural causes alone. A materialist, like Huan Tian, he denies that anything can exist after death. Just as fire needs fuel, so the mind, senses, and perceptions cannot exist independently of the body. Criticizing the notion of individual destiny in which people believed so firmly in his time, he sees the diversity of human destinies as the result of three independent factors: innate physical and intellectual aptitudes, the chance combination of circumstances and accidents, but also, and here Wang Xiechung shows how much he remains a prisoner of his age, the astral influences which acted on the individual at his birth. The zenith of classical studies and the intellectual renaissance of the end of the Han period. Classical studies shone with their greatest luster under the second Han emperors, with eminent commentators such as Ma Yung, author of a comparative study of the three commentaries on the Annals of Lu, and the great Chengstian. The text of the six classics established by Tzai Yung was engraved on stele in the capital in 175. Soon circumstances were not to be so favorable. Classical studies and Confucianism were to enter a long period of decline and lethargy which lasted practically until the rise of a new moral and metaphysical philosophy in the 11th century. 158. The political and social crisis of the end of the Han dynasty already favored the appearance of new tendencies marked by a return to the traditions of the age of the warring states, the philosophical Taoism of the Chuang-Tzu and the Lao-Tzu, nominalism, the dialectic of the school of Mo-Tzu, and legalism. As in the 4th to 3rd centuries BC, men's minds seemed to be divided between the two antithetical attitudes of withdrawal into oneself and aspiration towards an imposed order, between the two options of anarchy and dictatorship. Thus the Ch'in Fu Lun of Wang Fu, the very title of which suggests precisely this refusal to become committed in a corrupt world, is a criticism of the political morality of the period and of the excessive room taken by commercial and manufacturing activities. The reviving influence of legalist theories can already be felt in this book. But the treatise on politics by Tzui Shi is even more the work of a convinced partisan of the strengthening of the state by the application of draconian laws indifferent to de jure or de facto privileges. The new tendencies which make their appearance at the end of the Han period were to blossom in the 3rd and 4th centuries, when the great religious movement which was to dominate all Chinese thought in the Middle Ages began to take shape. China of the 4th to 8th centuries was to be a Buddhist China. The advent of history as a synthesis and as moral and political reflection. The slow progress of historiographical traditions since the beginning of the Annals of Kingdoms and the epoch of the first inscriptions on bronze finally produced about 100 BC a synthesis which was the work of one of China's greatest historians. The historical records of Sima Ch'in, who carried on the work of his father Sima Tian, took advantage of all earlier progress in the field and at the same time provided the model for a long series of official histories which were produced right down to the time of the Sino-Manchu Empire. Sima Ch'in inherited the very precise chronological framework of the Annals of Kingdoms which has given the work of Chinese historiographers such precision from the first events dated, in 841 BC, down to our own epoch. He also inherited the ancient custom of religiously reproducing 159. Sing to the letter the solemn enactments of the royal power. Finally, he makes great use of the art of narrative, anecdote, and discourse which had developed in the diplomatic interviews and disputes between different schools of the time of the warring states. A whole oral literature, the memory of which had not yet been lost, was thus collected and recorded in the Han epoch, Zhou Chi Ming's Great Chronicle, which soon came to serve as an illustration of, and commentary on, the Annals of Lu, the stratagems of the warring states, the discourses on the kingdoms. Aided by one of the finest styles in the literary history of China and by a great capacity to synthesis, Sima Ch'in paints for the first time, thanks to the oral traditions, texts, archives, and contemporary witnesses, a picture of the whole Chinese world from its origins down to his own time. A work of political and moral reflection, the historical records were to inspire the authors of the great dynastic histories which followed, the first of them being the history of the Han completed about AP 82 by Pan Ku and his sister Pan Xiao. We meet again in these works the three main divisions adopted by Sima Qian, Annals of the Sovereign, treatises, and biographies, which include the very valuable remarks about foreign countries. Chinese prose seems to have reached full maturity in great writers like Sima Ch'in, Chia Ortung Changshu, all historians or authors of political essays and memoranda to the throne. Equally adapted to exposition, narrative, and discourse, it is justly famed for its vigorous yet elegant conciseness, its suppleness, and its evocative power. It seems to have profited from all the various experiments in very different genres made in the age of the warring states. It was this Han prose that Lu Tsungyian and Han Yith wanted to reinstate in a position of honor about AP 800, and which the writers of the Ming and Xiang epochs strove to imitate. A court literature. The princely courts of the 2nd century BC, mainly those of Liang, Wu, and Huainan, were, like the imperial court, centers of an intellectual, literary, scientific, and artistic activity which in some ways recalls that of the principalities of the age of the warring states. Princes and emperors maintained in their 160 entourage a retinue of jugglers, acrobats, musicians, soothsayers, writers, and scholars. It was the followers of Prince Luan of Huainan, executed in 122 BC for rebellion, who compiled the work of Taoist tendencies known as the Huainan Zi. But their work is exceptional in its depth and seriousness. The general tendency was to produce amusements and refinements for court life, and these needs account for the success of a kind of literature which was much cultivated between the 2nd century BC and the 3rd century AD, namely the Fu. Derived from the lyrical poems of the land of Chu, the Fu takes the form of a description in a rhythmic and sometimes quite grand style of the hunts, parks, palaces, and entertainments of the imperial and princely courts. This genre, which is not classified as poetry by the Chinese tradition, is also marked by its exaggerations, hyperboles, and lyricism as well as by its preciosity and by the learned, far-fetched character of its vocabulary. It was prized so highly in the Han epoch that there was hardly a famous writer who did not try his hand at it. The best-known authors of Fu are Chiai, Sima Shangju, a man from Sichuan whose Fu were much imitated, Yang Xiang, another native of Sichuan, and the historian Pan Ku, author of the famous Fu of the Two Capitals, which was imitated later on by the learned astronomer Chang Hung in his Qing Fu. These refinements did not exclude a pronounced taste for popular music and song and for anything that came from exotic countries after the great expansion of Wu Ti's time. Founded by men of the people, the Han Empire long retained the traces of its plebeian origin. With a view to the composition of new hymns for the temple of the imperial ancestors, an office of music was set up under Wu Ti, with the task of collecting popular and exotic music and songs. The themes of peasant songs and the dances, tunes and musical instruments of Central Asia thus found ready access to the cultivated society of the age. Suppressed in 7 BC at the instigation of orthodox scholars hostile to novelties, the office of music was to have a profound influence on the development of Chinese poetry. A new poetic form, the antique poem, with verses of 5 characters, made its 161 appearance in the 1st and 2nd centuries of our era. Borrowing its first subjects from popular songs, this new genre was to have a tremendous future and to end, after a long process of evolution, in the regular poem, the rules of which were fixed in the Tiang period. The admirable 19 ancient poems were the first step in the long and illustrious career of classical poetry in China. The very strong influence of popular traditions, of magical and religious Taoism, and of foreign civilizations on the art of the Han epoch explains its vigor and vitality. These qualities are to be found in the mural paintings discovered in Korea, Manchuria, Hopi, and Shantung, in the scenes and personages carved in stone in tombs, temples, and porticos, and in the realistic, lifelike funerary figurines. Part 3. The Middle Ages. Prologue. The period which begins at the end of the Han dynasty is related in some respects to our own European Middle Ages. It is marked right from the start by the decline of the state, the collapse of the urban economy, and the dismemberment of the empire. While North China, the richest and most densely populated part of the Chinese world in those days, was parceled out at the beginning of the 4th century among several kingdoms whose governing classes were of barbarian origin, a powerful aristocracy, jealous of its privileges, became established in the valley of the Yangtze and imposed its will on the central power. In the intellectual field, the dominant philosophy of the Han period became completely forgotten and classical literature was scarcely cultivated any longer. Individualistic tendencies and a purely aesthetic conception of literature and the arts asserted themselves. These Chinese Middle Ages were also a period of great religious fervor, and it is legitimate to say that the China of this epoch was Buddhist in the same way as medieval Europe was Christian. However, the analogy probably stops there, For very soon in the north by the middle of the 5th century there was a renewal of the Central-East state, and the age of the southern dynasties, in the valley of the Yangtze, was one of the most brilliant in the history of China in the realms of literature, art, and thought. On the other hand, the resurgence of the merchant economy from the end of the 5th century onwards was to cause the rapid decline of the southern aristocracy, which disappeared in the course of the wars of the middle of the 6th century. In the north, this resurgence favored the consolidation of the power of the state. While there was a complete change of atmosphere and a perceptible break between the Han Age and that of the northern and southern dynasties, the Chinese Middle Ages, on the contrary, lasted on into the aristocratic empire of the Sui and the Tiang. In its institutions, its governing classes, its literature, its arts, and its religious fervor, this new empire was certainly the heir and continuer of the northern and southern dynasties. Chapter 9. Barbarians and Aristocrats. Generalities. The history of the period from the end of the Han dynasty to the unified Sui and Tiang empires, that is, from the beginning of the 3rd century to the end of the 6th, is so complex that it will be helpful to stand back for a moment from the multiplicity of events and to underline certain basic factors that remain valid throughout the period. Some of these concern North China, others concern the valley of the Yangtze. 1. The conversion of the nomads into sedentary peoples was a process that began at the end of the first Han dynasty and went on in the kingdoms and empires that shared out, or succeeded in unifying, North China between the 3rd and 6th centuries. This slow, complex transformation of nomadic cattle breeders into sedentary peoples in Inner Mongolia, Manchuria, and North and Northwest China has been one of the great constants in the history of East Asia down to our own day. 2. The centralizing, statist tendencies which seem to be bound up with the problem of defense against incursions from the steppes, but also with the needs of colonization, distribution of land and the irrigation of dry zones, lasted in North China, and especially in the northwest, from the Qian and Han periods down to those of the Sui and Tiang. These tendencies are just as characteristic of the kingdom of the Tizao Wei as of that of the northern Wei, and it looks as if the legalist tradition, according to which the state should play an active part in the distribution of the population and in social and economic organization, was typical of North China. 3. Another tendency peculiar to the states of North China was their military expansionism, which was caused by the threat from the asterisk for a chronology of the period 220 to 589. See Table 9, p. 396. Steps. The kingdom of the Tizao Wei, the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians established in the valley of the Wei and in Kansu, and the empires of the northern Wei and northern Zhou in the 5th and 6th centuries all had designs on Central Asia, Mongolia, Manchuria, and Korea, just like the Qian and Han rulers before them and the Sui and Tiang rulers after them. Their diplomatic and military activities aimed at reinforcing their defense system against incursions and at controlling the main commercial routes. The southern lands also had characteristic features which remained relatively constant until the 6th century. 1. The aboriginal peoples Thais, Tibeto-Burmans, Miao Yao, and possibly still Monk Khmers in the interior and Malayo-Polynesians on the coasts occupied most of the territory, for the peoples of Chinese language and culture had begun to populate only the plains of the Yangtze Basin, the southern coast of the Bay of Hangzhou, and the plain of Canton. Decimated, pushed back into the mountains, conscripted and incorporated in the Chinese armies because of the lack of labor and soldiers, permeated by Chinese trade, these ethnic groups with their differing and original cultures were slowly Sinicized and assimilated as the territory controlled by the Han Chinese expanded. These contacts between the Chinese and Aborigines resulted in many mutual borrowings, the extent of which is still not very well known. It seems to have been considerable. 2. Since the Han occupation of the Yangtze Basin and South China occurred in successive waves, rivalry between new immigrants and old colonists created difficulties which could only be eliminated progressively. In every case, the oldest established colonists strove to impose an inferior status on the newcomers. 3. The thin population of Yangtze China and South China, their relative poverty, the large distances involved and the colonial character of these areas were at least partly responsible for a socio-political morphology which seems to have been remarkably stable. The weakness of the central authority and the power of the great families were characteristic of the empires established in Nanking between the end of the Han and the fall of the Chen. The period from the 4th century to the middle of the 6th saw the birth and development of an aristocracy of great families which only married among themselves, held the most important posts and made the central government recognize their special privileges. The case of Sichuan, or to be more precise, of the valley of the Minqiang, the Red Basin, was a special one. Its marked tendencies to autonomy are accounted for by its relative isolation from the other Chinese lands, by its wealth, which was due to the fertility of its soil and its climate, and also to its mining resources and its position at an international crossroads. The plain of Qingshu lies at the intersection of the roads leading to Yunnan, Burma, and northeastern India, Quechao and Guangdong, the valley of the Middle Yangtze, the upper valley of the Han and the basin of the Wei, Qinghai and the oases of Central Asia. The plain of Qiangtu is in fact connected to the ancient lands of Chu and Qian by only two main routes, which are difficult of access and easily controlled. Towards the north there are narrow mountain roads connecting Sichuan with the valley of the Wei, and towards the east the course of the Yangtze, squeezed between gorges with dangerous rapids, forms the only means of access to the middle and lower Yangtze. This special situation explains why, apart from numerous periods of complete autonomy, Sichuan was dependent sometimes on the states established in the valley of the Wei and sometimes on the kingdoms or empires of the middle or lower Yangtze. As a result, we find two distinct sets of influences there, those of northwest China and those of the Yangtze region. Sichuan had been independent between 25 and 36 AD, at the time of the rebellions of the Red Eyebrows, and it was independent again between about 180 and 215, when Chang Taoling and his grandson Chang Lu organized a sort of religious state there. After the epoch of the Three Kingdoms, in the course of which the kingdom of Shuhan existed from 221 to 263, Sichuan enjoyed a fresh period of independence between 304 and 347, under the rule of a family of Ti mountain dwellers of Proto-Tibetan origin. It was Han of the Qiang family who formed one of the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians. From the military dictatorship to anarchy. The Three Kingdoms, the Tizao Wei in North China. Although the Han dynasty was not abolished until 220, it was Tizao who held the real power in the valley of the Wei and the central plain by the beginning of the 3rd century, and the start of the kingdom of Wei could be placed in the year 219. By that time Tizao had unified the whole of North China under his own aegis. His ambitions had extended to the conquest of the Yangtze Valley, but the famous Battle of the Red Cliff, on the course of the great river in Hupai, had put a stop to this policy of expansion. The serious defeat inflicted on Tizao by the allied troops of Sun Chtien and Liu Pei was the prelude to the division of the Chinese lands into 3 kingdoms, that of the Wei of the Tizao family, that of the Han of Sichuan, founded by Liu Pei, and that of Wu, founded by Sun Chtien. The policy pursued by Tizao was in harmony with the tendency which had been most in evidence in intellectual circles towards the end of the Han period. It was typically legalist, that is, centralizing and authoritarian, and the state founded by Tizao had all the appearances of a military dictatorship. One of the most notable features of this new policy was the creation of numerous agricultural colonies. At a time when insurrections and civil wars had led to a clear decrease in agricultural production, the institution corresponded to economic and fiscal needs. Unlike the Tian of the first Han period, those established by Tizao were therefore not always peopled by soldier farmers but often by dispossessed peasants. They were not all situated on the northern frontiers but extended to the interior of the empire. There were some very large ones, comprising several tens of thousands of men, in eastern Honan, and they were to be found even in the valley of the Huai. Subject to a paramilitary organization, the inhabitants of the Tun Tian received agricultural tools and draft animals from the state. The creation and extension of the agricultural colonies helped to set the economy going again and to strengthen the defenses. They were accompanied by a great effort of reconstruction, drainage, and 170 barbarians and aristocrats, irrigation works, the building of reservoirs, and so on. But they also had a more important aim, namely the taking in hand of an unstable, peripatetic population which escaped the control of the state and tended to settle on the estates of the rich landowners. Himself the adopted grandson of a eunuch, without any connection with the aristocracy of the end of the Han period, Tizao sought to strengthen his own position at the expense of the great families of gentry who had occupied the forefront of the political stage since the assassination of the eunuchs in 189. Tizao's armies originally consisted of a heterogeneous collection of mercenaries, former bandits and vagabonds, and of both Chinese and barbarian Xiongnu, Xianpei, Wuhuan, Xiang. All his power depended on these armies. In order to ensure a regular form of recruitment for his growing empire, Tizao instituted families of professional soldiers, the Shichia, who could only marry among themselves and in the long run would have perhaps constituted a sort of military caste. As in days gone by in Chin, military vocations were encouraged by grants of titles and material advantages. But Tizao also reorganized his armies on the basis of still greater recourse to the former nomadic herdsmen settled in North China. It was they who provided his best troops and especially the most skilled mounted bowmen. This massive recruitment and also the favors granted to steppe tribes Tizao authorized a large group of Xiongnu to settle permanently in southeastern Shanxi resulted in the acceleration of a process of assimilation, the consequences of which were to appear at the beginning of the 4th century, when the Sinicized former nomads formed independent kingdoms in North China. Another aspect of Tizao's policies was a strengthening of the penal legislation, as a reaction to the relaxation which had occurred under the Second Han Emperor. It was under the Tizao Wei emperors whose accession to the throne was proclaimed in 220, on the death of Tizao, by his son Tizao Pei that the first synthesis of all the juridical work accomplished in the 4 centuries of Han rulers was compiled. The new code of the Wei marked an important date in the history of Chinese law. It was to inspire the editors of the Qing Code, published in 268, during the Taishe period. Much more detailed than that of the Han, it comprises 2,926 articles. The Qing Code was to be the subject of commentaries by 2 remarkable interpreters of the law, Tu Yith, famous for his skill as an engineer and for his commentary on the Tso-Chuan, and Chang Fei. The concern for efficiency and political centralization which marked the work of Tizao and his successors reappeared in the adoption of a new system of promotion for civil servants. Intended in principle to favor the best and guarantee impartial selection, it consisted in the classification of all officials in 9 grades, the Chu Pian. However, this system very soon began to favor the great families who had been able to win distinction in the armies, and it was in fact from these families that the danger for the Tizao was to come. To judge by the Sima family, their rise was very rapid. Sima Yan, whose great-uncle had led several expeditions into Sichuan against the Shuhan and had destroyed the independent kingdom founded by the Kung Sun in Liaodong, and whose father had organized the Wei armies and commanded the troops which put an end to the Shuhan Empire in 263, was to seize power 2 years later at Luoyang and found the new Qin dynasty. Shuhan and Wu. The birth of the 2 ephemeral empires of Sichuan and the Yangtze Valley is explained not only by the troubles and economic recession of the end of the Han dynasty but also by geographical and social factors. It was the secession of colonial China south of the Yangtze which was to give the struggle carried on by the Sun, mere army commanders and rivals of Tizao, the significance of a war of independence. Thus it is no doubt the influence in the Wu kingdom of the great families of the Chang Han that explains the transfer of the capital, which was at first Wu Xiang, at the confluence of the Yangtze and the Han, to Nanking in 229. As early as the time of the Yellow Turban rebellions, these rich colonial families had shaken off the tutelage of the central government. They were organized for their own defense and if need be could call on the Yi of the mountains, native inhabitants pushed back to the high ground by colonization and fugitives who had sought refuge there. All that had been needed for the appearance of an independent state in the valley of the Yangtze was an aggravation of the troubles in North China and the willingness of the soldiers and colonists to join forces. A similar phenomenon occurred in Sichuan, a rich and relatively isolated land where the aboriginal inhabitants were equally numerous. It was favored by the prestige of Liu Pei, a descendant of the Han imperial family, and by the political and military genius of his advisor, Chu Kaoliang. But while the kingdom of Wu was ruled by a sort of confederation of the most powerful families of the Yangtze Valley, centralizing tendencies won the day in Sichuan. Like Wei, Shuhan was a military state governed by legalist advisors. However, its power declined after the death of Chu Kaoliang and it was annexed by Wei in 263. The Civil War and the revolt of the Sinicist mercenaries. The rise to power of the Suma clan marked the victory of the great families the Suma, the Tzui, the Sha'alu, and others over the authority of the state and was to make efforts at political centralization difficult. Even before seizing power, the Suma had applied themselves to suppressing the colonies which the Tzui had created and on which their power was based. Thus the arrangements made by the new empire to strengthen itself, the publication of a new penal code, measures to prevent the great families monopolizing the political and administrative posts, limitation of the extent of big estates and of the number of dependants, turned out to be ineffective. Right from the start of the dynasty, 27 kinsmen of the emperor apart from members of the families not related to the imperial house were endowed with large incomes, had the right to appoint their own officials in the territories given to them as fiefs, and were authorized to keep up private militias whose strength varied between 1,500 and 5,000 men. After the death in 290 of the founder, who had succeeded 10 years earlier, in 279–80, in reuniting the valley of the Yangtze with the empire, the rise of a great family by the name of Chia caused dissensions among the nobles and their provincial clients. The troubles lasted from 291 to 305, and for 7 years a positive civil war, known as the Rebellion of the Eight Princes, brought the princes of the imperial family into conflict with each other. The situation deteriorated rapidly from the first few years of the 4th century onwards as a result of droughts and invasions of locusts, which caused famine in the regions already ravaged by the civil war. In addition, the tribes of mountaineers and cattle breeders installed in the north and northwest, and incorporated en masse in the armies, took advantage of the general chaos to rebel and form independent political units. As early as 304 a family of Proto-Tibetan Ti founded the kingdom of the Chenghan in Sichuan, while the Xiongnu of southern Shanxi proclaimed themselves independent and adopted the dynastic name first of Han, then of Chao. In 311 the Xiongnu chieftain Lu Tizung seized Luoyang, and in 316 Chang'an fell in turn to the assault of another Xiongnu leader called Lu Yao. It was the end of the ephemeral empire of the Western Qin. The famine and the political, economic, and administrative chaos that prevailed in North China at the beginning of the 4th century, and the tribal rebellions that occurred there, caused an exodus of the Chinese population. It went on after the establishment of the Eastern Qin dynasty at Nanking in 317, but seems to have reached its climax around 309. The flood of refugees flowed in two parallel currents, one from Hopi and Shantung towards the valley of the Huai, the lower Yangtze, Zhejiang, and Fujian, and the other from Shenzi and Shanxi towards the middle Yangtze, Yunnan, and the Red River Valley in Vietnam. A small number of refugees from Hopi made for southern Manchuria. Altogether more than 1 million people, so it seems, emigrated like this in the first quarter of the 4th century. The activities of non-Chinese people seem to have had only secondary effects on this phenomenon, which, like the other great crises of history, accelerated the Chinese diaspora. It is moreover inaccurate to compare, as is sometimes done, the barbarian insurrections in North China at the beginning of the 4th century with the great invasions experienced by Europe a century and a half later. It was not foreign invasions that caused the fall of the Qin rulers and the withdrawal of the Chinese dynasties towards the lower Yangtze, but primarily disorder and destitution. The barbarians simply took advantage of the anarchy. They were already settled in China when they seized power. Far from having remained crude mountaineers and nomadic herdsmen, they were already much influenced by the customs, institutions, and mode of life of the Chinese. The thrust of the Huns towards southern Russia, Europe, and the eastern Mediterranean in 444–54, like that of the Chionites earlier towards Iran in 356, was the work of true nomads, probably from the Altai region. These invasions cannot be linked to events in China at the end of the Western Qin dynasty. Thus whether the Xiongnu and the Huns were to some extent related, as some people have thought, or whether they were not related at all is of no interest to history, for the only things that matter are modes of life, socio-political forms, and cultures. The reign of the aristocracies. In the Yangtze Basin, the political climate changed as a result of the Qin withdrawal to the valley of the Yangtze. There was no longer any question of centralization, except, in a sporadic way, during the Sung and Chi dynasties, which tried without much success to break the power of the great families. On the contrary, what we find is the development of an endogamous, hierarchical aristocracy which held the real power at court and in the provinces until the middle of the 6th century. Consisting of descendants of the great families who had emigrated from the north at the beginning of the 4th century and of the richest colonial families of the Yangtze Valley and the coasts of the Bay of Hangzhou, this aristocracy was to be recognized and confirmed by the imperial power and exempted from taxes and requisitions. And as it was essential to prove the antiquity and fame of one's family in order to qualify for posts and privileges, people strove to compile genealogical registers. The formation of this aristocracy was sufficiently advanced at the end of the Sung dynasty for legislation to put the seal on the rules in use by forbidding marriages between nobles and commoners. The formation of this endogamous aristocracy with its own letters patent, its rise and then its swift decline from the middle of the 6th century onwards constitutes the most original social phenomenon of the southern dynasties. The Eastern Qin. The new state founded at Nanking in 317 by a prince of the Suma family found itself faced right at the start with the difficult question of the immigrants. The newcomers were so numerous that it was decided to register them separately, and in some regions commanderies of immigrants were created. The government was unable to prevent the rapid development which soon made the lower-class immigrants dependent on the rich families. They became guests and servants of the big landowners. The state was too weak to dream of imposing limits on the size of estates, as in North China, or of controlling the number of dependants. In any case affairs were controlled by the big families. The Wang, the Yith, and the Huan succeeded each other in positions of power after desperate struggles. Yet, in spite of their weakness, the Eastern Qin succeeded not only in resisting attacks from the north and in halting Fujian's offensives, but even in annexing Sichuan in 347. They thus opened up a route towards Central Asia for the Nanking dynasties. The crisis which was to put an end to the Qin illustrates both the power of the big provincial families and that of the army chiefs. In the second half of the 4th century the valley of the Qin in Jiangxi and part of Hubei were already virtually out of the central government's control. However, the Nanking government's efforts to enroll the private guards and the dependants of the great families seem to have created latent discontent in the regions between Lake Taihu and the northern coasts of Zhejiang. This situation must have favored the outcome of a rising that started about 400 in the Ningpo region. Its leader was one Sun En, a mixture of pirate and magician affiliated like his father, a native of Shantung, to the Taoist sect of the 5 bushels of rice. Sun En recruited his followers from the sailors, fishermen, and pirates of the coast of Zhejiang, but he was also almost certainly in contact with the big landowners of the modern regions of Hangzhou, Shaoxing, and Ningpo. Embarked in boats with decks and forming armies of demons, the rebels ravaged the coastline from bases in the Chusan Islands and soon threatened Nanking. They were crushed in 402 and the defeat resulted in a number of mass suicides in their ranks. However, the struggle against Sun An's insurrection had facilitated the rise of the army leaders entrusted with the task of suppressing it. A certain Huan Xian had taken advantage of the situation to usurp power at Nanking, where he was killed in 404 by a rival called Lu Yu, whose victorious campaigns against the kingdoms of the north had won him great popularity. This Lu Yi founded a new dynasty, that of the Sung, known as the Southern Sung or Sung of the Lu family. The Sung. It seems that at the time when Lu Yi came to power in Nanking, the difficulties caused by the immigrations of the early 4th century had been smoothed over and the northerners had merged into the rest of the population. In fact, as soon as they ascended the throne, the Sung suppressed the distinction between yellow and white registers in order to standardize the fiscal system. The first few years of the dynasty were disturbed by attacks from the kingdoms established in Shenzi and Hopi, but subsequently the Yangtze Empire enjoyed relative tranquility during the Yian Xia era and was able to develop its relations with Central Asia and the Japanese principalities. This period of peace did not last. The efforts of the Lu, a family of humble origin carried to power by a military coup d'état, to take in hand again the administration of the regions provoked resistance from the big noble families. At the same time, the attacks launched by the Wei Empire of the North, whose armies reached the Yangtze, helped to weaken the dynasty. A general by the name of Xiao Tao Chn, who had suppressed a rebellion by one of the imperial princes, took advantage of the Central Power's decline to put one of his creatures on the throne and finally to seize power himself in 479. The Qi. Two important facts need to be mentioned in connection with the short dynasty: the Chi founded by Xiao Dokeng, the strengthening of the central government at the expense of the aristocracy, and the great expansion of commerce in the valley of the Yangtze and South China. Falsification of the census registers, which served as the basis for taxation, was severely punished, while the new government strove to favor the promotion of commoners to positions of authority. It was in fact excessive repression of the aristocracy which led to the downfall of the dynasty. Massacres of nobles caused disturbances in the last few years of the 5th century, and a cousin of the emperor, who held a fief in the strategic area of the Shangyang, in the north of Hupi, marched on Nanking and eventually forced the cession of power to himself. This was Xiao Yan, the future Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty. The Liang. The awakening of Yangtze China to mercantile activities from the end of the 5th century onwards was to have important social consequences. The commercial upsurge was to contribute to the ruin of an aristocracy which drew part of its power from the partition of the regions and the economic autarky of the big estates. This commercial awakening, which was no doubt connected with the development of trade in the South Seas and the Indian Ocean, marked the beginning of a process of evolution which ended in the great economic upsurge of the Yangtze Basin and the maritime provinces of the south in the 10th to 13th centuries. At the end of the 5th century there was certainly increased commercial activity on the Yangtze, and the presence is recorded of numerous foreign merchants from Southeast Asia and the Indo-Iranian world. The towns on the Great River, and also Canton in the extreme south, grew in size, and the state began to draw considerable revenues from commercial taxes. This expansion of the economy continued and was consolidated in the long reign of the Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty, who surrounded himself with able advisors in the persons of Shen Yi, known especially for his works on phonetics, and Sti Min, the author of political works. The first half of the 6th century was an epoch of prosperity and peace, the golden age of the aristocratic civilization of the southern dynasties. Buddhism, which had adapted itself to the social forms of Yangtze China and was favored by the court and the great noble families, experienced an unprecedented upsurge. However, a very serious crisis, which was to lead to the disappearance of the southern aristocracy, was soon to arise. The institution of families dedicated to the profession of arms, a practice inaugurated by the Tizao, was kept up under the Eastern Qin, and the state had more or less retained control of the armies in the 4th century. This situation did not continue in the 5th century, for from the time of the Sung onwards the government began to use half-official, half-private armies consisting of mercenaries recruited in the provinces by the local officials and the big aristocratic families. The formation of these armies of rascals and bandits, which call to mind the great companies of the European Middle Ages and were led by military adventurers, a species of condottiere, was to endanger the central government and cause the fall of the Liang in the middle of the 6th century. One Ho Qing, a general in the service of the Western Wei, moved over to the service of the Liang, rebelled in 548 and led his troops on Nanking. During the course of the disturbances which ensued until his death in 552, the Western Wei launched a series of victorious offensives against the Liang Empire from the valley of the Wei in Shenzi. In 553 they occupied Sichuan, thus cutting the communications between Nanking and Central Asia, seized the strategic point of Shangyang, which commands access to the valley of the Han, and advanced into western Hebei as far as Changling on the middle Yangtze, where they installed a prince of the reigning family of the Xiao, whom they had taken prisoner at Shanglang. This new kingdom of later Liang in Hebei was to be controlled by whatever power was established in the valley of the Wei, the Western Wei, the Northern Zhou and the Sui, who put an end to it in 587. After the Western Wei had gained control of Sichuan and Hebei, the civil war went on in the lower valley of the Yangtze. Chn Paxian, an army leader whose fief was in the Wu-Chiang area more prosperous at that time than the Nanking area, seized power in 557 and founded the last of the southern dynasties, that of the Chn. The Chen. The product of military rebellions and the civil war of the end of the Liang period, the Chn Empire was different in kind from the previous Nanking dynasties, for the aristocracy had been forced out of power and only a few of its numbers survived the massacres. Just one small section of the old Liang nobility was able to find refuge in Chang'an, with the Western Wei. The empire, bereft of its western provinces and generally weakened, could now count only on its armies. It was threatened to the west by the attacks of the later Liang, and to the north by those of the Zhou and the northern Chi. The victory which it gained in retaking Shaoyang led to nothing. It was to Col. Kingdoms and empires of the Sinicist barbarians 179. Lapse in the swift campaign directed against Nanking in 589 by the first Sui emperor. Kingdoms and empires of the Sinicist barbarians in North China, the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians. The revolts at the end of the Western Qin dynasty by non-Chinese peoples living in North China soon ended in the division of North China from southern Manchuria to the eastern oases of Central Asia and from Sichuan to Shantung, into several small kingdoms whose ruling classes were most often natives of the northern and northwestern borders. Thus the early 4th century saw the opening of a period the political history of which is extremely confused. This period did not end until 439, when North China was reunited by the descendants of a Xianpei tribe. The various annexations, the successive emergence of new powers, and the frequent changes of capital, for example, between 407 and 431 the Shah moved their political center from northern Shenzi to Xi'an, then to Tianshui in eastern Kansu, and finally to the upper valley of the Qing, northeast of Tianshui, make any clear, connected narrative impossible. The multiplicity of racial groups, their degree of intermarriage with the Han Chinese, their varying stages of evolution, they were more or less Sinicist and sedentary, add to the complexity of the political history. However, it is worth noting that these racial groups, which Chinese historians call the 5 barbarians, belong to 2 different peoples. The Xiang and the Ti were related to the Tibetans and Tangut of later ages, came from the northwestern border, and spoke Sino-Tibetan languages. The other 3 tribes were descendants of the nomadic cattle raisers of the steppes, and their languages belonged to the group which includes Turkish, Mongolian, and Tungus. It looks as if their forms of social and political organization were fairly different. The Xiang and the Ti were strangers to the aristocratic, tribal system of the nomads and seem to have had only a military organization. These peoples, or, to be precise, their elites, thus combined their own political and social traditions with large borrowings from Chinese concepts and institutions. Their ruling classes were so thoroughly Sinicist that they regarded themselves as the heirs to the old political units of North China. The Xiongnu of Shanxi adopted the name of the Great Han Dynasty, and ancient names from the period of the warring states also reappeared in the 4th century. The 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians bore the name of Ch'in in Shenzi, of Chao in Shensi, and of Tien in Hopi and Shantung. The only exceptions were the kingdoms established in Kansu, which took the name of Liang in the center of this province. In the reigning families, intermarriage with the Han Chinese who formed the majority of the population was so frequent that it is impossible to distinguish between Chinese and non-Chinese. Thus no conclusions can be drawn from the fact that, of the 16 kingdoms which succeeded each other in North China between the early years of the 4th century and 439, 3 are supposed to have been founded by families of Han origin, the earlier Liang of 314 to 76, the western Liang of 400 to 21 and the northern Yan of 409 to 39. The only outstanding event in the extremely confused political history of North China in the 4th century was the foundation of a big kingdom by a family of Proto-Tibetan origin, that of the earlier Ch'in. The greatest sovereign of this kingdom centered on Chang'an, in the valley of the Wei, was Fujian, who succeeded in unifying North China during the years 370–6 into a powerful military state and even threatened the Western Qin Empire in the valley of the Yangtze. According to tradition, in 382 Fujian mounted a formidable expedition against the south. The figures given by the historical texts, 600,000 infantry and 270,000 cavalry, are exaggerated but suffered a decisive defeat on a river in central Anhui. This was the famous Battle of the Fei. The rise of the Tabgach and the formation of the Empire of the Northern Wei. The rise of the Little Toba Kingdom and the conquest of North China in the first half of the 5th century are a typical illustration of the evolution of the peoples of nomadic origin resident in these regions. The political units in which the process of conversion to a sedentary existence was most advanced, and whose ruling classes were most thoroughly Sinicized, soon found themselves threatened by peoples who had retained the warlike manners of the nomadic herdsmen and had so far borrowed from China only the institutions indispensable for the formation of a state. These peoples, whose territory lay in the borderlands between the agricultural zone and the steppe, controlled the commercial routes and easily found recruits for their armies. The Eastern Qin had sought the alliance of the Xianpi, tribes of nomadic herdsmen from southern Manchuria who had settled in southeastern Mongolia in the 3rd century. They had ceded some land in northern Shensi to the Toba, one of the 3 groups of Xianpi tribes, and in 315 granted the Toba chief the title of Prince of Tai. The Toba thus occupied a strategic position on one of the principal invasion routes into North China. By the end of the 4th century they had succeeded in gaining control of all the lands between the Ordos and the basin of the Saramuran, to the northeast of Peking. Adopting the ancient name of Wei, they are known to history as the Northern Wei, and fixing their capital in 386 at Tationg, in the extreme north of Shensi, they expanded into Hopi at the expense of the later Yan kingdom and were encroaching on Honan by the beginning of the 5th century. Assisted by the Eastern Qin attacks on the northern kingdoms, the Wei promptly launched a series of victorious offensives which enabled them to unify North China. The Xia who occupied northern Shensi were annexed in 431, the northern Yan of Liaoning in 439, and the northern Liang of Kansu in the same year. In 440 the Wei gained control of the region of Wu-Wei in Kansu, which gave them access to Central Asia. The Northern Wei followed a legalist policy marked by state intervention in the control and distribution of the population, but this policy was aggravated by the roughness and severity of warriors of the steppes. Nomads had a certain tendency to regard sedentary people as so much cattle. State employees were practically kept prisoner in their workshops and were not allowed to contract marriages outside their caste. Even free workers were closely watched. The peasantry was controlled by a military kind of organization reminiscent of the Ch'in age. 5 families formed a neighborhood, 5 lin formed a village and 5 li formed a commune. At each level leaders responsible to the government were appointed. In order to increase the reclamation of arid areas, the Northern Wei employed an authoritarian system of dividing up land according to the number of men of an age to cultivate it. The Sui and Tiang were to resurrect this system in the 7th century. The Wei also posted to Buddhist monasteries convicts and state slaves, who were known as community families and given the job of bringing wasteland back into cultivation. But above all, they made use of deportation in order to populate the region round the capital, Tatung, and lands in Shanxi. During the reign of Tao Wuti alone, the total number of persons deported from the regions east of the Tai Hangshan to the neighborhood of Tatung amounted to 460,000. These deportations, which usually took place immediately after the conquest of new territory, contributed to a slow transformation of the economy, of institutions, and of manners, which was to make its effects fully felt in the 6th century. In fact, several factors combined to assist the progress of Chinese influences after the capital had been installed at Tatung at the end of the 4th century. As the empire encompassed more numerous sedentary populations, so the need to employ Chinese institutions and to appeal to Chinese advisors made itself felt more sharply. In this connection, an important role was played at the court of Tatung by the great advisor Zhui Hao, who introduced Chinese administrative methods and the Chinese penal code into the northern Wei kingdom. The incursions of the nomads of Outer Mongolia, the need for a counter-offensive, and the strategic and commercial importance of controlling the oases of Central Asia all put the northern Wei in the same position as previous Chinese empires. The gradual conversion to a sedentary existence, the decline in the importance of the horse as a result of the role played by infantry in the wars against the Yangtze empires, and the growing importance of revenues with an agricultural origin gradually changed the empire's economy. Finally, the attraction of the products of Chinese craftsmen, the taste for luxury, the prestige of Chinese culture, and the preponderant influence of Buddhism transformed the mentality of the Toba aristocracy. By the end of the 5th century, the process of evolution had gone so far that it became clear that it was essential to shift the capital. In 494, the court abandoned Tatung, on the border of the steppes, and moved to Luoyang, right in the center of the big agricultural zone. 600 miles due south of Tatung, the northern Wei had rebuilt in the previous year, near the site of the old capitals of the Han and the Tizao Wei, abandoned since 311, the new walled city of Luoyang, which was to be enlarged in 501. The progress of Chinese influences, which the transfer of the capital to Luoyang would have stimulated in any case in the ruling classes of nomadic origin, was to be accelerated by the policy of systematic Sinicization adopted by the Emperor Xiao Wenti on his arrival in Honan and continued by his successors. Xianpei clothes, the Xianpei language, and even family names of Xianpei origin were forbidden. The imperial house set an example by taking the Chinese name of Yian. Marriages between the Xianpei aristocracy and great Chinese families were encouraged, and all over the realm there was a rapid and thorough conversion of the governing classes to Chinese manners and customs. The warlike traditions of the steppe were soon no more than a distant memory, while the taste for luxury was given free rein in the sumptuous buildings erected by the empress Hu in the reign of Xiaoming Ti and by the great families of the Xianpei aristocracy. Buddhist monasteries and storied towers rose everywhere, and were furnished with bells and statues. The religious fervor which took hold of high society in this period was characterized by lavish spending on outward display. The city of Luoyang, which was the great center of Buddhism in East Asia, unfolded its marvels and its wealth inside its huge ramparts, which ran for 6 miles from east to west and for 4.5 miles from north to south. A description of this metropolis with its 1,367 large and small monasteries has been preserved in the shape of the treatise on the Buddhist monasteries of Luoyang by Yang Xianqi, published some years after 543. One phenomenon which was to favor the assimilation of the old Xianpei aristocracy to the Chinese mode of life was the economic upsurge which made itself apparent from the end of the 5th century onwards both in North China and in the Yangtze Basin. In spite of their political division, the two halves of the Chinese world lived at the same pace and there was considerable trade between them. In North China, the renewal of commerce with Central Asia explains the flow of foreign merchants to Luoyang, while at Ye, the capital of the northern Chi, in southern Hopi, numerous Sogdian traders from the basin of the Amu Darya were to be seen. Tensions in North China, its breakup and division. The process of evolution which went on throughout the 5th century, and increased in pace at the beginning of the 6th, was at the root of the tensions which became more and more evident in Xianpei society. The changeover to Chinese culture and the Chinese mode of life mainly affected court circles and the upper ranks of the nomad aristocracy in general, the armies which guarded the northern frontiers and the tribes which continued to live as nomads on the outskirts of the agricultural zone remained faithful to the old traditions of the steppe in spite of Chinese influences. Feelings of hostility and resentment towards the court and the upper ranks of the civil service seem to have built up in this military and pastoral world as changes in the economy and in society pushed it into the background. At the time of the conquests, in the first half of the 5th century, the combatants, who came mainly from pastoral tribes, were treated with honor and generosity, but after the transfer of the capital to Luoyang the government began to show less and less interest in military questions. In 523 the armies consisting of Xianpei, Wanwan, and Telis Turks which protected the empire against incursions from the steppe up to the neighborhood of the 41st parallel finally rebelled. This was the rebellion of the 6 garrisons. It was to be followed by a civil war which lasted 10 years. When the Empress Regent whose extravagant expenditure on Buddhism had led to banditry and revolts, caused the Emperor Xiaoming to be assassinated in 528 and put a child on the throne, the armies and tribes of Shanxi moved south and seized Luoyang. The Empress Hu and her child emperor were drowned in the Yellow River and 2,000 courtiers were murdered. These events were followed by a very confused period, in which 2 army leaders asserted their power. They shared the Wei Empire between them in 534–5. This geographical division reflected the political and social antagonisms which had produced the Civil War. The Empire of the Eastern Wei, which was founded in 534 at Ye under the aegis of General Cao Huan, was traditionalist, hostile to Chinese influences, and dominated by soldiers of nomadic origin. On the contrary, the Empire of the Western Wei, the first head of which was installed by General Yi Wen Tai at Chang'an in 535, was governed by the survivors of the Sinicist aristocracy of Luoyang and depended largely on the Chinese for its civil service and for the recruitment of its armies. One can imagine that these empires, in which the generals held the real power, did not last very long. On the death of Yuan Tai, in 556, his eldest son inaugurated the new Zhou dynasty. Similarly, in the next year, a cousin of Cao Huan seized supreme power at Ye and founded the new Chi dynasty, which lasted until it was annihilated by the Zhou. Finally, a relative of the imperial house on the distaff side, Yang Qian by name, usurped the imperial power at Chang'an, creating the new Sui dynasty and ending in 589 the long division between North China and Yangtze China which had begun for all practical purposes in 222. The Sui Empire and the Tiang Empire in its early days were in every way heirs to the empires centered on Chang'an from 535 to Yang Qian's usurpation. Most of their institutions originated with the Western Wei and the Northern Zhou. One of the most important of these concerned the organization of the armies. They were militias, the creation of which is generally attributed to Yuan Tai in 550. In spite of changes of dynasty, the governing personnel, political conceptions, and society in general did not change much between Yuan Tai's time and the middle of the 7th century. Thus if it is legitimate to see in the reunification of China in 589 the end of a great historical period, it remains true nonetheless that there is a clear thread linking Sui and early Tiang China to the northern dynasties, and more especially to the Western Wei and Northern Zhou empires. Contacts, influences, and foreign relations. A general survey of the history of the Chinese world would not be complete without some reference to the constant enrichment ensured by the contacts of the Han Chinese with peoples alien to them in culture and mode of life. The contributions of the steppe, of the Sino-Tibetan borders, and of South China were crucial in the formation of Chinese civilization. The influence of neighboring cultures made itself felt in every domain: methods of harnessing horses, use of the saddle and the stirrup, ways of building bridges and mountain roads, the science of medicinal plants and poisons, seafaring, and so on. The Chinese mouth organ, the sheng, is a borrowing from the peoples of the tropical zone and in principle is nothing other than the Laotian keen. Later, in the 13th century, it was the aboriginal inhabitants of the southern provinces who taught the Han Chinese the cultivation and weaving of cotton, which were to spread in the Mongol epoch and become one of the great Chinese industries. Even the religious traditions of the Han Chinese bear the mark of borrowings from neighboring peoples. The myth of the dog Pianhu, born from the primordial egg and creator of all human races, a myth which has lived on down to our own day among numerous ethnic groups of South China and the Indo-Chinese peninsula, passed into Chinese folklore between the age of the Warring States and that of the Han dynasties. The poems of Chu have preserved the memory of shamanist traditions which do not seem to be of Chinese origin. These few examples will suffice to indicate Chinese civilization's debt to its neighbors. The contributions of more distant civilizations were no less important. In the long history of these contacts and borrowings, the Chinese Middle Ages were certainly one of the richest and most fruitful periods. South China, Southeast Asia, and the Indian Ocean. Although it is impossible to retrace the history of the process in all its details, the advance of peoples of Chinese language and culture into the tropical regions south of the Yangtze Valley seems to have made clear progress during the period of the southern dynasties. The Wu and Shu dynasties in the 3rd century, and the Eastern Qin in the 4th, sought to exploit the wealth of the still little-known regions which extended to the south of their realms, Yunnan, Quechua, Hunan, Guangxi, Guangdong, and the north and center of modern Vietnam. Lacking labor and soldiers, they organized expeditions against the aboriginal inhabitants and conscripted them. In the 5th century the Sung were to fight some hard battles against the tribes whose territories they had annexed. South and southwest China began to be better known from the 4th century onwards. The year 304 saw the appearance of a treatise, one of the first Chinese works on botany devoted to the trees, plants, fruit, and bamboos of Guangxi and Tiaoqi. This was the Nanfang Tizao Mujuang. After the conquest of Sichuan in 347 by the Eastern Qin, a certain Chang Ch2 compiled a geographical and historical work which covers the regions of Quechua, Yunnan, Sichuan, and southern Zhenzi. It is entitled The Treatise on the Kingdom of the Huayang. In it is to be found information about the flora, fauna, products, and customs of these countries, most of which were still inhabited by aboriginal tribes. However, the efforts at colonization and the armed expeditions passed beyond the limits of South China and Vietnam, and reached overseas lands. The Wu rulers already possessed a navy in the 3rd century and attacked Taiwan, Hainan, and the island of Kwelpert to the south of Korea. The Wu dynasty had political and commercial ambitions in the South Seas, and strategic interests in the northeastern seas. About 228 it sent an embassy by sea to the kingdom of Funan, in the Mekong Delta, which was frequently visited by foreigners from the countries on the Indian Ocean and from the Middle East. The leaders of this Chinese mission to ancient Cambodia, Chu Ying and Kang Tai, who met there an envoy from the Indian Empire of the Khuzanas, left travel notes. The former wrote a treatise of the curiosities of Funan, the latter an account of foreign kingdoms in the time of the Kingdom of Wu and also a work on the customs of Cambodia. Yangtze China's relations with Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean were to develop from the 4th to the 6th centuries. The Sung, Qi, and Liang dynasties were in contact with Lin I, a Hinduist kingdom on the southeast coast of Vietnam known later as Kampa, and with Funan, the island of Java, India, and Ceylon. Embassies from Indian kingdoms and from Ceylon were frequently to be seen in Nanking between the end of the 4th century and the middle of the 6th. As in the other periods of great maritime expansion, this expansion of the Chinese world's relations with Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean took place in a much wider context. The Nanking dynasty's interest in overseas countries was contemporaneous with the expansion of Indo-Iranian seafaring activities and with the development of commercial routes between the Middle East, the Indian Ocean, and Southeast Asia. This is the explanation of the progressive conversion to Hinduism of the coastal plains of the Indo-Chinese peninsula and Indonesia, as well as of the presence in the cities of South China and of the Yangtze Valley of more and more foreigners from Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, people from Vietnam, from Kampa, Cambodia, Ceylon, northern and southern India, and eastern Iran. These foreigners, traveling via the southern seas, were to contribute to the spread of Buddhism in the Chinese world. Manchuria, Korea, and Japan. The struggle between Wei and Wu in the 3rd century had given a new importance to the regions which lay to the northeast of the Chinese world. The Han expansion had favored the foundation of Chinese colonies in southern Manchuria and in Korea. At the end of the 2nd century, the Kung Sun, the family which governed Liaodong, had taken advantage of the Yellow Turban disturbances and of the civil war ravaging North China to establish in the south of Manchuria a sort of kingdom independent of the Han emperors. Its chief wealth seems to have come from breeding and selling horses. Between 231 and 238 the Tzao Wei put an end to this kingdom and subsequently gained a foothold in Korea, where they re-established the 2 commanderies of Lolang and Taifeng in the western part of the peninsula. The Chinese presence in Korea was to be maintained until about 313. Succeeding the Han dynasty as great power in the northeast, the Tzao Wei had also entered into relations with the Japanese principalities. In the Han period, numerous chiefdoms of Wojen the Dwarf, to use the Chinese expression, had acquired the habit of sending tribute to the Han emperors. These chiefdoms were very probably situated in the north of Kyushu, where excavations have yielded numerous relics of the Han period: bronze mirrors, iron objects, and coins from the time of Wang Mang. A seal of investiture given by a Han emperor to a king of the dwarf slaves was even discovered in this area in 1784. Long considered a forgery, this seal has been recognized as authentic since the recent discovery of a similar seal originating from the ancient kingdom of Tian in eastern Yunnan. In the 3rd century, relations between the Tzao Wei, then in conflict with the kingdom of Wu, and the Japanese principalities seem to have grown closer. 4 Japanese embassies to Wei and 2 Wei embassies to Japan are mentioned between 238 and 247, and archaeology bears witness to this continuity of exchanges by the number of silks, gold objects, and Chinese mirrors of the Wei period found in Japan. It is worth noting that the Sankuo Chi compiled by the Szechuan writer Chn Shao is the first document to describe the route from the southeast coast of Korea to the Japanese archipelago via the Tsushima and Iki Islands. The relations between North China and Japan were to grow looser. From the beginning of the 4th century onwards, as a result of the partition of the Western Qin Empire and the formation of the 3 Korean kingdoms of Goguryeo in the north of the peninsula, Paich in the southwest and Silla in the southeast. The kingdom of Wu lacked horses and also sought an alliance with the Kung Sun against its powerful northern neighbor. This explains the dispatch of several embassies by sea to Manchuria. One of them is said to have numbered nearly 8,000 men embarked in 100 ships. It may have been an expeditionary force intended to bring help to the Kung Sun, threatened by the attacks of the Tzao Wei. A monk from the Eastern Qin Empire centered on Nanking is supposed to have been the first to introduce Buddhism to the court of Paich in 384. Finally, in the 5th and 6th centuries, the Japanese principalities, worried by the designs of Goguryeo, which was allied to the northern Wei, on the 2 Korean kingdoms in the south of the peninsula, sought an alliance with the Nanking dynasties. These political factors drew Japan closer to Yangtze China at this period. Mongolia and Central Asia. The influence of the steppe cultures on North China was considerable and probably much more important than would at first appear. Since the end of antiquity there had been numerous borrowings from the people of the steppe: the technique of training horses for the cavalry, breeding techniques, trousers, the saddle, and the invention of the breast harness between the 4th century BC and the Han Age, the stirrup in the 5th century AP, and the horse collar between the 5th and 9th centuries. Even if the nomads settled in North China became more and more rapidly Sinicized from the Han Age onwards, the inverse phenomenon was almost certainly just as important: the warrior tradition and certain institutions were borrowed from the world of the steppe. However, this synthesis of Chinese and nomad culture was discreetly veiled. In fact, after the northern Wei had made Luoyang their capital at the end of the 5th century, everything which could remind the ruling classes of their nomad origin was completely discredited. The history of the Wei, compiled from 551 to 554, strives to present the Tabgach dynasty as typically Chinese, and reading it one would never imagine that this dynasty consisted of the descendants of barely Sinicized herdsmen of the steppe. The strongly marked tendency from about 500 onwards to censor anything in institutions and customs that might appear to deviate from Chinese norms led writers to blend into the continuous, homogeneous fabric of the dynastic histories the very distinctive period of the barbarian kingdoms and empires of the 4th and 5th centuries. The aristocracy of mixed blood which held the levers of power at the beginning of the Tiang dynasty doubtless retained this prejudice of parvenus ashamed of numbering among their distant ancestors illiterate nomads who dwelt in tents and lived on cattle breeding and raiding. Thus the histories of the North compiled in the 7th century cannot tell us what the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians and the Tabgach Empire of the Wei before its capital was transferred to Honan were really like. Only cross-checking, involuntary evidence, and induction can throw any light on this whole period. The settlement of peoples from Manchuria, Mongolia, and the Sino-Tibetan borders in North China resulted in the modification of the ethnic composition of this part of the Chinese world and at the same time in the transformation of mentalities and traditions. Marriages between Han Chinese and people of the steppe or mountaineers were common in the lower classes and multiplied in the upper classes from the beginning of the 6th century onwards as a consequence of the policy of systematic Sinicization adopted by the Northern Wei. They ended in the creation of an aristocracy of mixed blood. Numerous great families of the Sui and Tiang periods, the very ones who were the most loyal supporters of the imperial power round about 600 and well into the 8th century, bear names of Turkish or Xianpei origin: Yithwen, Muyong, Linghu, Tuku, Yithchih, and so on. But in many cases barbarian origins were concealed by the adoption of a Chinese family name. The Tiang themselves, who bore the thoroughly Chinese name of Li, were half Turkish. The Chinese Middle Ages come between two great periods of expansion in Central Asia, the Han period, from the end of the 2nd century BC to the middle of the 2nd century AD, and the Tiang period, in the 7th and 8th centuries. However, the relations of the Chinese lands with the oases in the Tarim Basin and at the foot of the Kunlun were not interrupted between these two great periods of conquest, during which Chinese armies ventured as far as the Pamirs and sometimes even into Transoxiania. The Tzao Wei strove to regain a foothold in these oases. The prestige of the Western Qin at the end of the 3rd century explains the number of embassies sent to Luoyang between 268 and 289, not only by the kingdoms of Central Asia but also by the countries of Southeast Asia. There was tribute from Shanshan, Khotan, Kuka, Karashar, and Ferghana in the years 271, 273, 285, and 287, and embassies from Lin'ai and Funan in the years 268, 284, 285, 287, and 289. In 285 a Chinese ambassador was sent to Ferghana to confer on the sovereign of this land the title of prince. In the 4th century the kingdom of the earlier Liang, which had its capital at Wuwei, in the center of Kansu, extended as far as the region of Turfan. After the year 376 and General Li Kuang's expedition of 384, the great sovereign of the earlier Xian, Fujian, was able to enforce his authority as far as the basin of the Tarim. The offensives of the later Liang were to take them to Karashar and Kuka. When the kingdom of the northern Liang was annexed by the Northern Wei, the reigning family sought refuge at Turfan, where they founded the new kingdom of Cao Xiang. Finally, after their conquest of Kansu in 439-40, the Northern Wei were to impose their will on Central Asia and receive tribute at Taiyong from some 20 oasis kingdoms. Moreover, contrary to what one might think in view of the distance and the natural obstacles involved, the Nanking dynasties of the 4th to 6th centuries were in contact with Central Asia as well as with the countries to the northeast of the Tzao Wei and Northern Wei empires. The Tuyuyith Han, a cattle-raising people of Tsinghai, served in fact as intermediaries between the Yangtze empires and the oasis principalities. These relations even became closer under the Liang of Nanking during the first half of the 6th century as a result of the expansion of the Tuyuyi Han towards the oases of Shanshan and Chemo. They came to an end only when Sichuan was occupied by the Western Wei in 553. The expansion of the Tiang in Central Asia, and up to the borders of Iran, was not a sudden and unforeseeable affair. On the contrary, it was preceded at the time of the first Turkish incursions into North China by a period of great diplomatic activity between the empires established at Xiangan from 535 onwards and the regions to the west of Yithmenquan and Tunhuang. This is proved by the number of embassies from Central Asian kingdoms and Sassanid Persia which appeared in Xiangan. 553 embassies from the Phtalites and Persia, 558 embassies from the Phtalites and Persia, 560 embassy from the Kingdom of Kuka, 564 embassy from Sogdiana, 567 embassy from Bokhara, 574 embassy from the Kingdom of Khotan, 578 embassy from Persia. Just as the cities of South China and the Yangtze Valley welcomed a larger and larger number of foreigners from Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean during the age of the Six Dynasties, so the urban centers of North China saw the formation of colonies of traders from the oases of Central Asia and the regions between the Sir Darya and the present frontiers of India and Iran. There were people from Turfan, Kuka, Khotan, Kashgar, Samarkand, Bokhara, Bactria, and Peshawar, Eastern Iranians, Kashmiris, and Indians from the valleys of the Indus and the Ganges. Merchants, official envoys, hostages, and missionaries who entered China by the southern ports and the roads through Kansu were to exert a decisive influence during this crucial age in the history of the Chinese world. After a period of acclimatization during the first few centuries of our era, Buddhism was to provoke in China, from the end of the 4th century to the end of the 8th, a huge wave of religious fervor, radically changing earlier traditions and leaving lasting marks on the Chinese world and the neighboring countries. But Buddhist influences were not the only ones that made themselves felt. Indian, Iranian, and Hellenistic influences were at work at the same time in China and in the whole of East Asia. Chapter 10. The Medieval Civilization. The period of 4 centuries from the decline of the Han dynasty to the formation of the aristocratic Sui and Tiang empires was one of the richest and most complex in the intellectual history of the Chinese world. It was astonishingly fertile and abounded in innovations. It witnessed the development of a metaphysics completely free of the scholasticism of the Han age and enriched from the beginning of the 4th century by the Buddhist contribution of the Great Vehicle, the doctrine of the Universal Void. It also witnessed the affirmation of a sort of artistic and literary dilettantism, a pursuit of aesthetic pleasure for its own sake which was in complete contradiction with the classical tradition, the first, remarkable attempts at literary and artistic criticism, the promotion of painting from the rank of craft to that of a skilled art, rich in intellectual content, the first appearance in world history of landscape as a subject for painting and as an artistic creation, and an unprecedented efflorescence of poetry. Finally, it saw the development of a tremendous wave of religious fervor with so many different aspects and such vast and numerous effects that they can scarcely all be mentioned in a general history of the Chinese world. The complexity of the period's social and political history, the different ways in which North China and the Yangtze Basin evolved, the relative segregation of the different regions and the South's borrowings from the North all add to the wealth and diversity of this intellectual life. The ethical and philosophical evolution which took place between about 190 and the end of the 3rd century makes this moment in history, when the first of the Yangtze dynasties appeared, into a watershed. By the 4th century there were profound differences between warlike, populist, almost illiterate North China, permeated by the influences of the steppe and the Sino-Tibetan borders, and Yangtze China, aristocratic and refined, with its coteries, its hermitages, and its court life. This contrast was subsequently to grow less marked in the course of the 5th and 6th centuries. The Buddhist faith was to unite all sections of the old Chinese world in the same outburst of religious fervor from the moment when the Northern Wei, becoming more and more Sinicized, transferred their capital to Luoyang, the very spot which had been the center of Chinese political power from the beginning of the 1st century to the beginning of the 4th. The political and social circumstances of this period of more than 3 centuries do much to explain its moral atmosphere. The factional struggles between great families, the tendency of powerful clans to transform themselves into closed aristocracies, the weakness of the Nanking empires, and the emptiness of political activity certainly had something to do with the attitude of withdrawal and with the pursuit of art for its own sake which characterized cultivated circles between the 3rd and 6th centuries. One can understand, too, in the Yangtze empires the predominance of court rise, the success of eremitical and monastic modes of life, and finally the role of the court, last refuge in the troubled times of decline. As for the North, it is not difficult to account for the welcome accorded to the great foreign religion in a crude, violent, half-barbarian world, the patronage bestowed on Buddhism by the satraps who divided up among themselves the Tizao and Suma Empire, and the rapid progress of Buddhist piety, metaphysics, aesthetics, and poetry. From legalist nominalism to ontological speculations. At the time of the Han decline there was a break in scholastic traditions and a profound moral and political crisis which seems to have changed all outlooks. Classical studies shone with their last and finest luster in the work of Ma Ying and Chengstian, and the engraving in 175 on stele at the Loyang Academy of the text of the 6 classics established by Tizai Yung acquires in retrospect a symbolic value, for these venerable texts, with the exception of the Book of Changes, were not to receive such care and attention for a long time. It is doubtless possible to cite the names of a few famous commentators on the classics between the end of the Han dynasty and the great renaissance of the Sung Age in the 11th and 12th centuries, but these scholars were only isolated individuals who carried on Han traditions and did not radically change either methods of textual interpretation or the philosophy implicit in them. The disturbances of the end of the 2nd century, and later the insurrections of the barbarian tribes at the beginning of the 4th century, played their part in this eclipse of scholarly traditions. The Han archives and the imperial library were destroyed when Loyang was sacked by Tung Chou's mercenary troops in 190, and the collections put together by the Tizao Wei suffered a similar fate in 311. It should be noted, by the way, that the imperial library of the Tizao Tui and the Western Qin, catalogued in accordance with the new system of classification in 4 categories which was subsequently to be adopted generally, had received some ancient documents on sheets of bamboo discovered in 279 in the tomb of a prince of the kingdom of Wei and dating from 299 BC. Among these documents were the famous bamboo annals of the kingdom of Wei, of which only fragments have come down to us thanks to quotations in various works. However, it was mainly the moral crisis, perceptible by the end of the Han period, which, by provoking a renewal and deepening of political and philosophical reflection, directed intellectual life into new channels. From the latter half of the 2nd century onwards there had been a renaissance of the currents of thought of the age of the warring states, legalism, nominalism, the metaphysically inclined Taoism of the Lao Tzu. But the point of view is quite different from that of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. The subjects for reflection which came to predominate in the first half of the 3rd century AP concern the functional organization of society, its natural and necessary hierarchical shaping, the place of individuals in society as a whole, and their classification according to aptitudes and character. The idea that social order can only be assured when each is assigned a lot that suits him, a lot fixed by his individual destiny, was very generally shared by the thinkers of this period. We find it in Lu Xiao, the compiler of the New Code of the Tizao Wei and author of a treatise on the study of character, the Zhenwu Qi, in which legalist concepts are closely associated with nominalist theories, and also in Kuo Shang, the famous commentator on the Chuangzi. Wang Su, to whom we owe commentaries on the classics which reject esoteric interpretations, is also preoccupied by the problem of social hierarchies. One can see in these tendencies the influence of contemporary political conditions. Tizao and his successors had created a military dictatorship which was legalist in inspiration. The influence, that is, of the theories which flourished so much in the Han period about the components of individual destinies, and also the influence of a particular administrative practice, the classification of candidates for public functions according to their behavior and personality. This operation was the task of special magistrates who summarized their judgment in a short, incisive phrase. As early as the beginning of the 3rd century, the classification of personalities became one of the Chinese intelligentsia's favorite subjects of discussion in the free, disinterested talks known as pure conversations. These conversations, in which the interlocutors vied with each other in producing witty remarks, amusing repartee, and polished epigrams, were gradually to extend their range from the study of character to literary, artistic, moral, and philosophical problems. The Chingtian became characteristic of the aristocratic court rise of the southern dynasties after the exodus of the early 4th century. Ancient examples of these pure conversations have been preserved in a work of the first half of the 5th century, the New Collection of Worldly Sayings, by Lui Ching. On the other hand, a whole series of apologetics of the age of the southern dynasties was to borrow its form from the contemporary fashion for argumentative discussions. These treatises were one of the favorite weapons of the Buddhist literati and their adversaries in the 4th to 6th centuries, from the Maozi or Doubts Resolved, a work compiled in Vietnam and of unknown date but certainly one of the first of its kind, down to the Hungming Chi, a big collection of disputations which appeared about 510. Running parallel to the legalist and nominalist current so characteristic of the 3rd century, a fresh interest had arisen since the end of the 2nd century in the esoteric work ascribed to Lao Tzu and in the Chuangzi. This interest resulted in the 3rd century in a new philosophical tendency which associated with these two works the ancient Zhou Manual of Divination. This was what is known as the School of Mysteries, whose most famous representatives were Ho Yen, author of a treatise on the nameless and of a treatise on inaction, Wang Pai, a philosopher of genius who died at the age of 23 after writing commentaries on the Lao Tzu and the I Ching, Shangxiu, author of a big commentary on the Chuangzi which was to be added by Kuo Shang to his own commentary, and Pei Wei, to whom we owe a treatise on the preeminence of being. What interested the members of the School of Mysteries were metaphysical problems. Among those that they tackled were the relations between being and non-being, which were conceived not as mutually exclusive opposites but as indissociable, since being, which is determined, nameable, changing and diverse, has as its necessary reverse side, its ontological support, fundamental non-being, which is the source of all visible phenomena. Other questions discussed include the primacy of being or of non-being, the presence or absence of passions in the wise man, the relations between thought and language, the nature of music, and so on. These ontological speculations, which in someone like Kuo Shang were closely associated with legalist and nominalist interpretations, were to enjoy lasting success after the exodus to the south of the years round 310, and they were given fresh life by Mahayana Buddhism during the course of the 4th century. The Mahayana doctrine of the fundamental unreality of all phenomena was bound to attract the devotees of pure conversations and of debates on being and non-being, substance, and function. For nearly a century its apparent analogies with the ideas of the School of Mysteries were to mask the basic differences of this foreign philosophy from Chinese traditions. Individualism, freedom, aesthetics, and poetry. The Gnostic and ontological speculations of the School of Mysteries, often combined in the 3rd century with conservative social theories, drew their inspiration from the two great works of the Taoist thinkers of the age of the Warring States, but they do not reflect in any way the basic tendencies of the Taoist movement. On the contrary, this movement expressed itself, in the world of the literati, in nonconformist attitudes, contempt for rights, free and easy behavior, indifference to political life, a taste for spontaneity, love of nature, independence and freedom of mind, a horror of conventions, a passion for art's sake are characteristic of the whole troubled age from the 3rd to the 6th century. It would be legitimate to say that a sort of aestheticism was dominant throughout the Chinese Middle Ages. The first figures to show signs of these tendencies, which were so clearly opposed to the classical tradition, were the ones who were to be christened the Seven Sages of the Forest of Bamboo, a little group of Bohemian literati, the best known of whom is the poet and musician Shi Keyang. The same attitudes of mind, the same taste for nature and freedom persisted in aristocratic circles after the exodus to the valley of the Yangtze. We find them in the group headed by the famous poet and calligrapher Wang Siqi, with whose name is connected one of the most famous episodes in the history of Chinese literature and calligraphy, the gathering at the Orchid Pavilion at Kaichi, where, after many a libation, 41 poets competed at improvising poems. From the 19 ancient poems, the first examples of lyric poems, dating almost certainly from the later Han, until the 7th to 9th centuries, the golden age of classical poetry, the development of Chinese poetry was continuous and was marked by a series of great names. While the works of the famous poets of the Qianan age, the Qianan Chizi, and those of their contemporaries Tizao and his sons are still the poems of men engaged in military and political activities, faithful to the simple, vigorous, popular themes of the Han Yifu, the poetry of the 4th and 5th centuries bears witness to the political apathy and the quest for beauty for its own sake, which are a sort of special mark of the period of the southern dynasties. Taoistic tendencies, already perceptible in Shi Keyang and Wan Qi, are to be found again in the great bucolic poet Tao Qian, while the landscape poet Civilisation was one of the first to be influenced by Buddhism. The interest devoted to nature as it appears in Taoist concepts as the abode of the immortals, a holy place where one can lead a pure, free life sheltered from the compromises of the century, was at the root of the parallel enrichment of both poetic and pictorial traditions. It was the 4th or 5th century which saw the appearance alongside figures belonging to the scholarly or Taoist tradition, genii and demons, and scenes of life inside palaces of mountain landscapes. Thus landscape painting, dominated by the themes and conceptions of Taoism and still retaining the memory of its dealings with magic, but already responding to purely aesthetic concerns, makes its appearance in China more than a millennium before the period in which it was to develop, in a very different context, in Europe. Progress in the pictorial domain doubtless grew more rapid from the moment when painting ceased to be the work of craftsmen, as it had been in the Han period, and became, in conjunction with calligraphy, one of the favorite arts of cultivated circles. Colors grew more varied and new representational conventions appeared, permitting more complex compositions. One of the first and greatest painters was born 20 years before Tao Chian and 40 years before Civilisation. His name was Ku Kaichi. The primacy accorded to the aesthetic value of works of art, quite independently of any moral judgment, and the concern to analyze them critically and to classify them were one of the great novelties of the Chinese Middle Ages. Notable progress in the refinement of taste and standards was made between the Tizao Wei period and the Liang period. The first work of literary criticism is the Tianlun, by the poet Tizao Pei, in which the respective merits of works in prose and in verse of the Han period are compared. Tizao Pei's judgments are already made from an exclusively literary point of view, and the same attitude is adopted by the great Taoist master Cao Hung, who declares in his Pao Pi Yuzi that morality and beauty are independent of each other. Much later, in the first half of the 6th century, Cheng Yung, a writer of the Liang period, tried in his Shi Pian to distribute 123 poems ranging from the Han to the Liang ages into 3 classes, complementing this classification with numerous critical notes. But it was above all the Wen Hsint Lung of Luxi, at the beginning of the 6th century, and the publication of the famous anthology called the Wenxian which marked one of the great moments in the history of literary criticism in China. The Wenxian, compiled by a prince of the imperial Liang family, has remained until our own day one of the main sources for the history of Chinese literature during the period from the first Han to the beginning of the 6th century. These attempts at literary criticism were paralleled by similar efforts to analyze and criticize pictorial art. Thus we owe to Si Ho, who lived at the end of the southern Chi dynasty, a classified catalogue of the ancient painters, which deals with the works of 27 painters of the 3rd to 5th centuries. Yao Sui of the Chn period produced a sequel to this catalogue, the Stihua Pian, in which 20 painters of the Liang period are examined. while the 4th and 5th centuries and the first half of the 6th may be regarded as an age of maturity and of important innovations in the literary history of the southern dynasties, a kind of decadence set in under the CHN. It is doubtless to be explained by the political and social conditions prevalent in this period. There was a tendency to concentrate on research into form. A style based on semantic antitheses and phonetic harmony, the regular combination of phrases of 4 and 6 characters, triumphed in prose works of the 6th century. Known by the name of Pinyin or Suluwen, this style had distant antecedents in the prose of the end of the period of the Warring States and of the Han period, but in the 6th century it acquired an artificial, systematic character which it had never possessed before. Finally, mention must be made of the success, in a neighboring field, of a mannered, erotic brand of poetry at the court of the last CHN emperor. Its principal practitioners were poets like Sti Ling and Chang Tsung. It looks as if by then the living springs drawn upon by such poets as Tao Qian, Si Lingyan, and Yan Yanqi had dried up. However, these formal experiments of a decadent period were not to be valueless. The poets of the Tiang period were able to make use of them in their synthesis of all previous traditions. Taoist circles. The Gnostic and ontological speculations which the devotees of the school of mysteries pursued by combining the study of the Laozi and the Chuangzi with that of the classic of divination, the Jie Qing, were not in fact very Taoist at all. These members of high society, lovers of pure conversations, had no contact with the real religious, learned, technical current of Taoism which had flowed on separately since antiquity and the Han Age. A more or less secret current, authentic Taoism was centered on circles sometimes affiliated to the Big Szechuan sect of the 5 bushels of rice, circles which were the repositories of revelations made by mediums and of traditions relating to the avatars of the saints. These circles were based on the transmission from master to disciple of the loftiest secrets of the sect. These milieux gave rise to a hagiographic literature, the oldest example of which is the Lixian Chuan, compiled by Lu Shang at the end of the 1st century BC. This kind of literature was imitated by Buddhist monks and was to be greatly expanded over the years. It was also these milieux which produced collections of stories of the supernatural that enjoyed great success after the appearance of the Su Shen Qi by Ken Pao. In course of time these collections amalgamated tales of popular or Buddhist origin with stories of Taoist origin. However, the main aim of Taoist circles was the quest for procedures capable of prolonging life, of nourishing the vital principle, and of sublimating the body. The search for drugs that would confer immortality gave rise to a long series of experiments which went on through the greater part of history. According to Joseph Needham, these experiments were responsible for some of the Chinese world's most important discoveries. One of the most ancient documents on the history of this Chinese alchemy, which dealt in its operations with mercury, lead, sulfur, gold, and silver, is the Zhou Its and Tiong Chi, which was written in the 2nd century AD. The tradition was given luster at the beginning of the 4th century by one of the greatest names in the history of learned Taoism, Cao Hung, author of a work on Taoist techniques, the Pao Piatsu, and of a collection of biographies of the immortals, the Shenqian Chuan. Cao Hung seems to have mastered in particular the pharmacopoeia, alchemy, medicine, and astronomy. He may have initiated himself into the secrets of the aboriginal peoples during the course of long stays in the tropical regions, especially Canton. Cao Hung's principal heir in South China was Tao Hongqing. He too was a man with an encyclopedic turn of mind, who assimilated all the knowledge of his time: mathematics, the theory of yin and yang, geography, alchemy, medicine, the pharmacopoeia, and not only the scholarly but also the Buddhist literary tradition. He was responsible for a commentary on an ancient treatise on the pharmacopoeia, the Penti Sao Ching Chi Chu. Cao Hung's influence was felt in North China by Cao Yuchin Chi, a well-known member of a rich Chang'an family who claimed to be connected with the line of celestial masters whose first patriarch had been Chang Taoling, founder of the sect of the 5 bushels of rice. In 424 Kouch Qin entered into relations with the court of the Northern Wei and succeeded in gaining the ear of the Emperor Tai Wu Ti, in whom he claimed to recognize the reincarnation of a Taoist divinity. He cooperated with the great scholarly civil servant Tzui Hao, Tai Wu Ti's advisor, in measures against the Buddhist clergy. But the influence of the rival religion was already making itself felt. Kouch was responsible for the first Taoist monastic institutions, which were inspired by the rules of the Buddhist discipline. This period saw the birth and rise of a Taoist priesthood which was to be largely a copy of the Buddhist priesthood, with its own sacred texts, its temples, and its liturgy. The great enthusiasm for Buddhism. In geographical range and in the number and diversity of the peoples which it affected, from the borders of Iran to Japan and from Central Asia to Java, the expansion of Buddhism in Asia was a far more extensive phenomenon than the almost contemporary spread of Christianity in the western parts of the Eurasian continent. The abundance of written traditions, the diversity of schools, and the wealth of cultural elements that Buddhism bore along with it add to the complexity of the phenomenon. When Buddhism began to penetrate the Chinese world in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, it already possessed a long history, during the course of which it had become steeped in Iranian and Hellenistic influences, not to mention all it owed to the autochthonous substrata of northern and southern India. It continued to develop in the Buddhist countries outside China during the period when religious fervor was at its height in China. But its subsequent transformations also concern the history of China, insofar as it became, in the forms which it took in Tibet from the 8th century onwards, the great religion of the mountaineers of the Himalayan complex and of the nomadic cattle breeders of the steppes. It is thus essential to take account of this process of evolution and of the diverse origins of Buddhist influences in East Asia. Although the Buddhism which entered China was in essentials the Buddhism of the Central Asian oases and of the regions to the southeast of the Amudarya, schools which at certain periods exerted a wide influence and were localized in Kashmir, Ceylon, Sumatra, or the valley of the Ganges also influenced doctrinal development in China itself. There is also yet another factor to be considered. The great religion which had arisen in northeastern India had to adapt itself in China to a civilization profoundly different from the one in which it had been born. Buddhism was able to become acclimatist in the Chinese world to the extent that certain of its components corresponded with preoccupations and traditions native to the different strata in Chinese society of the end of the Han period and subsequent ages. A Buddhist church, a relatively autonomous body, with its religious communities, its centers of worship, its estates, and its dependants grew up as a function of the divergent interests of the aristocracy, the peasant communities, and the state. Thanks to its social, political, and economic role, to its real hold over men's minds from about AD 400 to the beginning of the 11th century, and to its secret but profound influence on intellectual life down to our own day, Buddhism has been one of the basic elements in the formation of the Chinese world. Its intrusion both enriched and overturned religious, philosophical, literary, and artistic traditions. The penetration of Buddhism into China. Buddhism conquered the greater part of the Asiatic continent, by traveling along the commercial routes, carried with the great flow of trade. One path was the chain of oases connecting the oases of the Amudarya Valley with Kansu, the other consisted in the maritime routes followed by the trade between the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. The upsurge of trade through the interior of the continent and the development of maritime relations were almost contemporaneous and occurred from the beginning of the Christian era onwards. However, there were other prerequisites. Buddhism, which was born at the end of the 6th century BC on the Middle Ganges, had to enrich itself with new elements, to stop being simply a means of holiness restricted to men who had broken with the world, and to become a religion of universal salvation open to everyone. Other preconditions were the development of a hagiography, which, by putting a miraculous halo round a historical Buddha, appealed to the taste of lay believers, the definition of other Buddha figures like him, and the creation of forms of worship. This process of evolution took place within the sects that had arisen out of the Master's teaching. However, round about the start of the Christian era, in northwestern India, it was to result in a big innovatory current which, breaking away and taking the name of Great Vehicle, infinitely multiplied the number of religious figures. Buddhism thus became a layman's religion which was adopted by the merchants of the great trading area extending from the valley of the Indus to the valley of the Amu Darya. The Iranian and Hellenistic influences which had mingled for so long in this region with Indian influences seem to have lent powerful aid to this process of evolution. It was almost certainly at this crossroads of different civilizations that the Buddha was first represented in human shape and that a sculpture of Hellenistic inspiration developed. It was in these regions that the shape of the reliquary was modified, gaining in height, and that the custom of carving Buddhist sculptures in rock grew up. Some of the most famous examples of these are to be seen in the caves of Bamiyan, to the northwest of Kabul. The expansion under Asoka of the Indian Empire of the Maurya up to the Hindu Kush had already strengthened the roots which Buddhism had put down in these regions. But it was the formation of the Kushan Empire that seems to have played a decisive part in the expansion of Buddhism in Central Asia and into the Chinese world. This empire, the capital of which was the great crossroads of Peshawar, controlled northwestern India, Kashmir, present-day Pakistan, Afghanistan, the eastern borders of Iran, and the oases of the Amu Darya Valley and of the western end of the Tarim Valley. Chinese expansion in Central Asia and the development of trade between the Tarim Valley and the Yellow River Valley were also to favor the penetration of Buddhist influence into China. Historical circumstances thus explain both the preponderance in the Chinese world of the very different traditions emanating from the regions between the valley of the Indus and the eastern parts of Iran, from Transoxiania, from Kashmir, and from the oases of Central Asia, and at the same time the fact that Buddhist influences first made themselves felt in the commercial cities of North China and in urban society. The first translators of Buddhist texts into Chinese were not Indians but Parthians, Sogdians and Indo-Scythians, or people born in China or the Chinese borderlands of Sogdian or Indo-Scythian parents. The first allusion to a Buddhist community in the Han Empire dates from AD 65. From its very eastern site in northern Jiangsu it can be inferred that Buddhism had already taken root in the commercial and cosmopolitan cities of Kansu and in the capitals, where foreigners were numerous. The arrival of Buddhism in China by the sea route seems to have been later. Sea trade between the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, which was to be the cause of the Hindusation and Buddhisation first of the river basins of the Indo-Chinese peninsula, then of the coastal plains of Sumatra and Java, explains the presence in the north of modern Vietnam, at Canton, and in the Yangtze Valley of merchants and priests from the regions between the Indus and eastern Iran and later from various provinces of India and the island of Ceylon. However, this phenomenon does not seem to have become perceptible until after the establishment of the Kingdom of Wu on the lower Yangtze and the development of commercial activities in the geographical and human unit formed by the Red River Valley in Vietnam and the plains of the Canton area. The presence of numerous foreigners at Tiaozhou is indicated at the beginning of the 3rd century, and one of the first translators of Indian texts into Chinese, Kiang Senghui, who arrived at Nanking in 247, was born in Vietnam of a family of Sogdian merchants who had settled in that country. Acclimatization. The penetration of Buddhism into China and its adaptation to the Chinese world was a complex phenomenon, the different aspects of which seem to have been relatively independent of each other. This foreign religion did not present itself by any means as a monolithic creed composed of indissoluble elements, but simultaneously and pell-mell as the worship of statues, as a hitherto unknown kind of monastic life, as a series of moral precepts, as various different doctrines, as techniques of concentration or ecstasy. Worship and piety on the one hand and doctrines and philosophy on the other at first developed without any connection with each other. It was certain aspects of Buddhism which particularly attracted attention because of the analogies with them which certain traditions peculiar to various circles of Chinese society presented. In the first few centuries of the Christian era this foreign religion was regarded as a variety of Taoism, and in time the idea even developed that Buddhism was the product of ancient Taoist influences, hence the theme of the conversion of the barbarians by Lao Tzu. But important as the role of Taoism was, it was in a much more general way all the religious, moral, and philosophical traditions of the Chinese world that contributed, thanks to certain analogies, to this vast phenomenon of assimilation which also affected the whole social and political history of the 2nd to 8th centuries. The earliest reliable evidence of the presence of Buddhism in China is the mention in AD 65 of a community established in Pianqing, a commercial center in northern Jiangsu, and founded by a member of the imperial family. On the occasion of ceremonies which took place at the Han court in 166, Buddha appeared in association with the Taoist divinity Huang Lao. Another text reveals the erection in 193, again at Pianxiang, by a sort of minor local lord, of a temple in the Buddhist style, and at the same time mentions the practice of holding religious banquets and the Buddhist ceremony of baptizing statues. These pieces of evidence reveal devotional activities, the early stages of which are by no means clear, but the part which they played was almost certainly decisive. This religion from the West attracted attention through novel characteristics which cannot have failed to arouse the curiosity and attention of urban circles. Standing, squatting, or recumbent statues adorned with sumptuous garments and ornaments, ceremonies accompanied by strange psalmodies, chants and music, shrines in the form of towers, the height of which was at variance with the horizontal style of Chinese architecture, masts on the top of buildings, and so on. Devotional activities pose a basic and wide-ranging problem, that of the assimilation of Buddhism by the Chinese world's forms of religious life. Neither the philosophical and doctrinal borrowings nor even the half-fearful veneration of the semi-barbarian monarchs of North China for wonder-working monks suffice to explain the general impulse of intense fervor felt by the Chinese world from the end of the 5th century onwards. In short, they do not explain how Buddhism became in China a great religion. There took place at the level of local cults and communities a subterranean activity about which very little is known. The results alone were to emerge into the light when Buddhism had become a Chinese religion with its priesthood, its faithful, and its places of worship. On the other hand, we are much better informed about the series of partial absorptions of the intellectual or technical elements which were borrowed from Buddhism, thanks to certain analogies, in the course of the first 4 centuries of our era. It is possible to draw up a list of these borrowings and of their Chinese equivalents. 1. The Buddhist doctrine of karma and the Chinese concept of the individual lot and destiny. 2. The Mahayana doctrine of the fundamental emptiness of phenomena and the ontological speculations of the school of mysteries about being and non-being. 3. Buddhist altruism, purity, and morality on the one hand and traditional Chinese morality on the other. 4. The monastic life and the Chinese ideals of the wise man who retires from public life and of the saint cut off from the world. 5. The practices of Buddhist yoga and Taoist techniques of inducing trances and ecstasies. 6. Buddhist and Chinese thaumaturgy. The first Chinese adaptation of an Indian text dates from about AD 100, and translating activities in Luoyang and Chang'an towards the end of the Han period were far from negligible. A good deal of translation was also done in the Tizhou Empire. Nevertheless, it looks as if the influence of Buddhism was at first limited to a very restricted range of people, namely those in direct contact with the colonies of foreign merchants, which doubtless included a fair number of persons born in China and already more or less assimilated. The only notable event in Buddhism's very first days in China was the discovery in the 2nd century by Taoist circles that the imported religion possessed new techniques of meditation and concentration. This accounts for the fact that a considerable proportion of the first translations dealt with the practices of dhyana prescribed by the lesser vehicle. But it was only about AD 300, after the period during which the Western Qin Empire had maintained close relations with Central Asia and after the arrival at Chang'an in 284 of the monk translator Chu Fahu, born about 230 at Tunhuang of Indo-Scythian parents, that certain doctrinal elements in the greater vehicle began to penetrate the aristocratic coteries of the capital. It was the very moment when the school of mysteries was enjoying something of a triumph with Shangxiu and Kuoshang. From this time onwards, and after the exodus of the Chinese upper classes to the Yangtze Valley, we find the circles devoted to pure conversations showing great interest in the Buddhist doctrine of the void and in the doctrines of retribution for one's deeds and of the permanence of the being through its successive transmigrations. Thanks to this purely philosophical interest in Buddhism on the part of aristocratic circles, a sort of osmosis occurred between the lay world and the first communities of monks. Scholarly monks with a good grasp of Chinese culture, the culture of that time, in which exegesis of the Laozi and Chuangzi occupied an important place, were fairly common. The Chinese monk Qi Tun, whose influence was great in southern Jiangsu and northern Zhejiang as well as in the capital, may be regarded as a typical example of these scholarly monks. This philosophical Buddhism, a mixture of the traditions of the school of mysteries and of Gnostic and ontological speculations borrowed from the texts of the Greater Vehicle, enjoyed a success that lasted until the end of the Eastern Qin. However, it was unknown in North China, where learned traditions from the western regions did not begin to take root until the end of the 4th century. After the troubles which led to the dismemberment of the Qin Empire in the northern provinces and the formation of barbarian kingdoms, it was the court of the later Chao sovereigns Shi Le and Shihu in southwestern Hopi that emerged as the most important Buddhist center. A monk by the name of Fotu Tang, who was almost certainly of Kuchian origin and was much appreciated by the two barbarian tyrants for his powers as a soothsayer and magician, was at the root of this first upsurge of Buddhism in North China after the exodus of the early 4th century. Worship and devotion, magic, and interest in the techniques of yoga characterized the sort of religion patronized by the brief and brutal dynasties of nomadic or Tibetan origin which had established themselves in these regions. However, the patronage of the state was to permit the rise of monastic centers and the progress of Buddhist studies. After the middle of the 4th century, Chang'an became the main center of these studies. The Chinese monk Taoan, a disciple of Fotu Tang summoned to Chang'an in 349 by Shihu's successor, was one of the most important figures in the history of Chinese Buddhism. He was interested in the lesser vehicles techniques of concentration, the doctrine of the universal void contained in the Prajnaparamita and the history of earlier translations. He founded a cult of the Bodhisattva Maitreya, and he was the first to draw up a set of monastic rules and to study the scholastic classifications of the lesser vehicle. He was also the first to have been concerned to define the proper meaning of Buddhism in relation to the intellectual traditions of China. His influence was to be as considerable in the north, where his Chang'an school was to be carried on at the beginning of the 5th century by the great translator Kumarajava, and in Yangtze, China. The great upsurge of Buddhism in China. The beginning of the 5th century, to which luster was lent by the two great names of Huiyin in Yangtze, China and Kumarajava in North China, may be regarded as one of the decisive turning points in the history of Buddhism in China. It was then that Buddhism came of age in every domain of the extremely complex reality that every religion forms. Acquaintance with the great Indian and Kashmiri schools grew wider and more precise, the quality and worth of translations made remarkable progress, and the contributions of the greater vehicle were no longer confined to a collection of philosophical notions. The spirit of devotion and of communion between the lay and religious worlds which made Buddhism a great religion of salvation began to permeate the Chinese world. The early years of the 5th century also saw the beginnings of an organized priesthood endowed with precise rules, thanks to the translations of the great treatises on monastic discipline, and an increase in the number of voyages by Chinese monks going to seek the law in the Indianized lands, that is, to learn from foreign masters and to bring back still unknown texts. All this progress was largely the result of the slow process of maturing which had gone on ever since the Chinese world had come into contact with the great religion of the foreigners of Central Asia and the borders of India and Iran. But the work of the two eminent monks mentioned above, the Kuchian Kumarajava and the Chinese Huiyin, also had something to do with it. Born in northern Shanxi of a scholarly family, in his youth Huiyin had received a classical education in Honan. Converted by Taoan, he soon became one of his most brilliant disciples. About 380 Huiyin went to live on Lushan, a famous mountain to the south of Chuchang, where he founded in the Tunglin Monastery the most important center of Buddhism in the Yangtze Valley. He was in touch with cultivated circles among the aristocracy of the end of the Eastern Qin period and kept up a learned correspondence about points of doctrine with Kumarajava. Interested by the techniques of concentration which in the monastic tradition are a means of attaining wisdom, he initiated his lay disciples in the use of icons and in practices of visualizing the Buddhas as a method of concentration within the capacity of laymen. In 402 Huayian assembled his whole community, both monks and lay people, in front of an image of the Buddha Amitabha, and together they vowed to be reborn in the Western paradise, which is the habitation of this great figure of Mahayana Buddhism. This was the first demonstration of a belief shared by all the faithful, the first context in which Buddhism appears as a religion of universal salvation. One of the characteristics of Huayian's teaching seems to have been the wish to make Chinese educated circles understand what constituted the essence of Buddhism and distinguished it radically from the religious and intellectual traditions of the Chinese world. Born at Kukka of a family of nobles of the Oasis, Kilmarajava had been to study in Kashmir, where the Hinayana traditions of Sarvastivadin scholasticism and the practices of Buddhist yoga were dominant. He had been converted to the greater vehicle in Kashgar. Returning to Kukka, he had been taken prisoner there by Li Kuang, a general of the powerful earlier Qin Empire, who kept him at Wu Wei for 17 years. When Yao Xing, the Tibetan sovereign of the later Qin and a convert to Buddhism, conquered Kansu in 401, he seized this eminent monk and in the following year took him to his capital, Chang'an. From this time onwards Kilmarajava organized and directed a team of translators whose activities extended to almost every domain of the vast collection of Buddhist scriptures. The great Mahayana sutras were translated or retranslated more accurately, and Chinese versions of treatises on discipline, manuals of dhyana and big scholastic and metaphysical works were produced. One of Kilmarajava's greatest titles to fame is to have made known in China the Madhyamika school of philosophy, which had arisen out of the greater vehicle in the 3rd or 4th century and was based on a sort of dialectic. According to this school, what is true from the point of view of the absolute is false from the point of view of the truths of appearance, and vice versa. It is constant recourse to this dialectic between the absolute and the phenomenal that makes it possible to arrive at the total liberation of the mind, which is the very object of Buddhism. Thus the age of Huayian and Kilmarajava marks the point of departure of learned Buddhism, conscious of its own originality and at the same time of a Buddhist piety that was to develop widely in all layers of Chinese society from the 5th to the 8th century. The beginning of the 5th century saw the emergence of the great religious figures of East Asian Buddhism, to which some of the most famous sutras of the greater vehicle correspond, the Bodhisattvas Maitreya, Avalokitesvara, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and the Buddhas Amitabha and Bhaishajyaguru. From this time onwards the religious currents began to form which were to give birth in the 6th to 8th centuries to truly Chinese Buddhist sects. The year 440 may be regarded as an important date in the political and religious history of North China, for from then onwards the great Tabgach Empire of the Wei had direct access to the routes across Central Asia. After a brief period during which the court of the Northern Wei favored the young Taoist church sponsored by the celestial master Kouch'in, Buddhism tended to become a sort of state religion. About 470 the monk Tianyao was appointed head of the Buddhist priesthood, and at the same period a special class of laymen depending directly on the church was instituted. Work on the famous Buddhist caves and sculptures of Yinkang, to the west of Tationg, the capital, began in 489. After the transfer of the capital from Tationg to Luoyang in 494, the new city became the most important Buddhist center in Asia. It was at this time, so it seems, that Buddhist fervor reached its zenith both in the north and in the Yangtze Valley. This period of intense faith, which was the period of Empress Wu of the Northern Wei and of the Bodhisattva Emperor Wu of the Liang, lasted until the reign of the Empress Wu Tse-Tiin. Religion, society, and religious policy. The curiosity displayed by the aristocratic court rise from about 300 onwards, the favors granted to the monks by sovereigns of barbarian origin such as Shihu in North China, the first translations of Indian texts, and the first conversions did not imply the existence of a general movement of great fervor. On the contrary, when China began to be dotted with storied towers and sanctuaries, when numerous Buddhist caves were carved out of rock, when the number of the faithful multiplied rapidly and the first mystical suicides took place, the phenomenon had changed not simply in scale but in character. To understand this, we must consider the facts of social morphology. Quarters of towns and villages, groups dependent on the great families, Chinese religious associations for making sacrifices to the god of the soil, wider communal groupings. Conversion was not first and foremost a matter of individual conscience, but adhesion to a group of believers or to the community of monks. Far from replacing ancient forms of religious life, Buddhism infiltrated traditional groupings and created new ones modeled on them. That is how it became so thoroughly Sinicized. The crucial event was this redistribution of the social mass round new places of worship, a change which had, besides the religious aspect, political, economic, intellectual, and artistic ones as well. Buddhism adapted itself in the South to a society characterized by the power of an aristocracy with estates and groups of clients. The monasteries, with their domains and their families of dependants, modeled themselves on the secular world. In the North, on the contrary, the strength of the central power led Buddhism to seek the support of sovereigns who were the source of all favors. These social and political peculiarities explain why in the Yangtze Valley and in South China the great Buddhist centers were dispersed, while in North China they corresponded with the capitals. It was not by chance that in the south a great monk like Huiyin proudly asserted the church's independence of the political power, while Fakuo, Director General of the Buddhist priesthood with the Northern Way, sought to identify the emperor with the actual person of the Buddha. The tendency to integrate the Buddhist church in the state made itself clearly evident on several occasions in North China during the 5th and 6th centuries. The reunified China of the Sui and Tiang inherited this double tradition, aristocratic and centralizing in the field of religious policy, and it was the tendency towards a draconian reduction of the clergy and its strict control, a tendency which manifested itself under the Northern Wei in 446 and under the Northern Zhou in 574, that finally triumphed in the 9th century. Favored by the political powers, the Buddhist Church sought at the same time to assert its independence of the state. The monks were not subject to the common jurisdiction either in the field of penal law or in the field of public obligations. Moreover, the Church's property was considered to be inalienable and was protected against any appropriation by prohibitions of a religious nature. These privileges implied in return respect for the monastic rules and knowledge of the sacred rites and texts. While sponsoring the new religion and taking the initiative in pious acts, the political authorities strove for their part to exercise some control over the Buddhist Church, but the upsurge of this faith was so general and so powerful from the 5th century onwards that the phenomenon was to be at the root of numerous economic and political difficulties before which states in most cases found themselves powerless. The excessively large number of fictitious ordinations, which deprived the state of part of its income, of its labor force and of its soldiers, the growth in the number of peasants who sought the protection of the monasteries, the cornering of land through gifts or simulated sales, the very considerable expenses incurred in building, the upkeep of the priests and the organization of festivals, the shortage of metals caused by the casting of statues and bells, the economic power of the monasteries, which owned vast areas of cultivated fields and mountain land, watermills and oil presses, the hidden power of the monks in touch with the imperial gynecium and the aristocracy, who were involved in all kinds of intrigues, the damage done to traditional morality by Buddhism, the subversive character of certain sects. All these misdeeds due to the new religion's hold on people were periodically denounced by those civil servants who were most conscious of the interests of the state. This explains the efforts made from time to time to reduce the number of priests and monks and to restrict the amount of property owned by the Church. These efforts were known by the Buddhists themselves as the Four Persecutions. The first two of these attempts to control Buddhism took place in North China, where they were encouraged by Taoist circles, who were jealous of the privileges enjoyed by the Buddhist Church. The third took place, in the Tiang Age, in a very different context, that of a nationalist movement and overreaction against the foreign influences which had permeated the Chinese world so widely during the course of the Middle Ages and in the first part of the Tiang period. The pilgrimages. The written Buddhist traditions which had arrived in China had no coherence at all and came from various different sects or schools of the greater and lesser vehicles. Moreover, the first translations, in which the authors had often made use of equivalents borrowed from Taoist traditions, were incomplete and difficult to read. Commentaries originally delivered orally were sometimes incorporated in them. These deficiencies and defects were to be felt more acutely when, at the end of the 4th century, people began to appreciate the extraordinary diversity of Buddhism. This was the essential reason for the pilgrimages. It was necessary to establish the true doctrine and to bring back from the Buddhist kingdoms a larger number of texts. Thus the term pilgrimage, which evokes the idea of journeys made to holy places out of pure devotion, is scarcely adequate to describe the Chinese holy men's long travels across Asia. The attraction of the holy places and of the great sites in the history of Buddhism in northeastern and northwestern India was in fact to play only a secondary role in the vast pilgrimage movement, which was at its height from the end of the 4th century to the beginning of the 9th. The first Chinese pilgrim known to us was one Chu Shixing, who went to study in Khotan in 260 and remained there until his death. About the same time the famous translator Chu Fa, who went on a journey to the oases of Central Asia and returned to Chang'an in 265. However, most of those who journeyed westward at the end of the 3rd century and during the course of the 4th remain unknown. It seems probable that the great monk Taoan, who died in 385, drew on information furnished by the pilgrims of this period when he wrote his treatise on the western lands. However, it was only from about AD 400 onwards that journeys by Chinese priests to Central Asia and India grew frequent. The first pilgrim to gain fame by leaving an account of his extensive travels in the Oasis region, India and Southeast Asia was Fa Xian. Leaving the Bay of Bengal, he landed in Ceylon and then at Srivijaya. On the voyage home to Canton in 412 he was carried off course to the coast of Shantung. Bringing back with him numerous manuscripts, some of which he was to translate in Nanking with the Indian monk Buddhabhadra, Fa Xian wrote an account of the 15 years which he had spent in more than 30 kingdoms. This account is the Fo Kuo Chi, Report on the Buddhist Kingdoms, also known as the Narrative of Fa Xian. It is the only description of travels in this age to have been preserved in its entirety. Most of the other journals written in the 5th and 6th centuries have either been lost or exist only in fragmentary form. Fragments of the Likuo Chuan by Fa Yung, a southern Sung monk who set out in 420 with 25 companions via Sichuan for the oases of Central Asia and returned to China via the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, and Canton, have come down to us. But nothing remains of the Weikuo Chuan of Chi Meng, who left Chang'an in 404 with 15 other monks and returned to Wuwei, in Kansu, in 424. But for the information which has been preserved by chance in the famous description of the monasteries of Luoyang dated 547, the Luoyang Che Lan Chi by Yang Xian Chi, we should have no precise information about the mission of Sung Yin, the ambassador sent by the Wei Empress who, a religious fanatic, to a kingdom in northwestern India. Leaving Luoyang in 518 in the company of some Chinese monks, Sung Yin traveled via the territory of the Tuyith Han, Lobnar, and the oasis of Khotan to the regions west of Kashmir, Udayana and Gandhara and to the upper Indus Valley, where he stayed for 2 years. He was back in the northern Wei capital in 522. His own account of his journey, the Sung Yin Chia Chi, has disappeared. The notes made on their travels by the Chinese pilgrims who went to Central Asia, Kashmir, the north of present-day Afghanistan, the Ganges and Indus Plains, southern India, Ceylon, Sumatra and the other countries of Southeast Asia are, thanks to their precision and accuracy, our most valuable source for the history of these areas between the beginning of the 5th century and the end of the 8th. But for Fa Xian's memoranda, the information collected in the Shuaqingchu historico-geographical commentaries compiled under the Northern Way by Li Taoyian at the beginning of the 6th century, that crucial work on Indian civilization in the 7th century, the Shichia Fang Chi, completed in 650 by the monk Tao Xian, and the detailed notes of the pilgrims of the 7th and 8th centuries, we should know practically nothing of the history of Indianized Asia at the beginning of our own Middle Ages. Buddhist translations and literature in Chinese. The translation of Indian Buddhist texts into Chinese extended over nearly 10 centuries. The first translations date from the second half of the 2nd century, the last from the 11th century. They cover all the Buddhist schools of India and of the countries converted to Buddhism and constitute a very considerable body of texts, about 40 million Chinese characters and 1,692 different works, some of which were translated several times at different periods. This literature is the richest and most extensive source of sutras, treatises on discipline, commentaries, and scholastic texts that exists in all the various Asian languages which served as vehicles for the Buddhist scriptures. After a first period of groping which produced the ancient translations, when the versions were too free through making too many concessions to the Chinese public or clumsy and almost incomprehensible through being too literal, accuracy and style made great progress with the translating team assembled round the Kuchian monk Kumarajava at the beginning of the 5th century, and later on with the team formed by Paramartha, an Indian monk who had stayed for a while in Cambodia and had been summoned from Canton to Nanking by the Liang Emperor Wu in 548. This was the period of the old translations. A third stage was to be reached with the 7th century translators, who developed a uniform terminology and a technical exactitude which, however, robbed the new translations made in the Tiang period of the literary interest provided by the works of the previous period. It seems that from the start the translating teams were assembled according to the principles in force in the 5th to 8th centuries. They were composed of a relatively large number of members, both priests and laymen, Chinese and foreigners, who translated the originals aloud, noted the translations down in writing, checked the accuracy of the sense, polished the style, and lastly made sure that the translation in its final form was accurate. Prefaces, epilogues, colophons, and bibliographical lists give us valuable information about the conditions in which the texts were translated, about the men who introduced them into China, about the traditions surrounding the works themselves, their authors, and the Buddhist schools and sects of India and of the countries converted to Buddhism. It is thanks to these data, which bear witness to the deep-rooted liking of the Chinese for historical precision and exactitude, that we have been able to reconstruct the history of Buddhism in Asia. Between 515 and 946 no less than 14 bibliographical catalogues of Buddhist translations in Chinese were compiled. They are accompanied by critical notes and various pieces of information. The most famous and the most precise are that of the monk Seng Yu, which brings up to date the catalogue now lost of Taoan, and that of the monk Qi Sheng, one of the masterpieces of Chinese bibliography. As well as the actual translations of Indian texts, there is an abundant Buddhist literature in Chinese, which grew up from the 4th century onwards. It consists of works on the history of Buddhism in India and China, commentaries on canonical texts, collections of biographies of Chinese monks, histories of Chinese sects, apocryphal sutras, and so on. This huge production of religious texts, consisting both of translations and of works written in China itself, could not fail to influence Chinese secular literature. Buddhism's contributions to the Chinese world. In the regions between India and Iran, Hellenistic influences had remained perceptible enough to exert a strong influence on Buddhist art, which, originally symbolic, became figurative. Thus an art consisting of a mixture of Indian, Greek, and Iranian influences spread from the Indus and Ganges valleys to the oases of Central Asia, and from there to North China, Korea, and Japan. The distant memory of Greek sculpture preserved in the folds of the drapery, the poses and the faces of certain Chinese and Japanese Buddhist statues is one of the finest proofs of the unity of our world. As well as sculpture, an architectural technique peculiar to the Indo-Iranian borders and to India also reached northern China, namely the technique of hollowing caves out of rock. These rock sanctuaries of India, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, the Bamiyan site to the northwest of Kabul, is one of the most famous examples, were noted by Fa Xian on his pilgrimage at the beginning of the 5th century, by Sung Yin on the occasion of his mission to northern India at the beginning of the 6th century, by Xian Sung at the beginning of the Tiang period, and by others. The first caves in the Thousand Buddha complex near Tunhuang must have been started in 366. Between the 5th and 8th centuries, rock sanctuaries, the sometimes colossal statues of which have often been carved from the rock itself, multiplied in North China from Sichuan to Shantung and from Kansu to Hopi. The most beautiful and imposing of these sanctuaries, often built at the instigation of the emperors but with the collaboration of the faithful, testify, like the cathedrals of Europe, to the huge movement of religious fervor which took hold of the Chinese world in those ages. Good examples are the caves of Yingkang, to the west of Taiyuan, where work went on from 489 to 523 and started again at the end of the Sui period, the caves of Lungmen, to the south of Luoyang, the new capital of the Northern Wei, after Taiyuan, from the last few years of the 5th century onwards, where work went on almost continuously throughout the 6th and 7th centuries, and the caves of Maichi Shan, near Tianshui in Kansu. But besides these three famous sites, a long series of Buddhist grottos was hollowed out of the rock in North China under the Wei, Chi, Zhou, Sui, and Tiang dynasties, during the course of the great period of Buddhist sculpture and architecture in China. The different influences emanating from Taxila, Mathura, the oases of Khotan, Kuka, Turfan, and so on doubtless explain the variations of style that can be noted from one site to another. Most of these sites preserve traces of later work dating from the 5 dynasties, the Sung and the Yian, evidence of declining fervor and of an art that had lost some of its impetus and vigor. The sides of caves and the walls of monasteries provided the surfaces for religious paintings, the only important examples of which to survive damp and vandalism are to be found in the caves of the Thousand Buddhas near Tunhuang. A few paintings from the 5th and 6th centuries also exist in Astana, near Turfan. This popular art, influenced by Central Asia and northwestern India, helps us to imagine what the great Buddhist pictorial tradition was like, the tradition rendered illustrious by famous artists such as Wu Taoxian, who was responsible for religious frescoes in the monasteries of Chang'an. Just as the Buddhist painting, so widespread in the 5th to 8th centuries, has left very slight traces, so there remain only a few examples of the most ancient Buddhist architecture, although the pattern of certain temples of the 7th and 8th centuries has been piously preserved in Japan. One of the most distinctive kinds of Buddhist buildings in China is, as is well known, the stupa or pagoda, the only tall structure to be found in Chinese architecture. It takes the form of a storied tower or, more rarely, of an upturned bowl. The pattern evolved considerably in the course of centuries. Built at first of wood, often of brick or masonry, sometimes of iron under the Sung, the stupa or pagoda was generally tetragonal in shape until the Tiang, later it became octagonal or decagonal. It had a varying number of stories, the height of which diminished regularly from the base to the summit or else remained the same. The most famous of these structures, such as the one nearly 400 feet high erected in the Yongningsu at Luoyang at the beginning of the 6th century, have all disappeared. Almost the only examples worth mentioning of really old ones that have survived until our own day are the stone stupa of the Sungyi-su at Sungshan and the 2 masonry stupa of Xi'an erected in the Tiang capital in the 7th century. No doubt we should not attach too much importance to the general effects of religious festivals and shows on the development of artistic activities. The point that has been made in connection with medieval Christianity is equally true of Buddhism. Numerous artists, painters, metal workers, sculptors, and architects lived on the commission given to them by monasteries, lay communities, or rich individual believers. Buddhist processions and shows, illuminations in the caves, periodical exhibitions of the treasures preserved in the big sanctuaries all served simultaneously to spread the faith, its legends, and its essential dogmas, to strengthen social cohesion and religious feeling through activities involving the collaboration and participation of each individual, and to form a completely new aesthetic world. We can attribute to Buddhism a deep and general transformation of sensibility. The new religion introduced into the Chinese world a taste for ornamentation, for the tireless repetition of the same motifs, a taste for the sumptuous, but also for the gigantic, the colossal. All these tendencies were in opposition to the classical tradition, which aimed at stripping away inessentials, at vigorous conciseness, at exactness of line and movement. The step from art to literature is an easy one to take, and what is true of one is true of the other. The tendencies are identical and the enrichment just as considerable. The great Buddhist sutras of the Mahayana, which were much more widely diffused in 5th to 9th century China than the classics, accustomed people to a longer-winded literature, to the repetition of the same themes, to the mixture of verse and prose, and Buddhist poetry, with its freer pace, influenced the development of Chinese poetry. Buddhism not only enriched the content of literature, bringing innumerable themes borrowed from the previous lives of the Buddha, from accounts of descents to hell, from the pilgrimages, from the stories of the great figures of Buddhism, it also gave birth to new literary genres: public sermons, conversations between master and lay or priestly disciples, representations of edifying scenes in which psalmody alternated with song. It thus contributed to the development of a literature in the vernacular and to the subsequent rise of the story, the novel, and the drama. With the general triumph of Buddhism, the picture of the world itself was transformed into a vista of immeasurable, infinitely multiplied times and spaces, of a human destiny involved in a continuous cycle of rebirths intermingling the beings of the visible and invisible worlds, and ineluctably subject to the mysterious phenomenon of the fructification of actions. However, among the elements of Indian culture sometimes colored by Iranian and Hellenistic influences which Buddhism carried along with it, the secular sciences of India certainly occupied a far from negligible place. Indian mathematics, astrology, astronomy, and medicine penetrated into the Chinese world between the 4th and 8th centuries thanks to translations of Brahminical works, the Chinese and Indian versions of which have unfortunately disappeared. An Indian medical work which dealt with 404 diseases figured among the translations made by the Parthian Shi Kao, who arrived in Luoyang in AD 147. The monk I Xing, who in 721-5 organized a scientific expedition intended to note the length of the shadow on a sundial at the winter and summer solstices at 9 points ranging from the center of Vietnam to the frontiers of Mongolia, was versed in Indian mathematics and astronomy. The influence of Indian science was to make itself particularly felt from about 600 to the middle of the 8th century. The example of the Indians, past masters in grammar and phonetics, succeeded in stimulating an analysis of the sounds of the Chinese language, in spite of the insurmountable obstacles which seemed to be presented by the system of writing. The problems posed by the transcription of Indian terms and the need to reproduce as faithfully as possible the magic formulas of esoteric Buddhism were also to contribute to the development of the study of phonetics in China. The notation of the pronunciation of the Chinese characters by means of other characters which gave the initial and the final letters is attributed to Sun Yen of Wu and no doubt developed without any Indian influence, but this is not the case with later researches. Those devoted to the rhyming system during the years 424 to 53 resulted with Shen Yi in the first definition of the tones of Old Chinese, the equal, ascending, descending, and returning tones. These researches made it possible to determine more strictly the rules for the composition of poems and were at the root of a whole series of dictionaries of rhymes, Qiyin by Lu Fayan, Tiangyin by Sun Min, Kuangyin by Chen Piang Yen, Qiyin by Ting Tu middle of the 11th century, Wuyan Qiyin by Han Tao Chao of the Qin. It was partly these valuable documents that were to provide the basis for the development, from the middle of the 16th century onwards, of learned research into historical phonology. Finally, it should be noted, in a quite different field, that monastic circles served as the intermediary for the implantation in the Chinese world of certain financial institutions of Indian origin: loans on security, financial associations for the fructification of capital put into a common stock, auction sales, and, at a later date, lotteries. To sum up, the contribution of Buddhism to China during the great period of contacts between the Chinese and Indian worlds would seem to be of the first importance, and during the whole period in which the monasteries, with their fine libraries of classical and religious works, were the main centers of instruction and knowledge, one can speak of a positively Buddhist culture. This situation, which was to last longer in Japan, persisted in China until the Great Proscription of Buddhism and the dispersal of the religious communities in the years 842–5. Part 4. From the Middle Ages to Modern Times. Chapter 11. The Aristocratic Empire. The period which opened at the end of the 6th century and which was still completely immersed in its early days in what might be called the Chinese Middle Ages, to which it was linked by its men, aristocrats and dependents, its economy, its literature and art, its religious faith, for the Tiang period is reckoned to be the golden age of Buddhism, was in fact destined to be the period of transition from the medieval world to modern times in East Asia. The signs heralding the changes to come were apparent immediately after An Lushan's great military rebellion, which lasted from 755 to 763. For this reason no account has been taken in this book of the traditional division into dynasties, which is based on the mystical notion of royal line, and the Tiang age has been broken up into two parts, with the second closely tied to the one that immediately follows it. For in fact it was not only the general atmosphere that changed after the rebellion but also the political climate, the economy, the institutions, and so on. The period known as the Five Dynasties, from 907 to 960, was only the logical continuation and result of the process of evolution which had begun at the end of the 8th century. The aristocratic empire, the foundations of which were established between 590 and 625, was succeeded by a period of transition to modern times. Because the accession of the Sui in 581 put an end to the empires of non-Chinese origin in North China and was followed, 8 years later, by the reunification of all the Chinese lands, it is usually regarded as one of the great dates of history. But by putting the emphasis on political events of this sort, traditional historiography achieves two contradictory results: it masks certain fundamental elements of continuity and at the same time it neglects the most profound and significant changes. Neither the usurpation of power by General Yang Qian in the northern Zhou Empire nor the accession to the throne of the Li family, founders of the Tiang dynasty in 618, was accompanied by radical changes in political personnel, type of society, or basic traditions. In any case, the concepts of ethnic and cultural purity are myths. The empires of the Sui and Tiang, which are normally regarded as genuinely Chinese as opposed to the barbarian kingdoms and empires of the 4th to 6th centuries, were based at the start on the political, social, ethnic, and cultural foundations of the already strongly Sinicized empires of the Western Wei and Northern Zhou. On the other hand, it was the middle of the Tiang age and the end of the 8th century that saw the start of the great changes which were to give birth in the 11th century to a world even more different from that of the 6th and 7th centuries than Renaissance Europe was from medieval Europe. It is true that the reunion of Yangtze China with North China widened the vista, giving Sui and Tiang China an opening on the sea, the tropical zone, and the countries of Southeast Asia. It is also true that the Tiang took over the valuable heritage of the literary and artistic traditions of the Nanking dynasties. But this reunion of North and South did not take place abruptly. The way had been prepared during the whole of the 6th century by progress in economic relations and human contacts, by the exchange of merchandise, men, and ideas. The Luoyang of the first 30 years of the 6th century and the Nanking of the Liang Emperor Wu belonged to the same golden age of medieval civilization, to the same aristocratic world animated by intense religious fervor, vitalized by the reawakening of the merchant economy, and permeated by the great commercial currents which flowed along the trails of Central Asia and the sea routes of the Indian Ocean. Moreover, it is false to ascribe all the credit for the political reunification to the Sui dynasty alone. Szechuan was attached to the Western Wei Empire as early as 553, and Hupai, where the Wei installed one of their creatures in the same year, also virtually formed part of it. The unification of North China, divided and ravaged by wars since about 534, must be put down to the northern Zhou, in 577. When the Sui destroyed the enfeebled Ch'en Empire in 589, all they did was to carry to its inevitable conclusion a process which had begun 36 years earlier, and one of the main factors in which was undoubtedly the worth of the military institutions created by the Western Wei. The political history of the period 581 to 683 233. The political history of the period 581 to 683. The Sui dynasty was founded at Chang'an after a coup d'état by General Yang Qian, leader of the aristocracy of the Wei Valley and eastern Kansu, and a relation by marriage of the reigning family of the northern Zhou. Yang Qian reigned from 581 to 604 under the name of Emperor Wen, and in 589 put an end to the Ch'an Empire, the last remnant of the six dynasties which had succeeded each other at Nanking since the beginning of the 3rd century. Tradition contrasts him with his son, whom it paints in the blackest colors, usurping the imperial power. The Emperor Yang is supposed to have been led to destruction by his folie de grandeur, his taste for luxury, his vices, and his cruelty to the people. He is reproached for the big public works which he undertook and for his costly campaigns in Korea. But this is one of the favorite themes of official historiography: the last sovereign of a dynasty can only be a target for abuse. In fact, the policy of the two Sui emperors displays a remarkable continuity, and the efforts which they made were to be continued at the beginning of the following dynasty. The construction of big canals and of huge granaries in the neighborhood of Luoyang and Chang'an began in the reign of the first Sui emperor, Wen, one of whose first undertakings was to build the two immense capitals of the Wei and Lo valleys. Great walls 350 kilometers in length were built in the northwest in 585. The policy of maritime expansion which characterizes the reign of the Emperor Yang had already been initiated under Wen Ti. The first land and sea expedition against the Korean kingdom of Goguryeo, a virtual ally of the Turks, took place in 598, 13 years before Yang Ti's first Korean expedition. However, in the reign of the second Sui emperor, this policy of power and prestige began to provoke growing difficulties. Peasant revolts multiplied in Hopi and Shantung after floods on the lower Yellow River in 611. The situation grew worse as a result of the requisitions necessary for the three ill-starred Korean campaigns. Relations with the Turks deteriorated in 613, the year in which the rebellion of Yang Xiangan, the first organized by the aristocracy, broke out. Li Yian, the general responsible for defense against the nomads at Taiyan, in the center of Shanxi, rebelled in 617 at the instigation of his son Li Shimin. The future emperor Taizong made an alliance with the Turkish tribes and marched on Chang'an, where he founded the new Tiang dynasty. He became emperor under the name Kaotsu. The first few years of the Tiang dynasty were a time of internal consolidation. After all troubles had been quelled, a task which was completed in 628, there was an administrative reorganization. The empire was divided into 10 big regions to become 15 in the 8th century, which were soon put under the control of inspectors of administration, finance, and justice. Much work was done in the fields of penal legislation, the agrarian system, taxation, the army, and education. This period of consolidation was followed from 626 to 683 by one of the greatest military expansions in the history of China. The Chinese armies inflicted a decisive defeat on the Eastern Turks, whose capital lay in the valley of the Orkhon, to the south of Lake Baikal, crushed the T6 Turks, secured the alliance of the Uyghur Turks in eastern Mongolia and that of the Tuyuthun and the Tangut in the northwest, put an end to the kingdom of Cao Chang in Turfan, which formed an obstacle to relations between Chang'an, the Tarim Basin, and Transoxiana, defeated the Western Turks in the valley of the Ili, and opened and controlled the roads to the oases. Tiang prestige in Asia reached its zenith. Several countries of Southeast Asia, such as the Kingdom of Huanwang and Chenla, recognized Chinese suzerainty. In Korea, Goguryeo was crushed and Silla reduced to submission. The Tiang created Chinese prefectures in Transoxiana and even intervened in northern India in the region of Putna. This extraordinary expansion was based on political and economic institutions which merit description. The Grand Canal. Political and economic foundations of the Tiang Empire. Between the last few years of the 6th century and about 625 a great task was accomplished, which was to provide the economic and institutional basis without which the Chinese expansion of the 7th and 8th centuries would have been impossible. Big public works. Between 587 and 608 a network of navigable routes was constructed, consisting of canals and canalized rivers, in order to connect the valleys of the Yellow River and the Wei and that of the lower Yangtze as far as Hangzhou. This network was extended in 608 by a canal guaranteeing communications between the Luoyang area and the Peking area, and was the first big canal system in the history of China. More than 40 meters wide, with an imperial road running alongside, these canals were provided with relay posts. On the route between Luoyang and Chang'an huge granaries were built. The biggest of them, at the confluence of the Lo and the Yellow River, had a capacity of 20 million shi of grain. Its remains have recently been discovered. Constructed for political and strategic purposes, and intended to facilitate communications between North China and Yangtze China immediately after the unification, this system of navigable routes carried only a small volume of rice to Luoyang in the reign of Taizong, and much of the traffic consisted at that time of silks. However, as a result of the development of rice growing to the south of the lower Yangtze, the tonnage was 5 to 10 times greater a century later. Thus the big canals played a crucial role in the economic upsurge of the 8th and 9th centuries, and they allowed the Tiang government to maintain its position in the difficult conditions in which it found itself after An Lushan's rebellion. However, in spite of the work carried out on the section of 400 kilometers connecting the two capitals, Luoyang and Chang'an, communications were never very easy because of the speed of the currents on the Yellow River and the mountainous nature of the borders of Honan and Zhenzi. Transshipment was unavoidable. In the case of famine in the Wei Valley, the court and central government were obliged to move at great expense to Luoyang, where supplies were easier to obtain. The two capitals, Chang'an and Luoyang, were rebuilt on a grandiose scale round about the year 600. The outer ramparts of Sui and Tiang Chang'an measured 9.7 kilometers from east to west and 8.2 kilometers from north to south. Rectangular in shape, the city had 14 avenues running from north to south and 11 avenues running east to west. They varied in width from 70 to 150 meters and were bordered by ditches planted with trees. These avenues marked off 110 walled quarters and 2 huge marketplaces into which the canals ran. In the north of the city 2 big circuits of walls protected the imperial palaces and the administrative district. However, it should be noted that the change of scale in the dimensions of the capitals dated from the construction of Luoyang by the Northern Wei in 501. While the walls of Luoyang under the Second Han Dynasty measured only 9/I by 6, those of the Wei capital already approached those of Sui Chang'an in length. Perhaps this new conception of the city as a huge fortified camp reflects the influence of the peoples of the steppe. As for the new Luoyang, the dimensions of which were somewhat smaller than those of Chang'an, it too was built on a chessboard plan about the same time as Yangzhou, the great metropolis of the southeast, where foreign merchants seem to have been very numerous from the 7th to the 238 9th centuries. It was this latter city that the second Sui emperor, who seems to have had a sort of presentiment of the maritime and commercial expansion of lower Yangtze China from the 10th century onwards, wished to make his second capital after Luoyang. While the cities and waterways created round about the year 600 were to form the economic framework of 7th to 9th century China, the work accomplished in the field of legal, administrative, and military institutions was no less important or decisive. Heirs to the long tradition which went back to the Tizao Wei and the Northern Wei, the legislators of the Sui and early Tiang ages knew how to systematize earlier gains and to provide the new empire with one of the essential elements of its power: the administrative system. In the 7th century the Chinese administration reached maturity. A learned and complex organism testifying to its long previous development, it deserves to be described here at least summarily. The origins of the Chinese administrative system were ancient, since they dated from the time when palace duties, carried out by nobles of high rank, were replaced by public duties in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Thus the vocabulary sometimes recalled the personal and domestic character of the official posts of antiquity. However, from the foundation of the empire onwards, the administration tended to form a relatively autonomous core whose wishes provided a counterweight to the factions which grew up at the court: eunuchs, empresses' families, generals, and also to the arbitrary power of the emperors. The machine was improved in the 7th century and made further progress in the 11th century. It continued to evolve in the periods after the Sung, under the Ming and Qing dynasties, in the direction of an authoritarian centralization which restricted its power and freedom both in the central government and in the provinces. The offices of the central administration under the Tiang occupied a walled area of 4.5 square kilometers in Xiangan. This area was called the Imperial City and lay to the south of the palace. The administration comprised 4 main organisms. Political and economic foundations of the Tiang Empire 239. 1. A Department of State Affairs, which grouped together 6 ministries. 2. An Imperial Chancellery, which acted as a center for the transmission and checking of imperial decrees. 3. An Imperial Grand Secretariat responsible for producing official texts. These last 2 organs exercised a control over general policy. 4. A Council of State consisting of the emperor, great dignitaries, and important civil servants, who were usually presidents of the 6 ministries forming the Department of State Affairs. There were also a number of services with more limited functions, the most important of which was the Court of Censors, a sort of inspectorate general of the administration. Its duty was to note abuses of every sort and to hear complaints from the general public. The High Court of Justice gave the final decision in the most complex legal cases and was alone authorized to pronounce the death penalty. Other services looked after the administration of the waterways and canals, the arsenals, the imperial library, the state university, the palace guards, the internal services of the palace and the crown prince's house, and so on. Under the orders of this central administration was the whole administration of the provinces, or rather of the big regions into which the territory of the empire was divided. At the lowest level were the sub-prefectures, districts containing at the most a few tens of thousands of inhabitants. A number of sub-prefectures formed a prefecture, the seat of which was in the principal urban center in its territory. The prefectures were of varying importance. Most were known as zhou, but some were designated higher prefectures. Varying in size according to the density of their population, the prefectures corresponded more or less to an average-sized French department. Officials of the imperial civil service appointed to the provinces were very few in number. A sub-prefecture usually had only 1 or 2. The imperial officials were accordingly assisted by 240 locally recruited staff. Strangers to the region, where they remained for only a few years, they had to secure the support of the local gentry and show flexibility in the execution of the central government's directives. On the other hand, their status as imperial officials assured them of considerable prestige. Above the prefectures, and sometimes covering vast areas, there were certain specialized services, usually of a military or financial character, whose task was to coordinate and check the activities of the prefectures. These services were entrusted to officials of high rank. Juridical institutions. Substantial collections of juridical and administrative documents from the Tiang age have been preserved. It has been possible partly to reconstruct some of them. Such is the case with the administrative ordinances and regulations collected by the great Japanese specialist in the history of Chinese law, Nihida Noburu. The Tiang Code, first compiled in 624, revised in 627 and 637, and endowed with a commentary the Tiang Li Shui in 653, is the first Chinese legal code which has come down to us complete. Its direct ancestor was the Code of the Northern Zhou, published in 564, which was itself the heir to the less complete and less elaborate codes of the Tizao Wei and the Western Qin. The Tiang Code is an admirable composition of faultless logic in spite of its size and complexity. An analysis of the fundamental principles of this law, of its notions and categories, has never really been undertaken, it would certainly reveal a profoundly original psychology and set of ideas. In essentials it is law based on a continuous scale of penalties and one in which the gravity of the crime depends not only on its intrinsic nature but also on the position of the guilty person in regard to his victim. In the case of more or less close relations, this position is defined by the kind of more or less prolonged mourning required by the degrees of kinship, and in other cases by hierarchical relationships. Apart from his role as examiner, and sometimes investigator, the magistrate did not have to weigh responsibilities or to lay down the law, but on the contrary to fix the precise nature of the offense on the basis of the models furnished by the code, proceeding by assimilation and conforming to a scale which provided for increasing or reducing the penalty, according to the case and in a very strict way. These characteristics of Chinese law are ancient and take account of the absolute equivalence both in language and concept between the terms and ideas of offense and penalty. The range of penalties comprises a series of punishments which change in nature as they grow more severe: strokes of the cane, strokes of the bamboo, forced labor, exile accompanied by forced labor, strangulation, and decapitation. The code is distinct from other types of legislation and solely penal in character. The Tiang Code comprises more than 500 articles divided into 12 sections. 1. General definitions and rules. 2. Laws relating to passing into or through prohibited places. 3. Offenses committed by officials in the exercise of their functions. 4. Laws concerning peasant families. 5. Laws relating to state stud farms and storehouses. 6. Laws relating to the raising of troops. 7. Offenses against the person and against property. 8. Offenses committed in the course of brawls. G. Forgery and counterfeiting. 10. Various laws of a special character. 11. Laws concerning the apprehension of guilty persons. 12. Laws relating to the administration of justice. Agrarian regulations. The agrarian system of the Tiang Age in the 7th century and the first half of the 8th was based on a very remarkable institution, namely a method of distributing land which for more than a century was to ensure the regularity of the revenue from taxes and to maintain a certain social stability. The practice of the equal distribution of plots of land as annuities had made its appearance under the Northern Wei dynasty, where it had been officially adopted in 486. But while at that time it was a matter of encouraging the reclamation of land in dry areas by multiplying allotments, the agrarian ordinances promulgated by the Tiang in 624 aimed at 242. Providing each peasant family with enough land to support it and to enable it to pay its taxes. The method of equal distribution of land adopted at this time was in fact indissolubly linked to the fiscal laws enacted in 619. These laws defined 3 kinds of dues which, in accordance with a practice constantly followed since the end of antiquity, applied not to property, but to persons. There was the tsu, a tax paid in cereals, the yung, various kinds of corvée, and the tiao, a tax paid in cloth. The tax in cereals and the tax in cloth were related to 2 basically different kinds of landed property which were carefully distinguished by the new agrarian regulations. On the one hand there were the big expanses growing corn, millet, or barley, and on the other the small areas consisting of a house and garden and the plantations of mulberry trees or the hemp fields necessary for the cottage industries producing silk or cloth. While the big expanses of land had to be split up into life plots according to the number of adult males in each family, the other properties, which were also limited in size, were regarded as permanent possessions. Smaller shares of land held for life were provided for old men, the seriously ill, the infirm, widows, traders and craftsmen, and monks and nuns. The plots were smaller in the cramped districts, where the population was dense, than in the districts with plenty of room. Finally, there were numerous derogations for a whole series of lands not subject to distribution and excluded from the system established by the ordinances. This fiscal and agrarian system implied a very exact census of the population, a precise acquaintance with the cadastral survey of each district, and the classification of individuals in legally defined age groups: the yellow, the small, the medium, adults, and old men. It was long thought that the method of equal distribution of land existed only in theory, because of the complexity of the administrative control involved. However, the discovery of 7th and 8th century manuscripts at the oases of Tunhuang in Kansu and Turfan in Central Asia has proved that it did actually function. Some of the documents from Political and Economic Foundations of the Tiang Empire 243. Turfan refer to the granting and restitution of land in accordance with the system of life shares, and the census registers of Tunhuang, which record the state of local families, with the age of each of their members and a precise note of the lands and their boundaries, date from a time when the system was already in decline but had not yet disappeared. It is possible that the system could really be applied only in the dry zone, which extends from the northern provinces to the valley of the Huai. Further south the rice fields formed units more difficult to split up, and the investment needed to develop and irrigate them made the feeling of personal possession more acute. But the differences between wheat-growing China and rice-growing China were accentuated with the expansion of rice cultivation between the 8th and 11th centuries. They were still noticeable in the Ming period, when there was a dual taxation system corresponding approximately to this general contrast between the wheat and sorghum zone and the rice zone. Armies. The core of the Sui and Tiang armies in the 7th century was aristocratic. It was the great families of Quan Nei and, to a lesser extent, of the other regions of North China, who provided and officered the best troops. It was their men who served in the crack corps, the imperial guards and the palace troops. Contrary to traditional belief, the governing class of the 6th century and the class which arose out of it under the Sui and the first Tiang emperors was not a class of scholarly civil servants but an aristocracy with military traditions. These aristocrats' taste for military affairs, their love of horses, and the interest they took in breeding them are explained by their nomad descent and by the prolonged influence of the steppe cultures in North China. But for the military prowess, the sense of honor and the love of action innate in this aristocracy, the stirring deeds of the Sui and Tiang armies would not have been possible. It is true that the efficiency of the military organization contributed to these successes, but this organization was originally conceived in terms of these families with military traditions. The system consisted of a series of militias, each of 800 to 1,200 men, concentrated round the capital in Shenzi, in the Taiyuan region in Shenzi, on the route taken by Turkish incursions and on the northern frontiers. Under the northern Zhou the system of recruitment applied only to families devoted to the profession of arms, and it was not until the Tiang age that it was extended to the peasantry. It is significant that the regulations for the militias issued at the beginning of the Tiang dynasty laid down that cavalrymen should provide their own horses and part of their equipment. This would have been inconceivable if ordinary peasants had been concerned. Everything leads us to suppose that in that age, as in every other period of history, there was a division of tasks in the army. The peasants, unused to horses and poor riders, were not, with exceptions, warriors to rival the men of the steppes. On the other hand, they provided the bulk of the infantry and were suitable for holding fortified posts and occupying ground. They were often employed on the indispensable tasks of producing forage and cereals, or on transport and mail. The crack troops, the corps which could move into action rapidly, did not consist of peasants, but in the main of friendly and more or less Sinicized nomads, or, as was the case in the 6th and 7th centuries, of Han Chinese crossbred with barbarians, of Chinese half converted to the habits and mentality of the people of the steppe. A decisive role in the political offensive of the Tiang Empire was played by an animal, the horse, the mount of riders armed with bows. Horse breeding was developed systematically in the 7th and 8th centuries. At the beginning of the dynasty the Tiang, if we are to believe the texts, had only a small number of horses at their disposal, a total of 5,000, 3,000 of which are supposed to have been taken from the Sui in the Chih and Tse marshes, to the west of Changan, and 2,000 from the Turks in Kansu. But very soon public stud farms were set up, and they must have quickly been successful, for by the middle of the 7th century the Tiang had 700,000 horses spread over the pasturages of Shenzi and Kansu, which covered large areas. In addition, there were the horses owned by private individuals. We do not know how many such horses there were, but private breeding seems to have been highly developed in North China, especially in eastern Kansu, Shenzi, and Shanxi. As we have seen, the regulations governing the militias laid down that the soldiers, or at any rate some of them, those who belonged to the great aristocratic families, should provide their own horses. In the first half of the 8th century, members of the imperial family, high officials and generals owned herds of horses, oxen, sheep, and camels. The period during which the Chinese armies had the greatest number of horses corresponds with the period of the great offensives of the middle of the 7th century. Horses were numerous and cheap until about 665. Subsequently, Turkish and Tibetan incursions disorganized the stud farms and breeding seems to have declined. In 713 there were only 240,000 animals on the imperial farms. The figure went up to 400,000 in 725, thanks to a resurgence of breeding and to purchases from the breeders of the steppes. A horse market was set up in 727 on the upper reaches of the Yellow River at Yanchiyuan, whither the Turks came to sell their beasts in exchange for silks and metals. However, just before An Lushan's rebellion, in 754, the number of horses on the books of the stud farm service had dropped to only 325,700. Up to this time the little Mongolian horse, which was then common all over the steppes and in North China, had been crossed with a large number of different breeds, thanks to the tribute offered by the Central Asian kingdoms and by areas beyond the Pamirs. These horses from outside China included thoroughbred Arab steeds brought to the Tiang court in 703, wild ponies presented by the Tibetans in 654, horses from Kokand, Samarkand, Bokhara, Kish, Chak, Maymarg, and Kutal, horses from Gandhara, Khotan, and Kuka, and Kyrgyz horses from the Baikal area. In the 7th and 8th centuries the northern aristocracy had a passion for horses. Members of high society rode about on horseback, and polo, doubtless imported from Iran, was tremendously popular in Chang'an. This passion for horses no doubt explains the place they occupy in the painting. Some painters, such as Han Kan, specialized in equestrian painting and sculpture of the Tiang age, as witness the magnificent bas-reliefs on the tomb of the Emperor Taizong and the funerary figurines. But the Tiang horse has characteristics which reveal the influence of imports and of crossing with Middle Eastern and Transoxianian breeds. These breeds were taller and more slender than the little Mongolian pony, which was to return in force after the Tiang, as is proved by the paintings of the Yian and Ming periods. 246. The Tibetan incursions of 763, during which most of the horses on the public stud farms were driven off, marked a decisive decline in breeding in northwestern China. The Tiang could only turn to palliatives. These included the purchase of horses from private citizens and from the nomads, and a not very successful attempt in 817-20 to set up state stud farms after expropriation of the peasants in the agricultural areas of Shenzi, Honan, and northern Hubei. The Uyghurs, who had helped the Tiang in their battles against the Tibetans in 758-9, obtained in exchange an almost complete monopoly in the horse trade. Eager for profit, they sold bad horses at high prices to the Chinese government. At the end of the 8th century the price of an Uyghur horse was 40 pieces of silk. The best areas for horse breeding seem to have lain in eastern Kansu, in the Qing Valley in Shenzi, and in the western parts of Shanxi. Once China was no longer in a position to protect these areas against the incursions of the mountaineers and nomads, it had lost one of the main means for its policy of intervention in Central Asia and was condemned to retire towards Honan and the southeastern regions. This was doubtless one of the causes of the weakness of the Sung up to the conquest of the north by the Jurchen between 960 and 1126. The distribution of the Chinese armies is revealing, and the remarks that follow are valid not only for the Tiang age. They were concentrated round the capitals and along the northern and northwestern frontiers. Their essential tasks were in fact to protect the empire against incursions and invasions from the borderlands and to defend the central government against rebellions arising in the provinces. The imperial guards posted to the south of the capital and the armies quartered to the north of the palace gave immediate protection against attempts at coups d'état. These guards also provided an escort for the emperor when he traveled, and detachments for big ceremonies shows simultaneously of force and pomp usually entrusted to crack troops. As for the frontier armies, they fulfilled, according to their nature, two different functions. They were either expeditionary corps, consisting chiefly of cavalry, or garrisons responsible for holding the lines of defense and centers of communication. The troops quartered in the provinces represented only a very small fraction of the total Chinese forces. The imperial government seems to have had few worries in this direction. As long as peasant revolts did not change into real rebellions, which sometimes received assistance from the upper classes, they did not form a serious or urgent danger. They consisted only of bands of uprooted peasants who lived on pillage and took refuge in difficult mountainous territory or hid in the marshy areas. Badly equipped, they were usually powerless against the walled towns where the representatives of the imperial power resided. All things considered, banditry was only a chronic and bearable evil. Besides, one could always negotiate with bandit leaders and win them over by granting them titles and official posts. In any case, it is clear that the government did not rely primarily on force to keep the peace in the provinces. Usually the institutions sufficed. The grouping of the inhabitants in small units responsible for the acts of each individual, the obligation to denounce offenses, the responsibility of the officials and of the heads of districts, villages, and families had formed since the early days of the empire such a general system of constraints, and one so well embedded in the Chinese way of life, that it was no longer even felt as such. Hence its remarkable efficacy. The great expansion of the 7th century. From the end of the 6th century onwards the Chinese world grew stronger, richer, and better organized, and sought to extend its influence abroad and to push back the peoples who made incursions into its territory. The Tuyuyitan of Qinghai, the Tangut of the borders of Sichuan, Turks and other nomads from Mongolia and Zungaria, the Khitan from eastern Mongolia and the valley of the Liaoho in Manchuria, the people of the kingdom of Goguryeo in Korea. It was stimulated both by the threats from outside, which forced it to build up its strength, and by the upsurge of its own power. The events. The situation in the steppe zone had changed since the middle of the 6th century with the formation of a new confederation of nomad tribes led by the Turks. These founders of a new empire of the steppes had put an end in 552 to the hegemony of the Wanwan in the regions extending from the valley of the Orkhon, south of Baikal, to that of the Ili. The Turkish threat, more dangerous than the one posed by their predecessors, was the basic cause of the second big period of building in the history of the Great Walls. The first period had been the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, the third and last period was to come later, in the 15th century. While the northern way had confined themselves to strengthening in 423 the ancient walls of the Chen and Han periods, and to fortifying in 446 the area of Tatiung, their capital, in the extreme north of Shanxi, the northern Chi, in 555-6, built new defense lines, which were partly doubled in 557 and 565 and followed a much more southerly route than the fortifications of the Chen age. The Ming were to adopt the same route in the 15th century. When North China was unified by the Zhou in 577, the relations between Turks and Chinese changed. Up to that date, while the two northern empires were fighting each other, it was to their advantage to seek the alliance of the Turks, but unification changed the terms of the problem. Unification formed the necessary precondition for the second great Chinese expansion in Asia. The division of the Turks in 582 into two confederations, Eastern Turks of the Orkhon Valley and Western Turks of the Altai, does not seem to have weakened their power. In the same year they passed inside the Great Walls en masse, and in 585 the Sui were led to prolong westward the fortifications built by the northern Qi. The new section extended for 350 kilometers from the Ordos to present-day Yinchyuan, along the upper reaches of the Yellow River. The incursions stopped for a time following a treaty concluded in 584 and were followed in 594 by the gift of a Chinese princess in marriage to one of the Turkish Khans. But the Turks took the offensive again about 600 and in 601 came as far as the approaches to Chang'an. They were pushed back towards Kokanor in 608, but the threat which they posed was not removed until 630, the year of the Great Offensive which gave the Tiang control of the Ordos and of southwestern Mongolia. The year 630 marks in fact the start of the Great Tiang expansion in Asia, during the reigns of Taizong and Kaotsung in 640, Karashar and Kuka in 658, then the oases of Transoxiania all passed successively under Chinese control. Chinese administrative districts were created on the far side of the Pamirs, the prefectures of Kong, An, Shi, Mi, Ho, Tizao, and Shi. In 648 General Wang Xian Tse organized an expedition to the Putna area of northern India, doubtless with Nepalese and Tibetan troops, in order to settle to China's advantage the succession to the throne of the little kingdom of Magadha. In the northeast, Manchuria and almost the whole Korean peninsula passed under Tiang control about 660. In 662 China intervened in the internal affairs of the Sassanid dynasty at Ctesiphon on the Tigris, just at the very time when the Persian Empire was threatened by the advance of the Umayyad Arabs. The extension of Tiang control to these vast territories led to the creation of 6 governments general or military protectorates, those of Annan at Hanoi, of Peiying, of Anxi in western Kansu, of Antung in Liaoning, of Anpei in the northwest of the Ordos area, and of Shanyuth in the northeastern part of the same area, in Mongolia. The Tiang expansion from Korea to Iran and from the Ili Valley to central Vietnam was undoubtedly the most important phenomenon in the political history of Asia in the 7th century. It implies a remarkable military and administrative organization, with quick-moving striking forces of cavalry, efficient horse breeding, the establishment of military colonies for the provisioning of the armies in Central Asia, a system of relay stations and intense diplomatic activity. However, this extraordinary expansion, which made Tiang China the greatest power in Asia at this time, was fragile. As in the Han period, the length and difficulty of communications between the capital and the areas controlled by China in Central Asia explain the extremely precarious character of the Chinese occupation in these regions, where military colonies had to be maintained at great expense. Kashgar, the westernmost oasis of the Tarim Valley, was nearly 5,000 kilometers from Chang'an, and the tracks linking Anxi to Hami and Turfan crossed desert areas where water was rare. The territories beyond the Pamirs, which were even more distant, could only be reached by mountain passes which it was a real exploit to cross. Even though the submission of the Tuyuthan and of the Tanguts of Tsinghai and Kansu was obtained in the early days of the dynasty, and even though the Turkish problem was essentially settled first by the Great Offensive of 630 and later by the adhesion and progressive sedentarization of part of the steppe tribes, the incursions of nomads and mountaineers did not for all that come to a halt. They called into question the loyalty to the Tiang of the Central Asian oases and threatened the safety of the garrisons and caravans. The Tiang were forced to mount an expedition into the valley of the Ili against the Eastern Turks, and it was only in 748 that the Chinese armies destroyed their capital, Suyub, on the course of the river Chug. Fresh difficulties made their appearance with the expansion of the Tibetans, who invaded the oasis zone between 670 and 678, occupying for a time Khotan, Yarkand, Kashgar, and Kuka. Then came the Arab expansion, which forced Chinese influence out of Iran and soon threatened the Chinese conquests in Transoxiania and in the Kashgar region. The period 684 to 755, Political History. The Empresses Wu and Wei. The end of the 7th century and the first few years of the 8th were dominated by the astonishing figure of a former concubine of the emperors Taizong and Kaotsung, a woman called Wu Chao. very influential from 654 onwards and empress in name the following year. She actually reigned after Cao Tsung's death in 683. Thrusting aside the legitimate heir, in 690 she took the name of Emperor Zetiyin and founded the Zhou dynasty, of which she was to be the sole monarch, the first and only female emperor in the history of China. This interlude of 15 years can only be explained by the political atmosphere of the time and by the tremendous influence of Buddhism. All the Empress Wu's efforts, from the moment when she was in a position to affect the government, were aimed at removing from power the representatives of the northwestern aristocracy, who had held all the levers of power since the beginning of the dynasty, and in particular controlled the management of the state through the medium of the imperial chancellery. Immediately after Cao Tsung's death in 684, Zetiyin ordered the execution of several hundreds of these aristocrats and of numerous members of the imperial family of Li. By transferring the normal seat of the court from Chang'an to Luoyang, she was able more easily to escape the control of the great families. But she also wished to further the formation of a new class of administrators recruited by competition. It is remarkable that the examinations and tests, which under the Han had played only a secondary role in the recruitment and promotion of civil servants, should not have been properly organized in a systematic way until the year 669. This institution, which was to have so considerable an influence in the Chinese world, was at first a political weapon in the hands of the Empress Wu Zetiyin. When she became emperor in 690, she changed the whole official nomenclature and administrative organization, taking as her inspiration as the usurper Wang Mang had done nearly 7 centuries earlier that suspect classic, the Zhou Li. She also changed place names and invented 19 new written characters, the use of which became obligatory. The extraordinary rise of Wu Qiao, and especially her enthronement, could not have taken place but for the help and hidden support of the Buddhist Church, which had been a great political and economic power since the beginning of the 6th century. Buddhist predictions made up to suit her marked out Tai Tsung's former concubine as future emperor and as a reincarnation of the Bodhisattva Maitreya, the Buddhist savior, a messiah whose expected coming had already given rise in the past to several millenary sects. Wu Qiao herself had formerly embarked on the religious life as a nun in a convent, after Tai Tsung's death, in 650. Bigoted and superstitious, she heaped favors on the church. It was in her reign that the huge Vairocana, with his 2 acolytes, of the Lungmen Pass, to the south of Luoyang, was carved out of the rock. The period during which Wu Zetiyin was in power and the 5 years which followed the restoration of the Tiang in 705, a time when the Empress Wei was all-powerful, were an epoch of waste and general relaxation. Imperial princes and princesses, high officials, favorites, and great monasteries all enriched themselves and enlarged their estates. The small peasantry with its life plots was crushed under the weight of taxes and dues. The number of tenant farmers multiplied. The golden age of the Tiang. The first half of the 8th century was the most brilliant period in the history of the Tiang dynasty. China's influence in Asia was at its zenith. The capital, Chang'an, was the center of a cosmopolitan civilization colored by the influences of Central Asia, of India, and of Iran. Classical poetry and Buddhist studies shone with their greatest luster. In 710 Li Lungqi, son of the Emperor Zhuizong, who had been pushed aside in 690 by Zetiyin, eliminated the Wei clan and put his father on the throne, before reigning himself from 712 under the name of Xiantsung. This great reign began with the work of putting in order the finances, the administration, and the conditions of political life. In 721 and 724 efforts were made to reconstruct the census registers, in order to remedy the dramatic reduction in the number of taxable families. The decline of the militia system, which had made possible the Tiang expansion in Central Asia in the 7th century, provoked a reorganization of the armies, and the reforms increased the autonomy and powers of initiative of the military leaders. Better management of the imperial stud farms, which had been neglected in Zetiyin reign, once again gave the government a plentiful supply of horses. The Tiang intervened in the Amu-Darya basin at the request of Tokhara and other kingdoms threatened by the Arab incursions. In 723 the kingdom of the Mohi, hunting tribes inhabiting the regions near the Amur, was transformed into a Chinese prefecture. From 745 onwards a vast counter-offensive was mounted to halt the Arab advance in Transoxania and the valley of the Ili. However, slow changes were taking place which were to end in one of the great crises of history. The agrarian system continued to deteriorate. The power of the army leaders grew with the creation on the northern frontiers of military regions under the command of imperial commissioners. The formation of large armies of professional soldiers was a threat to the central government, yet state favors to the military leaders only increased during the reign of Sishant Sung. Money spent on the armies rose from 2 million bundles of 1,000 copper coins in 713 to Ro million in 741, and in 755 it reached the figure of 14 to 15 million. In spite of all this, the Tiang had to yield to pressure from the Tibeto-Burmese kingdom of Nanchao in Yunnan and hand over to it about 750 control of the southwestern roads and territories, while the Chinese offensive in present-day Turkestan ended in failure. In 751 the Tiang armies commanded by the Korean general Cao Xianqi were crushed by the Arabs in the Battle of the River Talas, to the south of Lake Bakhash. A kingdom of half-sedentarized Turks known as Uyghurs grew up from 745 onwards in the Hami area, northwest of Tunhuang. On the political plane, the restoration of the Tiang in 705 had been followed by the return to power of the ancient northwestern aristocracy, which from then onwards had joined battle with the new class of officials recruited by competition. The conflict reached its height in 736, when the scholarly civil servant Chang Chuling, a Creole born in the tropics, was opposed by Li Linfu, the representative of the Wei Valley aristocracy. Things grew more complicated when, at the end of his reign, Xian Sung lost interest in the management of the state and under the influence of the concubine Yang Yithuan, the famous Kai Fei Yang, who had entered the palace in 745, granted important posts to her family. On Li Linfu's death in 752, the imperial favorite's cousin, Yang Kuo-chung, competed with the general An Lushan for the post of prime minister. The award of this post to Yang Kuo-chung unleashed the great military rebellion of An Lushan at the end of 755. The military rebellion of 755 to 763. In the reign of Xian Sung the military expansion and the success of the Chinese armies from Korea to Iran seemed to have led to a sort of surrender to enthusiasm. The central government appears to have forgotten that in circumstances like these a kind of natural tendency leads to the formation of professional armies inspired by their own interests and ruled by a state of mind which becomes further and further removed from that of the civilians. To increase the autonomy of the armies, to regroup commands and put oneself in the hands of the professionals may be the way to secure the means of a victorious offensive policy, but it is also the way to weaken the state. Now the tendency in the first half of the 8th century to increase the powers of the army leaders was strengthened by considerations of internal policy, to counterbalance the power of the relatives of the concubine Yang Yithuan, and more especially that of Yang Kuo-chung, who had carved himself out a sort of fief in Szechuan. The great minister Li Linfu, who directed the empire from 737 to 752, sought to favor the generals of the northern armies. Li Linfu put his money mainly on the generals of foreign descent, in the hope that they would be more manageable than the Chinese military men. This is how it came about that in the region of modern Peking, supplied directly by a great canal since the time of the Sui dynasty's Korean Wars, General An Lushan, who was in sole command of 3 military areas, found himself heaped with favors by the court. An Lushan's father was a Sogdian and his mother was a Turk. His surname was one common among the Sogdians of Bokhara, to the north of the Amu-Darya, and his personal name a transcription of the Iranian name Roxana, the name of the Bactrian princess whom Alexander the Great married. In the winter of 755 to 6 An Lushan marched at the head of his armies on Loyang and Chang'an, which fell without striking a blow. An account of the dramatic events which followed the emperor's flight to Changtu, Shi Suming's succession to the leadership of the insurgent armies after An Lushan's death in 757, the difficult reconquest of the region of the two capitals by the new emperor Suzong with the help of the Tibetans and the Uyghurs has almost certainly no place in this book, where there is room only for a rapid survey of the history of China. On the other hand, it is important to underline the very serious consequences of this tragedy. Chapter 12. The transition to the Mandarin Empire. The consequences of the rebellion. The rebellion of An Lushan and Shi Suming may be regarded as one of the great turning points in the history of the Chinese world, for it was accompanied and followed by a clear change of direction in every domain. The crisis seems to have hastened changes which were only just beginning in the first half of the 8th century. External relations, policy, the economy, and society, and intellectual life all changed rapidly from the terrible years 755 to 63 onwards. The tide of expansion ebbs. During the course of the crisis, the whole defense system protecting the empire's frontiers disintegrated. Control of the Pamirs had been lost ever since the Arabs had occupied the Kashgar region a few years before the rebellion. The Uyghurs, the principal allies of the legitimate government, spread to Kansu in 757 and thus dominated the whole area between Wuwei, in the center of Kansu, and Turfan. The Tibetans asserted their power and made incursions into the Central Asian oases, Xinghai and Kansu. In 763 they settled at Ningxia, on the upper reaches of the Yellow River, seized the horses on the imperial stud farms in eastern Kansu, and advanced as far as Chang'an. From 790 onwards all the territories west of the Yitmen Pass were finally lost to China. When we think of the Chinese land's constant relations since the Han Age with Central Asia and the regions beyond the Pamirs, it becomes clear that this event was one with extremely important consequences for the history of Chinese civilization. In the northeast, the kingdom of Silla, which had dominated Korea since the end of the 7th century, declared itself independent of the Tiang. Finally, in the regions between Sichuan and Burma, Sinicist principalities permeated by Chinese, Indian, and Tibetan influences, and allied now to China, now to Tibet, had grown up since the middle of the 7th century. The most powerful of these kingdoms, that of the Prince of the South, had swallowed up its rivals and from 750 onwards began to expand, in spite of the Chinese expeditions sent to bring it to heel. Nanchao was to become an even greater threat in the 9th century, launching attacks up to the Changtu region and seizing the Red River Basin and Hanoi in 827. After the defeat of a Chinese expedition in 865-7, it even succeeded for a time in occupying the capital of Sichuan. Known from 902 onwards as the Kingdom of Tali, this southwestern kingdom was to exist until it was conquered by the Mongols in the middle of the 13th century. This general retreat after the great expansion of the 7th century and the first half of the 8th was to become even more marked in the 10th century, with the formation of the Sinicist Khitan Empire in the northeast and the loss of Chinese control over the Red River Basin. Deeply marked by more than 1,000 years of Chinese colonization and administration, Vietnam shook off in 939 the tutelage of the southern Han Kingdom centered on Canton and thereafter always remained independent, if we accept the epoch of the Mongol occupation and the short period at the beginning of the 15th century when Vietnam formed part of the Ming Empire.